Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 Wilder Photo Competition Recap. I'm your host and owner of Wilder, Jeremy Knipe, and I'm really excited to go through all of your guys' images today that were submitted for review. For those of you who weren't up to date, after our Wilder Photo Competition, we had a form that was open for submissions in which anyone who submitted their images to the competition, regardless of whether they were a finalist or not, could submit their images for review for today's recap. So today we got about 200 images that were confirmed that we're going to go through, a little bit more than that number. And I'm really excited to dive into all of them and give my thoughts on them a little bit more completely even than we could with the judges, because during the competition, there's such a need to shorten the time because there's so much going on. So I'm excited to do that today with all of you guys. I am going to be looking at the chat as today goes on, so I'd love to interact with you guys in the chat. And I'm already seeing a lot of comments on where you guys are from around the world, and so love seeing that. So I got three quick announcements for you guys today before we move on to starting the recap. So number one, I got the newsletter announcement for you guys. So if you aren't already, we have a link in the description below to our Wilder leaflet is what we call it. And the Wilder leaflet really is the best place for you guys to get updates about next year's competition, including a special discount I offer only to newsletter subscribers. So people who are subscribed to the newsletter will receive a special discount next year when the time comes to submit their images. And if you guys want that discount or just want to stay up to date with all of the news, you guys can subscribe to our leaflet in the description below if you aren't already. And beyond that, we also do monthly newsletters, sometimes bi-weekly newsletters, in which we talk about different wildlife photography news pieces or stories going on in the community. And then beyond that, we also have some creator spotlights, and we also have a deal of the month in which we highlight a certain deal that's being offered from a sponsor each month that gets into your guys' pockets and gets you guys some savings. So our newsletter is a great place to stay in touch with us and make sure you see things regardless of what the algorithm does. Secondly, we did launch a Discord channel after this year's 2024 Wilder Photo Competition, and it's been doing decent. We have about maybe 40 members, I believe, somewhere around there, already in the Discord, and it's just a place where you guys can come together, talk with one another, kind of give some feedback on your photos, post up your images just simply for sharing, really whatever you guys want to make of it. And it's been pretty cool seeing how people have already been interacting in there. And so shout out to anyone who's already in the Discord and already getting involved in that community. And what I particularly like about it is that sometimes with algorithms or other types of social media platforms, you can sometimes get lost. Like you might not be able to see someone's stuff who you wanted to see, or sometimes you put something out and no one else is seeing it. But in this community, it's a direct community with one another of people who are interested in giving feedback, receiving feedback, all of that stuff. And you guys can interact directly with one another however you would like within that context. So if you guys wanted to be a part of a community like that, that's kind of almost an extension of this competition, then that would be a great place to be. It's completely free for you guys to join and be a part of. I'll start looking through the comments in 1 second, but I have one more announcement for you guys. I am still trying to fill out my 2025, this upcoming May, Puffin Island workshop. So if you guys don't follow me, then you guys may not have seen my Puffin film that I released a while ago, but I have my extended cut actually coming out today. And so we have an extended version of this Puffin documentary that I created, and it's really probably my most prized, I guess I take pride more than any other piece of work is what I'm trying to say. And so this past year, I got to take a trip to the largest colony of Atlantic puffin south of the Arctic Circle. And it was just an incredible, incredible experience. And this upcoming 2025 in May, I'm hosting a guided workshop to the island. Some things that make the island cool is not only is it the largest population south of the Arctic Circle, but it's also an island in which you can stay on overnight. So you can be there up till midnight and even further if you'd really like on some of those really, really late summer nights. And you just get incredible, incredible views, but you also get just amazing close-up encounters with puffins. So I would love to have you guys join me. In about 1 hour from now, my extended film releases on my main channel that you can find in the description below. And in that video, I'll give a $100 discount to anyone who watches through it and sees a certain part of it. They'll know the instructions of how to get a $100 discount if you are interested in joining me for this year's 2025 Puffin workshop that I have going on. So beyond that, I am excited to have you guys all today joining me during the recap. Excited to see all these names in the chat. Just scrolling through them really quick before we hop into the recap. See that, yep, we got a lot of people from all around the world. A lot of Europeans, it looks like, today. I do see, Austin, your comment, supposed to get an email. The email was sent out last Sunday. I think I got maybe 3 or 4 messages from other people who also didn't or were kind of confused on it, and I apologize for that confusion. If you unchecked the box to receive emails from us as you submitted to the competition, you weren't subscribed to that newsletter email blast that got sent out, because I can only send you emails if you give me permission to. So what probably happened in that situation was you unchecked that box during checkout as you submitted your images to the photo competition, so you never got the email that contained the form submission for you to submit your images to. So yeah, I apologize on the lack of clarity there, Austin. I will try to do a better job next year of making that more clear to everyone as they submit their images. But yeah, hopefully you can still enjoy today's recap with us. And hello to Andrew. Andrew was our first place winner in our portrait category this year. So congratulations, Andrew. Glad you're able to join us here today, even though you were not able to join us for the live, because I know you were shooting, as you told me that day. And nice to see everyone else there. So without further anticipation, let's just start getting into the photos. We are going to start with the new photographers category. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to give one piece of feedback of what I like about each image as we go through it, and one piece of feedback about what I think can be improved. Since we have around 200 photos, if I spend about a minute on each photo, we'll go a little bit over 3 hours, which is probably a pretty good mark. Don't want to spend too much more time than that, most likely. Hopefully don't want to spend too much less. So that's the kind of route we'll be doing. So yeah, all right, let's hop into it. So starting out here with Jonathan Lean's image of a great egret, it looks like. So what I like about this image is, first of all, I like the low-key minimalist take on it, and the exposure seems to be really well done in terms of how it's captured in this image. Not only do you get that kind of dark isolation around the egret, but the egret itself is not blown out in any sense, which with white feathered birds can be sometimes a little difficult and tricky. So good job on that, Jonathan. I think one thing that as I look at it could be improved by the image is I feel like it lacks a little bit of maybe like an oomph to it that really makes it stand out. The low key is a step in the right direction, but compositionally, I feel like it's sort of typical. And so I think maybe I would be looking as a judge for something a little bit more compositionally that adds to this image and adds a little bit of uniqueness to it. This is also kind of nitpicking here, but if you look on the white or the feathers here on the wing of the bird, the fact that those are highlighted by the sun and there's kind of an uneven amount of light on this bird makes it a little bit less appealing as well. I think I would like it if there was just the rim light all around the bird much more than getting some of these speckles of light also dusted on the front side of the bird that we're looking at. So that would be my thoughts there. But pretty cool image, and great job, Jonathan. So we're going now to, this is Pete Moser's image. And I apologize in advance for any names mispronounced. But yeah, so I will do my best as we go through all of this. So we got, Peter Moser's image, and this is a wren here that we got on a fence. And I would say, first of all, that I think the composition of this image is good, especially considering I'm not a huge fan typically of urban environments, but I think that this image did a good job with the fence being on a third. You kind of have a bush over here balancing this side of the frame as opposed to this bush, so it's kind of weighted equally, yet it has a little bit of an artistic taste in the sense that this might be weighted a little bit more solidly versus a little bit more sporadically. And then I like how the bird here is on the left third as well. So overall, I'd say a very good composition, especially considering the fact that we do have an urban element involved, and sometimes those more straight or man-made type of lines can be distracting in compositions. So good job there, Peter. I would say, if anything to be improved on this, I feel like the color palette in this scene is a little bit lacking. And a lot of times these things are a little bit out of your control, right? You can try to work towards different backgrounds. So maybe that would have been an option in this scenario, or including a different type of foreground. But I do think that it's all a little bit drab. So I think it lacks a little bit of the pop, but it's not so uniform as to kind of make that unique and creative appeal where everything is kind of one solid uniform monochrome color. So it's different enough to not kind of fit into that monochrome category and make it kind of creative in that sense. But I don't feel like there's enough maybe color or elements of color in this image to really stand out to me beyond that. Moving on to another image submitted by Peter Moser. So this is an image of a snake coming out of the top right side of the screen. Very, very cool image. And I think what I like here is that technically it is composed very well, or I should say captured very well. The sense of, I think the exposure was done really well. You get all the detail that you need to on the snake. Everything around it is completely black, and I like that. I think that for this image, for me, what I would like to see maybe improved is I would like to see this image maybe cropped in a little bit more. So I'm just going to theoretically maybe move it to something like that, to where the snake takes up maybe the whole frame. I feel like because how wide it is, I feel like there's a lot of dead space around the snake in this image that's just a little bit, maybe not useless. Useless to a certain extent. It doesn't have a lot of value to it. That's kind of what I'm looking for. It doesn't have a lot of value to this space in the frame down here. And so because of that, I think that doing a more inwards crop probably would have wound up a little bit more appealing, a little bit more engaging and intense for the judges to look at. And I think that might have given you a little bit more points there. Glad to have you in the chat today, Peter. Very cool images. We got one more of your images here. Also, we are going through category by category. So I don't know, for example, with you, Peter, I don't remember off the top of my head, but if you had multiple categories, we'll have to wait till we get to the other categories to see the rest of your images. But this is Peter Moser's image once again with the frog right here. I really like this image. So good job on this one, Peter. This one was personally one that I was like, ooh, I could see this one making it into the finals. So I think what I like a lot about this image is I like how there's a texture and a pattern throughout this image right here with all these little leaves around the pond, or, whatever it was that you were in the swamp. And I like how that all creates a really nice pattern around the frog. And then the frog is really the only thing that breaks that pattern. I think that's a very good use of patterning and of texture. And I think you did excellent there. I think in terms of what could be improved, I think, let's see. Yeah, I think that, I guess, I think that it's maybe a little bit too bright in the middle. I would say, yeah, the fade off from the middle to the edges feels a little bit too harsh. Like, I think I would have liked if this image, you took a moody approach in terms of the overall edit, but I feel like you could have allowed for a little bit less exposure in the center part of this image, particularly to kind of sell that moody effect. I feel like I'm almost getting two contrasting type of edits here, where this all gives me very moody or dark type of vibes, versus the middle kind of gives me a little bit more of a, brightly exposed, very happy type of image. And I think that those two conflict a little bit in my brain and make me want, to lean either one way or another, commit one way or another. So very cool image, Peter, and good job. And great job, everyone in the chat. As with the competition, I would love to see what you guys think about each image. It's going to make it not only, more rewarding for anyone who is getting their images reviewed here and wanting to see what other people think as well, but also it's going to be more engaging for you guys yourselves. So I would highly encourage that you guys, do some of that as well. So let's move on to the next image. We got Massimiliano Loki. I probably am pronouncing that wrong, but Massimiliano's image of a flamingo here skidding across the water and coming to a halt. Like this image quite a lot. I think that, something that I like about this image is, first of all, the action. I think it's pretty cool capturing that type of action, kind of almost looking like it's a ballerina coming in for a landing, right? And the leg positioning. I think that makes this image really, really unique itself. I think in terms of things that could be improved, I think that compositionally, and we'll see this in the upcoming image, but your next image, Massimiliano, compositionally and color palette wise and tonality wise, is just so much better. And I think that image's composition would have been so nice, and that image's color and light and all of that stuff would have been so nice if you could have used that in this type of action sequence, right? And so to see that one, let's flip to the next one. So this is Massimiliano's next image that he submitted, and you can see the difference between those two. There's just so much more color and life in this image as opposed to the other one. So even though this one has the cool action, I would say that this one has a much better aesthetic to it. And so really, that's what I like about this image. I love the color fade from bottom to top, the pink to blue. First of all, those being very close to contrasting colors makes just a gorgeous color scheme here in this image. But also even exposure wise, you're kind of going a little bit lighter to a little bit darker as you move on throughout the frame. And the way that the flamingo is positioned there is just beautiful. So fantastic shot here, and really, really like it. In terms of things that could be improved, this is a tough one. I feel like I would like to see a little bit more isolation on the flamingo itself. I think that the flamingo is already pretty well isolated, so I'm not trying to say that it isn't, but I think if it was even more isolated, I think it could have wound up even better. And I think that there's maybe two ways you could have gone about that. One way would be getting even a little bit more down and close to water level. So if you were to get down and closer to the water level, you'd get even less of these ripples, in this image, and you would get it even more isolated, more blurred out around the flamingo. However, the downside I could see to that is you might lose a lot of this color palette fade. And so possibly the solution would be actually in editing. I wonder if you did a subject select mask and you inverted it, and then you wound up doing maybe a decrease in clarity or sharpness around the flamingo. I think that would have helped to get those ripples out of the water a little bit more and keep it just focused on the amazing color fade through the image and on the flamingo itself. But ultimately, a very, very good image, and I'm very, very excited about that one. And yeah, fantastic image. And you're welcome, Peter. See your message in the chat. Glad that you submitted your images this year, and I hope you do next year as well. All right, moving on. We have Vincent Rossetti with his image of a gull. Looks like chomping on, man, actually, someone in the chat, let me know if you know what that is. That almost looks like it looks like, my thought would be that it's some sort of plant to me, but that almost looks like an intestine or something. So pretty cool. But yeah, overall, so what I like about this image. So first of all, I think that the action is unique in this image. So I like the fact that there's something unique going on in this image. It definitely makes you look twice. And that's also why I'm excited for next year's behavioral category, because sometimes there is images, like I had mentioned before, that just are amazing, amazing moments that were captured on camera, but they don't necessarily have quite the aesthetic. And so, sorry, I need to correct this really quick. Give me one moment, all you guys. Okay, sorry about that. So all that to say, yeah, I think that sometimes you have a great action, but you need a little bit better of an aesthetic. I love it, Vincent. I see your message in the chat that you have no idea what it is either. It was just very, very cool. So that's what I would say in terms of what I liked about it. But on the contrary, maybe what I didn't like so much about it is I feel like it lacks a little bit of that compositional intention here. It feels like this moment was probably just taken as our most action or behavioral moments, kind of just on the fly, happens really quickly. You take the shot, you don't think too much through the composition of it. And I feel like there's a lot of dead space up here that's not necessarily being used. The way that the gull's back kind of cuts into the water line right here is a little bit uneasy. And also the way that the bird's head is positioned slightly away from the frame and not following that 90-degree closer rule, I would say are some of the reasons why what could have been improved about this image to make it better. But overall, very cool moment. Good shot, Vincent. And I do like the mood of the edit as well. There we go. All right, Vincent Rossetti's next image. Glad to have you here in the chat, by the way, Vincent, of a great blue heron right here. So in terms of this image, what I would say that I like is I I like with herons a lot of times, I feel like they're such a weird and odd bird shape. Personally, I love herons, but I do feel like they have such a weird and odd bird shape a lot of times when they're standing still and upright. And so I like your choice to kind of compose it coming out of the frame. I feel like this might be a personal preference, but I always like when herons are composed and their legs aren't necessarily in the image, because I feel like it's so rare to get a good pose of a heron with legs in the image. So I like the decision to frame him in the bottom left corner accordingly. Now, in terms of things that could be improved, I notice as I zoom in, it is a decently soft image, Vincent. So I'd say just going back to those fundamentals right there, and remembering that, the fundamentals are really the key to all of your aesthetic and your foundation. So I'm sure that the judges probably during the competition, as they're looking in, they're zooming in on everything. It's a little soft, and that probably right there will dock you points. So just remembering to make sure that focus is tack sharp, or make sure that shutter speed is high enough in the situation of motion blur. And that would be my feedback there. Then we have Vincent Rossetti's image. So one more by Vincent of a mallard. So for this image, I would say that something that's interesting is, so I'll give it'll be the pro and con of this image. So a little confusing. I think that first of all, the patterning is very interesting in this image. It's so, patterned and textural throughout this image. And I like that kind of uniqueness to the image. But on the contrary, I'd say that also it feels like, as someone who's been doing bird photography for years and years and years, sometimes you get numb to images like this, where everyone knows you've gone to a park before and you've taken shots of mallards like this. And so I think that just simply the fact that so many bird photographers take so many shots like this is something to be aware of, and something that is just to be aware of, so that it's not going to stand out from a uniqueness perspective. And I believe with the judges, that's probably exactly what would be happening in this scenario, is that there was a lack of uniqueness in this image. I do want to say this in terms of an improvement as well, Vincent. I would say the pattern really is the unique part about this image, and this water up here kills that pattern. So I would say immediately, first thing, you want to go down and you want to crop it in something like that. That way the pattern is the full image beyond the mallard, beyond the subject itself. That looks so much better already, I would argue, than including that water up top. So that's one small improvement you can make like that, and should be a very good improvement right there. Really easy. All right. So let's move on to, we have Stephen Popa, if I'm pronouncing that right. Stephen's image of a bear here. So very, very cool here. What I like about this image is I like the composition. I think there's always a temptation as a subject is facing you as a viewer, as a photographer. I think there's always a temptation to put it center frame. And don't get me wrong, sometimes that looks phenomenal. Center framing an image can make it very engaging, very intense if you're having a stare down moment. But I also like the more aesthetic or artistic kind of take on framing a subject looking directly at you on a thirds. I think it always gives a more unique perspective that is not often captured when a subject is looking heads on with the camera. And I like that. And I like these little, the tops of these tufts of grass over here, in which you get just a little bit of pop of color amongst this green. I think it's a very well composed image, and I love that shot there, Stephen. I do think something that could be improved in this image is that immediately when I pulled it up, again, everything is compressed on YouTube, so I don't know how much you guys can tell, but this image is just noisy. Yeah, and we for the Wilder photo competition, all the judges are prepped that we do not judge according to, the quality of gear or the quality of image. We're not trying to be picky about that and judge on who has the best gear. We try to give leniency with that. But we also do say that to a certain extent, it has to not be distracting in an image, right? If the image isn't sharp enough for you to really pick out and notice those details, that's going to be distracting. Or if the image is too noisy, it's going to be distracting. And I would say in this case, while most images, we're not trying to pay attention too much to noise or anything like that, the noise is pretty prevalent in this one. And so I would say removing some of that noise probably would have done you a lot of good here, Stephen. But very cool image nonetheless, and glad you submitted. And you're welcome, Vincent. Saw your comment in the chat. All right, next we got Aaron Whiteaway, and got a few images by him. So we'll start out with this great blue heron, or the gray heron as called out in the UK. And what I like about this image is I think that the wingspan and the pose is very unique. I mean, he's catching the heron, coming down from something at that moment. And yeah, I love that pose. I think it's a very unique pose that we don't often see of a heron. And so I love the pose there. I think the pose really sells this image and makes it unique. However, in terms of things that could be improved, I think that it's tricky. The layering is nice. I like the level of foreground, and I don't mind the background, but I think that he's shooting just a little bit too high above the subject, or maybe this hill behind it. Maybe it's a hill behind it, and it's really just making that grass stand out as your eye moves back through the frame. And because of that, I just am not quite a fan of all that texture in the background. I'd like to see a little bit more isolation on the bird. Or even if it wasn't necessarily, this was more blurred right here. I don't mind this layer right here, but I don't like the layer up here because it feels like it's just extra texture and elements in the frame that aren't really telling more of a story, versus this first line of grass right here and the foreground line of flowers tells a story to me. So maybe, I'm trying to see. I think I like that composition a little more. I don't know if that's necessarily the selling point right there, but I do like that composition a little bit more. So maybe going with the composition like that could have helped you out, Aaron. But yeah, ultimately, I would have liked to see just a little bit less of that background in the top up there. Moving on to Aaron Whiteaway's next image of a kingfisher. So first of all, very technically sharp and sound. And I think that in terms of the technicals, this image is very well composed. You have everything very nice and sharp. Even the beak is relatively in sharp till the very, very tip. You start to get just the slightest amount of defocus there. But ultimately, I think that could be a temptation for myself as well, is to go so shallow all the time that I don't get that beak in focus, which you did a good job there. And I would say is something that a lot of times is not done well. So good job there, Aaron. I would say in terms of something that could be improved, I think that the image lacks maybe a little bit of that oomph and the kind of the extra thing to make it unique or kind of go over the edge. While it's a good portrait image of a kingfisher, I feel like that's really all it is. And I don't feel like I have a special element to this photo that stands out to me and makes me want like this image to be on my wall, as opposed to maybe some other type of kingfisher image. It's lacking either a behavior in it, it's lacking a phenomenal color palette, it's lacking a phenomenal tone palette. So I'd say that all of those things kind of draw me away from the uniqueness of what this image could be. That would be my thoughts on that image there. And then let's move on to Aaron Whiteaway's next image of a marsh harrier. So for this image, I like, again, very well done technically. So I think, Aaron, it's becoming clear that you are very technically capable in terms of composing an image and making sure that everything is sharp where it needs to be sharp. Everything is tacked focus-wise. And all of that good stuff. I love how you get such good engagement and sharpness in the eye of the heron. But I also want to give you compliments on giving a little bit of blur in the wings here. I think that adds a little bit of motion, even the tail feathers right there. And I think that adds a little bit of motion to this image. And I like how that kind of moves the image along, moves the subject along throughout the image. In terms of things I think could be improved, I'm going to say similar to the last one, is I think that this plain blue sky background is just lacking a little bit of that pop once again for me. So while technically you have composed or captured this image very soundly, I think that there's a lacking image or a lacking element in this image in terms of the background that makes this image stand out or be unique from other images that I've seen of harriers flying overhead. But overall, very good, very cool, and good job on your 3 images, Aaron. All right, moving on to Sarah Knuckles. I'm trying to remember if that's how you pronounce her name, Sarah. I know you were here last year for most all the recap, so glad to have you back here again. So let's start off talking about in Sarah's image. So red-shouldered hawk right here. What I like a lot about this image is the environment is just stunning. I think that it's such a cool moment that you were able to capture of this red-shouldered hawk amidst this environment. And yeah, I think it makes a really, really unique type of image where you don't see a lot of these images with hawks in particular amidst a sea of, I believe it's called lichen, but correct me if I'm wrong on that, Sarah, if you know, or anyone else. And so I think that is just a phenomenal part about this image. Now, what I would say, and the reason why I've been zooming in and out in terms of what could be improved, I think that the red-shouldered hawk composition, the composition in this image, can be improved. Sorry, I'm getting a little jumbled. Can be improved. And maybe something close up to something like this. I noticed that you do have a lot of resolution and a lot of sharpness to play with here, Sarah. So I don't think you were stuck to the full kind of framing that you used in your image. And because of that, I would have tried to go with something a little bit closer up. I feel like while the scene is absolutely beautiful here, I think that you can kind of, you can miss out on some of, I guess it's just a little bit too much. Like you miss out on noticing the subject because there's so much to look at around it is what I'm trying to say. And so I think that if you were to eliminate some of the scene around it, then you would wind up finding yourself a lot happier with being able to find the subject quicker and liking kind of the bird aspect of this image. So maybe something like this as I'm playing around with it. I kind of like this bottom left framing right here, bottom left thirds framing, and then having some of the lichen around it like that. I feel like that fits in most naturally with the subject positioning. However, there is also this element of colored leaves that I like up here. So maybe you could go something more like this, go a little bit wider. I don't know, a couple different compositions. I think it's something you can play around with. Also, even switching it into a 3x2 crop and kind of including those leaves in the top left, bird in the bottom right. That could be interesting, doing a 3x2 portrait crop. But yeah, lots of different options and lots of different things that you can play around with and see if you like. So very cool image, Sarah, and I love the environment there. So let's see. I noticed in the chat, zoom out, don't see the tip of the wing that you are, that is in the photo. Yes, screen is a little bit cropped. And the reason why that is, Sergi, is because I have, so up to here, this is the tip of the image, right, where you guys are seeing on the mouse. But then on the top, it goes up like here, and then maybe another, 100 pixels, 200 pixels, something like that, right above it, because it is not everything is shot in 16:9, and I'm trying to have these fill the screen. So that's the reason why, unfortunately. But yeah, so that is something to be aware of, I guess, as you're watching. Good job, Sarah. Love that image. Let's move on to one more image. Actually, we got two more by Sarah, but this is Sarah Knuckles' next image of a burrowing owl. So very cool image here. What I like about the image is I like how it kind of feels, I like how it kind of feels too subject balanced almost in a way. This flower is very prominent right here. And I like how this flower kind of weights the frame to the left side. And then you have the burrowing owl obviously weighting the frame to the right side. So I think that that's like kind of a nice, almost two-shot subject composition. And the way that you have the engagement with the owl is great. And the colors are great in this frame. I think that you have a great color palette going on here as well. Now, in terms of things that I think could be improved, I think that I would like to see even just slightly more down ground level. I think that my guess would be, you could have been shooting on some hills, which means that you could have been perfectly flush with the ground. But my guess would be, if not, you were probably maybe 6 inches off the ground, something like that. And I think even dropping that camera 3 more inches down would just sell the image so much more. I think I get a little bit more texture in this grass and a little bit more noticing of that grass than I want in this foreground leading up to it. You'd get rid of a little bit more of the sand down here that's taking away from kind of the green uniformity in the image otherwise, the kind of green with speckled white flowers. And then also you'd get rid of some of this right here in the background that's taking away or adding more texture than is necessary to this image as well. And so I would like to see this flower and that guy a little bit more prominently, and dropping your camera just a tad bit would do so. I always find myself amazed when I'm out in the field by when I'm 6 inches off the ground with my camera versus when I'm perfectly flush. That 6 inches just makes a world of difference in the compositions of my images. And so I think that you probably would benefit there as well. I see that you said you were laying on the ground. Sometimes, so I'm not assuming, but sometimes, like even holding the camera up to your eye, the viewfinder up to your eye, that's going to raise your camera just a little bit off the ground. I'm not sure, you can message back, but maybe in some situations it might be best to flip out your LCD screen, lay it perfectly on the ground. That way you even gain those few extra inches back. Not sure, once again, but feel free to respond in the chat. And sometimes if you were on a hill, for example, in this situation, we might have been on a tiny, tiny little hill. It would have been unavoidable. There's nothing you could have done better, but it's something that I wished could have been done better in that case, or would have made this image even that much better, in my opinion. But still, very cool shot, and great image here, Sarah. And love the encouragement, guys. I hope that you continue to give feedback into it. All right, and yeah, see your message there, Sarah. So thanks for that. So one more by Sarah Knuckles. We got 2 burrowing owls here together now. Love this image. Very cool to see. I always love a pair of burrowing owls images. I think that they are just some of the most fun to see in pairs or in groups. So great image here. And I think that's really what sells the image, is you got a perfect head-on view from both burrowing owls right here. And so that really sells kind of the engagement of this image. And I think it makes it both simultaneously cute while intimidating. So great shot there in terms of the subject positioning. In terms of what could be improved, I would say that so for example, even go back to your last one, I like the color palette in this one so much more. I think that this one feels really warm, and I'm assuming that's because it was probably, it's definitely taken front lit, I can tell. It's probably taken front lit maybe 30 minutes after sunrise, maybe an hour after sunrise. Hard to tell exactly, but I know, on the tail end of that golden hour. And I would say that time of day is so hard to get good color in your front lighting. But I do think in editing, you probably could have adjusted it a little bit cooler and tinted it a little bit differently to maybe take away some of that kind of like orangish, yellowish that's kind of so prominent in this one. I feel like, and this might be personal opinion, but with sunrise and sunset, I feel like you either really have to sell the orange and go completely all the way with it, or you have to really take it away and try to remove it as much as possible so it looks a little bit more like it's standard lighting. And maybe I just don't like that in between, and maybe some other people do, but I always find that in between a weird space where I don't know what to think of the lighting and the color in the image, and so that's why I try to avoid that. But yeah, so overall, I'd say that's maybe what I think could be improved about it, but subject engagement and composition is just awesome in this image, so love that about this. Awesome, good comments in the chat, and yeah, love the thoughts. So good job there, and thanks for joining us today, Sarah. And yeah, that is true, Melissa. Not everyone does have a flip screen, so I shouldn't assume that, but it is a nice feature to be able to have, and definitely can help with some shots like that. All right, so we got Simon Del Hayes, I believe is how you pronounce the last name. Simon's image here of a goal, beautiful, beautiful goal. And I'm going to say what I like about this image is I love the choice to go black and white here, particularly because that eye ring is just, it's juicy. It is so nice. That eye ring is just amazing in this image, and it really, really sells the image for me personally. And I think that eye ring, I'm sure, could have been lost by the fact that there's color in this image. So I think the fact that you focus just on exposure really helps that eye ring to pop. And then the shape of the bird also stands out really nicely because of how blurred this background is. So great job there, Simon, in terms of your choice to go black and white. And I love how that really helps the exposure contrast stand out in this image. Now, secondly, is in terms of things that could be improved, in my opinion, I would say that it's a little bit uneven in its composition. So let me actually zoom out a little bit more so everyone can kind of see the full crop here. since I'm aware that, yeah, that's a little bit off there. Sorry, let me bring that up a little bit. You guys have seen a little bit of that back end. Sorry about that. There's so many images that I can't prep them the same way I prep the competition images, or I could, it just would take forever. So I decided to do it just screen recording instead of loading everyone into my live stream program. And so, yeah, in terms of what I think could be improved, I think compositionally you have a lot more headspace up here than you have like foot space down here. And I think because of the like kind of the perfectly even line that we have for the bird in terms of what it's standing on, I would like to see that gap closed up here so it's a very symmetrical image in really all senses. Because if it weren't, like, let's say this was a different type of ground, maybe you can get away with some more headspace up here. If it was more uneven and more bumpy, so on and so forth. But because it's so flat and perfectly, even, I think that it calls for just a little bit more evenness throughout the whole image. So that would be my opinion there. But ultimately, still really cool image and love what you got with it. And I think you're right, Melissa. I think it is a naughty. I am not super familiar with from where I'm from. So, all right, we got one more by Simon. Simon's image. Oh man, I forget the name of this bird. It's on the tip of my tongue. I cannot remember off the top of my head, but someone remind me in the chat if they know. So, this image here, and what I like about this image is, I would say, first of all, I think that it has a really nice gentle color and tone palette right here. So I like how there's just a little touch of purple down here. I think that's actually really nice. And I love the little muted green down here as well. And then around this, we have a lot of white, muted green. So it kind of gives a very soft and gentle feel throughout this whole image. And I feel like it feels very uniform in that sense. So I think it's really cohesive in terms of that color palette throughout the image. And the tone is also very nicely contrasted, but also very light and airy. So I think overall, there's a very good kind of aesthetic to this image being implemented. In terms of things that I think could be improved, let's see. Yeah, in terms of things I think could be improved, I am noticing that like there's a little bit of lack of sharpness. So the focus was more on the chest here than the eye. So that's something that could be improved. I know the judges probably are looking for a lot of that in terms of if you have the eye even slightly out of focus, that's going to be a point docked against you, right? Because that's always, virtually in every single image, unless there's a very clear intention. Otherwise, the eye is always the priority. Everything else comes second to the eye being in focus. So that's one thing there that maybe could be improved, is just that slight technical there. And then also, I think I would just like to see a little bit darker of feathers on this bird by just pulling down the blacks a little bit in your editing. I think that if you just pull down the blacks a little bit, you'd get a little bit more of that blackness of the feathers out. And I always like that personally. I'm not a huge fan of when black feathered birds are brought up enough in the exposure to kind of make them almost appear like 75% black or 80% black. So I'd like to keep a lot of those blacks very pitch black, but just enough exposure on them to see the detail of the feathers. So that would be my argument there. But still, very cool shot, Simon, and love that image. And yes, it's an Annie. That's right, Sergi. Yeah, I don't know what type, but you're correct. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, we got Simon right here with the gannet. So one more shot by Simon. I think, so this almost looks like I don't think Simon's in the chat. I don't think I've seen a message from him, but this almost looks like it's shot through some wooden planks here or something. That's really interesting. I'd love to hear, if you are in the chat, what that is. But like this image, I think what I do like about it is I like the prominence of the eye here and the color in the bird. Everything's really good in terms of a color sense. I like how the blue of the eye ring matches the blue of the sky. And then you have the white feathers of the bird matching the white of the cloud. So I think it's kind of interesting in the sense of there's a lot of color similarities between the bird and the scene around the bird. So love that. In terms of things that I think could be improved, I think that I'm not a big fan of getting the beak cut off right there or the chest. And I think that it makes a little bit awkward makes it a little bit awkward for the viewer seeing a beak cut off right there. In general, I would almost always advise against cutting off a subject on the beak. It just, I don't know why, but I guess as a viewer, it feels unsettling. Generally, there's certain body parts that you learn in photography should really never be cut off at those specific points. And the beak in birds, I believe, is one of them. It just kind of makes them look like something's wrong with them. They're incomplete. The beak is such a prominent feature of a bird that everyone knows birds by that it feels really weird to cut off a bird at the beak. So I would say don't ever cut the bird off at the beak. And I would say that's probably the biggest thing that hurts this image. All right, moving on, we got Johan Morrison. So Johan's image here of a kingfisher. What I do like about this image is I love the little pose here, whether that was a yawn or whether that was a very big call that the kingfisher was letting out in that moment. Really like the pose here coming from that kingfisher. So very, very cool shot there. And I like how the kingfisher is composed really nicely on that left third and just coming out from a single little snag right here. So very, very cool. In terms of things that I think could be improved, it's subtle. It's very, very subtle. But I wonder if... Okay, so let's back out so everyone can see the full composition right here correctly. Right here, this little cattail right here is the same exact color as the belly of this kingfisher. And for some reason, as I was looking at this image right now, my eye kept getting pulled back that way. Pulled. And I think that because it looks so similar... It was almost as if my eye was expecting a second kingfisher there, and for some reason getting very distracted by it as I kept looking back at it. So I would say maybe cropping to where you just slightly pull that out of the composition, right? That, for some reason, for me at least, that makes this image already a lot better because I'm not distracted by that one brown spot because everything else is so uniformed, and I actually like the slight amount of detail to where you can see the texture of the reeds in the background. So I think everything else is great, but just pulling that just slightly out so that way that doesn't become a distraction would be a great move right there. Yeah, and love what's going on in the chat. Continue to encourage each other or say what you like about an image as we keep going through it. One more by Johan Morrison, and this one did make our finalists. I've been forgetting to mention if any have. No, I don't think any have so far that we've gone through. So yeah, this is the first one. This one did make our new photographers finalists. And this was a great image by Johan. What I like here is in terms of technicals, it is very well technically done in terms of the backlighting. The backlighting is perfectly backlit. It's easy to kind of cheat that a little bit, but when you get rim lighting on both sides of, the subject that's relatively perfectly even, almost perfectly even, it's very good accomplishment. So good job shooting directly into the sun and getting this image at this particular moment and also capturing focus and all of that other good stuff while it's perfectly backlit. That could be a challenge. So like that about this image. But in terms of what I think could be improved, I think there's a lot going on in this image. There's so much texture in it. And ultimately, I think that it's a little bit easy for this deer to disappear. And so I think that, either using more foreground to get more of this image, ideally, this is kind of, dreaming, but there's always ways to make things happen if you do it with enough prep and you get lucky. Getting like a frame around this deer of foreground could have been phenomenal, right? So sometimes, for example, I've intentionally shot through a clump of leaves and found the little gap in the leaves and shot the subject through that when shooting backlit, because that gives a great framing without including too many of those other elements that can be very distracting. So yeah, I would say somehow getting more isolation away from all of the rest of this and right onto the deer would help a lot, because right now, as it is, I'm a little distracted by all the other elements, and it takes my eye a good solid half second to a second to really focus in on the subject, which really you want to be able to immediately have the viewer's eye snap to the subject and immediately notice it. And that's how you know you've got a very clear subject in your image. It's very rare you don't want the viewer to notice your subject so quickly and be able to grasp, kind of comprehend it so quickly. All right, we got Richard Muncher. I probably really poorly pronounced that, so I apologize in advance, Richard. But a very cool image here of two mandarin ducks. And what I like about this image, so let's see. Yeah, kind of interesting. What I like about this image is that I like the kind of duality of it. I like the comparison of male and female and their colors and their feathers. And also in terms of, just their subject positioning. They're very nicely positioned with each other. I like how the male is kind of moving slightly towards the camera. Female's moving slightly away, but yet both of their heads are almost perfect side angles. That makes it really nice, in my opinion. It kind of gives a symmetry between the heads while giving a little slight differentiation between the bodies. So, great shot here, Richard, and a beautiful shot of the two mandarins. In terms of what I think could be improved, I think that focus-wise, it's hard on this one. But you have this bird slightly out of focus, but you also have this bird slightly out of focus, and so it feels like you got like a decent middle ground between the two, but neither of them are perfectly sharp, and it kind of just winds up diminishing, either of the engagement with both of them. So I would say either having focused on one or the other more prominently and allowing the other one to be slightly blurred out, or increasing that f-stop number to include both of them very, very sharp, tack, and in focus. But that would have been a lot of increased, or that would have been a very wide depth of field. And then you might have gotten a lot more distractions in the background and so on and so forth. So personally, if it was my personal opinion, I would have avoided increasing that depth of field. And what I would have done is gone for a single subject in focus, the other one's slightly out of focus. And in that case, I think I would have gone for the mandarin personally. They're both mandarins. The male personally, just because this one is so much more colorful and stands out so much more from a color perspective. But I could also see a great argument for going for this one because it's the one first in the frame. It's the one closest to the camera. And so I could see really either one doing well. But that would be my piece of feedback there. For photography, we're doing new photographers, as Sarah said, but then after that we'll go through just like actually in terms of which category was submitted to least to most after new photographers. I always like to start with new photographers because it's the one where people could use it more than anything else, most likely. So yeah. So we'll be going through, let's see, macro, creative, birdscape, and then portrait. All right, moving on, we have John Brotherton's image right here of a dragonfly. And very, very cool image here. I think what I like here is I like how this subject is so prominent in the frame. Especially with like the texture and the detail in these wings is just phenomenal. So I think that was very well done. I like how it was captured. It's very clear what the subject is and done pretty well just on the single flower stem. Love that as well. I think in terms of something that could be improved is I feel like there's a lot of kind of, the color palette around it is very drab. I don't necessarily like the mix of browns and greens, and even the greens aren't very vivid. Even down here, I think that this image could actually really use a lot of color correction in it in editing to make those greens feel a little bit more green and the browns to feel a little bit less purpley. And ideally, I would have liked this image even closer up or, just fully green in the background, something like that. Or maybe some other nicer colors, but I don't like the brown too much. And also just the fact that the green and the browns are tinted so purple. I think that's actually probably the biggest thing that could be helped in this image is pulling the tint more green in this image will help enhance not only the greenness of the green, but will also keep that dirt from looking purpley. So I don't know if that was done in editing that you tinted it a little bit too much purple, or maybe your auto white balance tinted it very purple, but I would say that this image is definitely tinted heavily purple. So that would be my thought there. Good to have you in the chat, Jonal. Moving on, this is John Brotherton's next image. So we have John Brotherton with an image of a green heron. So love that. Such cool birds. I always love green herons. In terms of things that could be improved, things that I like to start with. So something I like to start with is, I do like the vividness in the color of the subject. I feel like this time the color was brought out really nicely here. And even in some of the surroundings where it could have been a little bit more drab, I feel like we get a good amount of color in this image. I like how the yellow accents of the feathers here, kind of lining the feathers, kind of matches up with some of the yellowness over there. And good amount of color in this image, and I like all of that. In terms of things that I think could be improved, I think that this image feels to me like it was just snapped and not thought through too much compositionally. Typically, when a subject's looking down into something, you would want to have, the subject, give the subject space to look down into it, for example, something like that. Also, it just feels like there's a lot of kind of dead space up here that I don't know what I would be looking at up here. It just feels like empty space that's kind of just taking up room in the frame. And then over on this right side as well, a lot of dead space over here. So I would say the composition feels a little weak here, and I would have composed it a little bit differently if I could have. And John Brotherton's next image. So I'll start out by saying in this image, as opposed to your first image, John, I really like the colors in this one. I think the colors are done pretty well. And then as opposed to your last one, I think that the composition is more thought through here. I still would have liked to see this night heron just a little bit more to the right of this frame. I feel like you were going for a right thirds framing here, but technically a right thirds is a little bit more maybe like that. I can't even do it properly because now I got to crop in too much. But yeah, like if you were to chop off just, I guess if you were to move the camera, like move your actual physical camera a little bit to the left, you would have gotten this heron more on the right thirds, and I think that would have sold it a little bit better. But otherwise, you did a good job compositionally, and I think that's awesome in this image with the colors. Now, in terms of things that could be improved, let's see. I feel like, yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the focus really is on this. I think the focus might have been correct in this image, but it feels very pastel-y, almost like it got too denoised, too much denoising, or the details just got, de-sharpened, whatever it was, but a little bit too much, because I think you nailed the focus, but it just seems like more of an editing thing, because you see all the I really can see all of the details, but they just look like they've been softened. So I would just say in editing, be careful not to denoise too much or to de-sharpen it too much, as you really want to be able to pick out all those really nice little details in an image like this. And especially, sometimes we view these things on our phones, you don't notice, but especially when you start to blow them up and print them out, put them on a wall or something, you want to be able to have someone walk up to it, pick out all the details in it, and yeah, say that they love all the little intricate things about it. So if you're just joining us or joining us recently, let everyone know as you go through them what you like in each of these images. Let everyone know what you like as you see each image. So this was an image submitted by Lisa Courtney. I think she had 3 images submitted here. Yeah, 3 images. And Lisa, I do remember, I think there was like 2 or 3 people throughout the competition, which I emailed and needed like some specific things from. I believe Lisa, I had asked you for some updated resolution files because these were very low res, but I don't think I ever got a response from you when I was emailing you. So unfortunately, these are all a little low res, but we got a first shot here of, and yeah, I think what I like about this image is I like that this image is composed in a 1x1. It's a little unique, and I'm not typically a huge fan of 1x1s, but I think that this one works well with how the bison fills up the frame, and I love the jumping action going on here. So I think that was great about this image, and I think it makes it very unique, and it fits the 1x1 framing very well. In terms of things that I think could be improved, this is a little picky, but down here where the hoof is, it gets barely cut off. And I really, really wish that it didn't get cut off all the way. That way it feels like there's none of those awkward cutoff points, and you have like the main action of this animal is that it's jumping and it's leaping, right? And so kind of cutting off that hoof just takes away a little bit from that effect. And I know it's very subtle, but I would say that that's something that could be improved. It's just being aware of your cutoff points in terms of the bodies of these animals that you're shooting. So we got another one by Lisa Courtney. And in this one, we got a bluebird with a grub in its mouth. Again, very low res, so I apologize about that. But what I like about this image is I do like the action going on here. So I think that got a very cool behavioral moment, right? You got the little snack here, and it sells it pretty well. I like how the bird's molting. Overall, there's a lot of interest to the image in terms of maybe if you know this animal, it's kind of a cool moment to be able to see it, right? Or maybe from more of a biological perspective, it's fun to observe this image and observe the little nuances of it. However, in terms of what could be improved, I think that these black twigs in the background really clutter up the background and just really distract from the aesthetic of this image. I mean, you can imagine if this was all green all around just this kind of branch and the bird, it would be a completely different image. It would look so much better aesthetically, and I think it would be very, very easy to keep your eye attached to the bird itself. So that's my thought on that. We got Lisa one more time with her image of a red-tailed hawk right here. And for this image, I think that what I like about it is that, let's see, I like kind of the exposure difference from one side to another. I think that you did a decent job of capturing the shadows, not too dark to where it's too harshly contrasted with the side that's brighter, and the bright side not too bright to where it's overexposed and a little bit disturbing to the eye, right? So I think you did a good job on that subject exposure. However, in terms of what could be improved, I would say it's very rare that shooting up angles on a bird is winds up being nice. Reason being that typically you want to be shooting eye level with subjects because eye level gives the most amount of engagement, right? Like imagine if you were having a conversation with another human being and you're talking up towards them or you're talking down towards them. If you're talking down towards them, it feels like they're kind of less than you. It feels like you have a lot of power over them. And it kind of feels weird, like they're almost insignificant, right? If you were to talk up, like stand on a chair and talk down towards someone, right? If you were to talk up towards someone on a chair, now suddenly it feels like you're not connected to them. They have a different position than you. They're not as engaged with you, right? They're on a different playing field. And so all of those things apply with photography as well. And I would say as much as possible, avoid those up angles. All right, so moving on, we got Dean Laup, I believe is how I pronounce the last name, with the great blue heron image. In terms of something that I like about this image, I like the subject positioning on this image. I think it's really cool how he's kind of balancing delicately on all of these twigs right here. And then, yeah, I like the position here. The wing spread is awesome. The little crane in the neck is awesome. Love all of that. In terms of things that I think could be improved, you guys have heard me say this before by now, but I do think it lacks a little bit of extra oomph in the image that kind of sells it. Feels a little bit standard. The behavior, you could argue the behavior with the pose being kind of cool, but there's just a blue sky, just twigs down here, really nothing special to sell this image aesthetically, at least. So that would be my thoughts in terms of what could be improved there. Love the comment, Mr. Neffels. You are a tall person. My cousin is, I believe, like 6'5" or 6'6", and he seems huge. So 6'9", I can't imagine. Dean, there's one more image by Dean Laup, or however you pronounce the last name. Great blue heron nest right here. First of all, with this image, I do like kind of the double necks coming up here, and then you got the little baby down here. I love kind of this subject symmetry, almost is what I want to call it, throughout this image. So very, very cool to capture there. In terms of what could be improved about this image is I feel like it's just a little bit, like I can tell from looking at it right here, it's just a little bit highly cropped, or a little bit highly cropped, and a little bit extra sharpened, or a little bit overly sharpened, is what I'm trying to look for. And it just doesn't feel like it's shot very, there's just a lot of lack of sharpness to it. But it seemed like it was tried to be made up for with over sharpening, but digitally. So I guess I'm kind of not explaining this very well. A little jumbled with my words, but it definitely looks like it's digital over sharpening and not natural sharpness in the image. So I don't know if that was done in editing or done in camera, but I would say that that's something to look out for and something that could be improved about this image. But the poses are great, like I said before, and love the poses. I think you did not make the finals for technical reasons on this one. This one also by Dean, same guy. This one, very cool behavior, and that's what I love about this image. That is such a cool behavioral shot there. I mean, I have never ever seen a pose like that. I think that's a cattle egret, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't think I've ever seen a pose like that. This interaction between the two egrets and just how they're about to get into a battle, it looks like, or fighting over something. It's very, very cool. So love this pose here. Love the behavior going on in this image. But once again, I would say I think the technicals really are what hurt this image. As I'm looking at it one more time, so first of all, looks like there's quite a bit of over sharpening once again. Also noticing a pretty good amount of noise in this image. And then also I'm noticing that in the white feathers of these birds, you got it pretty blown out. So it looks like there's a lot of overexposure going on. So I'd say if anything for you, Dean, you've gotten some pretty cool moments. Now it's time to focus a little bit more on maybe learning some of the technicals of your camera and trying to get those. Don't miss out on capturing just the fundamentals. I am noticing that my live stream, let me know in the chat, you guys, if it seems like my live stream, my voice is chopping. I'm noticing that for whatever reason, my live stream is showing that I am lagging. But since I'm flipping through photos, I'm assuming visually it probably doesn't matter too much. But if my voice is being bad, let me know. Okay. As I wait for the responses, I'll move on to the next one. We got Craig Bashore with his image of, I believe this is a sanderling. Yeah, some type of sandpiper. I believe this is a sanderling. And his image here. Very, very cool image. What I like about this image is I like how it almost looks like it's snow here, but I know it's sand. So I like kind of the uniqueness of this photo in terms of that. Kind of gives a unique, kind of nice look to it and a unique environment, kind of showing off that environment well that this sanderling lives in. But in terms of what could be improved, I think that this image is pretty dark and pretty washed out. I would like to see a lot more exposure in this image. First of all, it being brighter, but then also for it to be more contrasted out. I don't feel like there's a real reason or an intention for this being a moody image. And so really, it seems like it's really low on that histogram for not having a reason to be so low. So it should be brightened up and then it should be spread out across that exposure contrast, I believe. So, and then also with bringing out that exposure contrast, you'll see more color in this image. So that would be my thought in terms of this image, Craig. Seems like everyone is saying the sound is fine. Okay, cool. Craig's next image here. So this is of a gopher? Question mark. It seems very hunchbacked for a gopher, but I don't think it's a marmot, but I'm not super great with those species, so someone let me know if they think otherwise. But very, very cool here. Cool shot. I think what I like about this image is I love the subject pose. So I think you got a great pose on this subject with its teeth and its face and all that good stuff, as well as how it's positioned and angled towards the camera. I love that 45-degree angle with it being hunched over and all that good stuff. So good subject positioning. And then in terms of what could be improved, in terms of improvement, I'd say again, I think that maybe in terms of your editing, that's what I'm noticing. I'm even looking ahead a little bit at the next image, but I believe your editing, you could use for a little bit more exposure in your images. Or a little bit more brightness. Again, I don't feel like there's a really good reason for the mood in this image or for the darkness of this image in terms of there being a moody type of aesthetic or something going on. So I think that overall it could be brightened up some, given some more life into the color. And I think that would help you sell this image a little bit more. Does look like, I think that is a tick. Good catch, Chris. That is a tick there. Disgusting. We got one more image by Craig. So we got Craig's image here of a Lincoln sparrow. And what I like about this image is I do like the fact that they got a cool behavior with this bug in there. Nice juicy bug going on right inside there. So very, very cool capture in that sense. And I like how the feathers are kind of even puffed up on the top of the crest right here. However, in terms of things that I think could be improved, I think once again, so I guess I'll give two pieces of feedback, but once again, I'm going to mention that exposure. I think we could use more brightness in this image. I would like to see this image so much more colorful and bright. And again, I don't feel like there's a reason for it to be on the darker end. I love dark and moody images. I mean, I absolutely love that, but I feel like there has to be an intention and a reason for it to being low on the histogram. And once again, I feel like that's missing here. And then in terms of what could otherwise could be improved, I think that there's a lot of clutter here going on with the twigs, this side, that side. Ultimately, sometimes, like in this image, I'm not seeing an angle you could have done better with. Sometimes there's just shots that are just not worth it, right? You have perches that a bird lands on, that perch will never look good no matter what angle, what lighting you have. And so I'd say that this is one of those situations where you just have too much clutter going around the Lincoln sparrow, and it makes for a really hard image right here. And unfortunately, Lincoln sparrows in particular, I know every time I've tried to capture one, it feels like 95% of the time they're always dug in horrible perches with too much clutter around them. So it's just a hard reality of these birds. But very, very cool capture there in terms of the behavior. So it's a nice juicy lunch, Garrett. I see you. We got Jared here. Let's see. So yeah, Jared with his image of an osprey flying overhead, coming down. Looks like it's about to come down on something, or maybe it had just taken off. But looking down, so yeah, it looks like it's going for a fish. Very, very cool pose here. I like what's going on here in terms of the wingspan and wingspread of this image and the pose. I think that makes this image really cool to observe. However, in terms of what could be improved, I think that once again, we got a lot of clutter going on right here. And the background being a plain blue sky, I feel like there's really no aesthetic kind of pop to this image. The pose is cool in the bird, but beyond that, there's nothing aesthetically that captures my eye. And so you have to think about that in the sense of wildlife photography is not only about kind of the behavior and what's going on in the moment and the species itself, but it's also about how do you capture this whole image aesthetically. I mean, otherwise, photography wouldn't be an art, right? So you have to think about the aesthetic with every image that you're taking, and I feel like this one is just lacking a little bit of those aesthetic elements. All right, we're moving on to Mattis Carbiner, I believe is how you pronounce that image, or sorry, that name. And got another snack going on here. That looks like a good clump. That looks like a good clump of bugs right there. So pretty gnarly. So what I like about this image is I love the yellow versus blue color contrast. I think that is actually the selling point of this image. I mean, almost as equally, I mean, the capturing all the insects in the mouth is cool, right? But I would say I actually like the color contrast in this image more. It's such a bright, really, really vivid yellow contrasted against a deep blue as like a perfect color contrast there between subject and background. And I love that about this image. So great job in terms of the color contrast. I think that really sells the image for me. In terms of what I think could be improved, I think that, so this is going to be small. I'm actually, yeah, I'm a little surprised that this one didn't make the finalists, but we did have a lot of good images submitted. So I would say maybe one of the reasons why it didn't is this bird is turned slightly away from the camera, and that little bit of lack of subject engagement is one of the things that maybe takes away from this photo rather than benefits it. So what I always tell people is that just like human interaction, you want the subject to be looking slightly towards you in your direction. So you have the 90-degree closer rule, which is essentially you want that subject facing either a perfect 90-degree side angle with you or facing towards you almost always, unless there's a really good creative reason otherwise. It's just like if you're standing in a circle of people talking, having a conversation in a group, if one person in that circle were to turn their back to everyone or turn even just slightly away from everyone, it makes the whole circle feel a little uncomfortable, and everyone's like, wait, what's going on here? Why aren't we all engaged with one another? One person is kind of off doing their own thing. It's the same thing when you're looking at a subject in a photograph. So that would be my feedback there for Mattis. Bokeh is beautiful there. All right, we got, I believe Chris is in the chat. So Chris, we're coming up on your set of new photographers' images, at least. Christopher Pino with his image of a bald eagle. I believe Christopher has a decent amount in this category. Chris, let me know in the chat too if you had images submitted to other categories. I believe you did, and I'm trying to remember, but I think there was another bald eagle image you submitted to a different category that I'm excited to talk about later on because I liked that one quite a lot. But let me know in the chat if you submitted to other categories. So we got Chris's image here of the bald eagle. What I like about this image is I love the perch that this bald eagle is on, and I love the bald eagle itself, and it's all technically composed very well. Very nice and sharp. So great capture there from a technical standpoint. And I think that this gnarled up like log or whatever it is. Yeah, looks like it's maybe a log stretching away from the viewer. Maybe it's, yeah, stump. I don't know. Either way, I love this gnarled log here and then the subject on top of it. I think that really stands out this image. And I think if I had just that, I would be so much more sold on this image. But I think that maybe some of the downside of this image is that there is a lot going on in the background. I'm not sure. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but I think that you probably took this with Matt Shannon, one of the judges, as he I think hosts a workshop in this exact area because I think I'm familiar with this angle, but maybe I'm wrong. Let me know in the chat. But yeah, I do think that, I'm not sure because I think maybe you were shooting off a boat. I don't remember how Matt does this workshop, but I know it might have been difficult for you to get lower. If it was an option for you to get lower down into the water, I would personally recommend that because you get rid of so much more of this detail in the background and you would just have to worry about this. And actually, even though these kind of dead trees in the background, I'm assuming those are maybe dead trees or dead bushes, typically maybe they're not as stunning. I think with the way that how dark they are and how bright you can keep all this, you can give a really moody feel to this image. And so I think that I would like to see that a lot in this image. There's a little bit less background layers, and I would like to see one more uniform background. That way the gnarled log and the eagle really prominently stand out to me. But once again, I love this part of the image, and I think you did a great job technically as everything is exposed well. It's all really sharp, all good colors. I mean, it's great color edit, all that good stuff. So good job there. Let me just read through your comments really quick. Yeah, you were on a boat. That makes sense that you were on a boat. And yeah, I figured you were probably on a boat here, which makes it hard. But in those situations, like, I don't know what you could do better. I mean, you could, if you're risky, you could try to, hold your camera down lower off the boat. And I know that makes it harder to compose, to react to everything. That is an option possibly. Trying to think of what else. I don't know if there are foreground elements you could use as well. Yeah, it makes it really tricky. So I don't have a great solution, but I do like the image. It's still a really good image, and honestly, a little surprised it didn't make the finalists. But again, like I said, lots of good images. I see Bryce. Yeah, review is going category by category, as Sarah said there. We're starting with new photographers. This is still our first category, and then we'll be speeding it up as we go through the rest. Glad to have you and Bobby on here. And moving on to Chris's next image. So we got a few images here from Christopher of some grizzlies. And so maybe what I'll do, since a lot of them are similar, Chris, I think we got those 5 that you submitted. I'm going to talk about maybe some things I like between them, like maybe all of them did good, and then maybe some differences on which ones I like more for what reasons. And I think that'll be more helpful rather than saying, some of the things over and over again for each one. So first of all, what I do like is you did a great job of getting nice and water level here. I mean, Technically, I think you could drop another 3-6 inches, but I know that with grizzlies, that would be that would require a little bit more risk. And also, you already did a pretty dang good job of that, so I can't see too much better than that. If I'm being picky, could see slightly better there, but I mean, it's already pretty good, so you did a good job on that. All your exposures and your technicals in terms of focus, once again, are really good. So I think you did a great job in terms of your technicals. I think that on a personal level, I think I would like to see a little bit more of a uniqueness to the image beyond the behaviors. So the behaviors are cool, but I feel like aesthetically, it just feels like grass and water. And I would like to see, I don't know, maybe some sort of foreground element here. Maybe some wider compositions. I'm not quite sure what it looked like in the scene wider than this, but maybe going a little bit wider could have given you some interesting elements to add into the frame beyond just grass and water. So those are some things that I think maybe could be improved across the board on all of them. And then in terms of subject engagement on all of them, I think you did a phenomenal job. Every single one we have bears looking at least towards the camera to some extent, except for this one. But this one, yeah, I think maybe this one could be improved a little bit, but the rest are all great. And even this one isn't too bad because they're interacting with each other, but yeah. So good job across all of them. Now let's start with what do I like more about particular ones. This one is probably my favorite personally, because in my opinion, it's the nicest composed of all of them. You have the bear filling the frame, I think, how it looks best. And also, I love the fact that you get this little hump back here on the grizzly. I think that looks amazing. And I love how the water here rides up, and it's kind of like a wave going across the bottom of the frame. And that really makes the water a lot more interesting than any of the other images, in my opinion. The water stands out more in this one. And then also the look that we get from the grizzly here is my favorite. So I love that about this one, Chris. So good job there. Actually, one more thing I'm going to note is that the grass also is further back in this one as opposed to some of the other ones. So you get less details in the grass, which I think is good. I don't think you needed as much detail in this grass as there is. Obviously, that's what it was because you were shooting that far away. But I do like how the grass is more removed in that one. So good job there. And then one more that I guess I'll pick apart some stuff that I like about it. I think this one's, this one and this one right here are my favorite behaviorally because they're both still very engaging with you as a photographer and with a viewer because the bears are looking your direction. But this one is interesting in the sense of you got two bears kind of, playing around with each other. And I love that about this one. So the behavior is interesting there. And then this one, you got a nice little shake off coming in here. And I like how you captured that so nice and sharp. And so it kind of gives a nice little fluffy, you almost imagine a little fluffy, cuddly teddy bear puffing itself out, even though obviously they're not very cuddly. And I guess they are fluffy. But so overall, I think a lot of really cool images there, Chris. I think this is my personal favorite. I think you did a great job with those shots. Just reading through the comments really quick. Also on a boat here. Yeah, I'm surprised you're able to get this low with a boat then in this case, Chris. But yeah, I think, you did a great job of getting as low as possible then in that case. Yeah, what a cool trip. Very cool to see, Chris. All right, now we got some sea otters. So we got 3 here by Chris of sea otters, and these are the rest of Chris's in the new photographers category. Glad to have you on here today with us. So 1, 2, 3. So I'll do the same thing as I did for the bear ones. Some things that I like about all of them is I do like how all of them, first of all, you have good subject engagement. So once again, very important, a pretty fundamental aspect, and you did a good job with that. Then second of all, you did a pretty good job again with that water level, taking those shots. Chris, let me know where you took these images. Was this along the California coast? If so, I'm actually debating on doing a workshop either next year or either 2025 or 2026 of doing some sea otters down in Morro Bay. So just curious where you took those shots. But anyways, so all that to say, I like those about all these images. Also, focus is tacked perfectly sharp on all of them. Seems like you have your stuff down technically as a photographer, Chris. So I'd say no worries there. In terms of maybe something that could be improved, I would say just like the bear photos, I feel like I'm wanting just a little bit of that extra aesthetic element in the frame that sells it beyond just a normal portrait image. These are great subject portrait type images. This one's cool in the sense you get a lot of the otters, but once again, there's like some interesting compositional element in the frame or scenic element in the frame that I feel like is missing amongst all of these. And I would like to see some more of that in some of your work. In terms of favorites, so I would have to say this is my favorite in the sense of you have a lot more color in the water. I think that water, it's personally, I'm not a big fan of overcast water. So like this one, you get a lot more grayness in the water, a lot less color. Same thing with this one, or overexposed water. It could be less color as well. So I really like when you get a good amount of color in the water. I think that it really is how we think of water aesthetically as photographers. And so I like this one a lot just simply because there's a good amount of color in this image. Even the otter itself feels a little bit more saturated here, very naturally so, but more saturated and feels like you get a lot of good color out of his fur there, right? That's just such a cute little image right there. So that would be some of my thoughts there in terms of why I like that one. This one I like because of the scene. I mean, I feel like I don't see, for whatever reason, I don't feel like I see many otter images in which you get, the whole group and family of otters just floating around. And so I love that about this image, and I like how you kind of captured that and focused on that intentionally. So, yeah, love that. And looks like you were saying same trip with Matt. Cool. Didn't know that they had them that far north. I mean, I never looked into it really, but very cool to see. So yeah, I would say those are my thoughts in terms of your images, Chris. Let me think if I have anything else to add on. Yeah, I'd say that that's pretty solid amount of thoughts on them and pretty cool images. So great job there, Chris, and glad to have you here on the chat today. And yeah, good thought, Melissa. I think that could add something. I mean, the color definitely is. The only reason why I'd be hesitant about that is the color is part of what makes these otters pop as opposed to the water, because they are a little slim in profile otherwise. But it also wouldn't be bad if you could really get these otters to stand out on a histogram as opposed to the rest. Maybe that great black and white could look good. So very cool to see. All right, let's move on. This is the last person who submitted to the new photographers category that's up for review today. This is Leo Dale. Leo Dale is the one who took this great horned owl image, which was one of our finalists and our third place winner. So don't remember if Leo's able to be on here today, but if you are, congratulations, Leo. So to start off, we have an image of a moose. Man, so this is when I talk about getting perfectly water level, I think this is what stands out to me about this image is I'm actually really surprised this one did not make the new photographers final. But yeah, I wonder what the judges caught in it. Looks fine technically. So yeah, not sure, but yeah, I think this is a great image. I think that the water level, just getting so nice and perfectly water level, just gives a complete focus on the subject. I mean, really in this image, there is nothing else my eye wants to focus on besides the moose, with these trees in the background, these pine trees being a really nice complementary kind of, aesthetic as well. And I do notice them, but my eye doesn't get distracted by them. So I'm completely focused on this moose, and I love that about this image. Also, it looks like we got some really nice lighting on those antlers, and those antlers look just amazing. So really, really good shot, Leo. And I'm very impressed by that image in terms of what you did with it. Color looks great. Really, everything looks great. It's going to be hard for me actually right now to pick out something I don't like. I think, oh man, I don't know. If there was something to say that I don't like about this image, yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, I guess I would say this is being really picky, but something I think I don't like a ton in this image is that I don't like this little I don't know if that's drool coming off the top or just water cycling down from there. That one is very prominent. The rest don't bother me. This one is very prominent. So it does stand out a little bit and distract me a little bit from the moose and kind of some of the other elements of the scene. It feels like a very serene scene, I guess is what I'm thinking. It feels very peaceful, very serene, but then this kind of makes it feel almost like the moose is spitting back out, regardless of whether that's actually what happened or not. It makes it feel that way, so it kind of distracts from the peacefulness and the sereneness of this image. So yeah, that's what I would say in regards to this moose image. One other thing is, like, I could see this image liking it even more if I got to see the whole moose and it being a landscape orientation, but it's hard for me to know without what the scene looked like, really how good that would have been. So that's my thought there, but good job, Leo. And honestly, yeah, that is a phenomenal image. I'm actually very surprised that did not make the finalists, because I think I would have chose that possibly top 3 placements personally, but I am not a judge. This is one more by Leo. This is of a badger. Very, very cool shot here. Very well captured technically in terms of the sharpness, focus, all of that good stuff. So I think you did a great job there, Leo. I think what stands out to me in terms of what could be improved is this image looks very washed out. It looks very grayish, and it looks contrast-wise like the contrast is just gone. So I'm not sure what your reason was for editing it like that. But yeah, personally, I would have gotten a lot more color back into this image, and I would have avoided flattening that contrast on the exposure standpoint as much as you did. So that'd be my thoughts in terms of what I like and what could be improved. Then finally, we got your 3rd place image for the new photographers category by Leo Dale. And this is his image of the great horned owl. And what I like most about this image, judges already shared a lot during the competition, but what I like most is those eyes just stand out just so prominently. Those orange eyes are really the only color in this scene, and I really like how they're not only looking directly at the camera, but there's a good amount of exposure on them. You didn't over highlight them or under highlight them. And then you've got just an awesome amount of color in them as opposed to just a lack of color all around. So I love that about this image. And I love the pose as well. The pose is very unique. So that helps sell this image. In terms of what I think could be improved, I would say that this little green is the only color in the image. I think that this image goes either better with lots of color, right? If there was a lot of color in the scene, or I think it goes better as no color and really getting this out here. So either what you could have done is just masked this really easily, gotten all the color out right there, or maybe you could have just cropped in a little bit, although that kind of diminishes this space around the bird. So I wouldn't do that personally. Or if you had thought of this in the field, you could have positioned yourself slightly differently, so that way you get rid of that. So that would be a small piece of feedback there, but overall still pretty dang cool image. So good job there, Leo. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. Looks like my camera battery died. Okay. So what we're going to do is going to move on to the next category. Let's see. Thank you guys for joining. In with me on the new photographers category. Yeah. What did you guys think of the event? Let me know in the chat what you guys thought of the event. And, also let me know what you guys think of the new photographers category. I feel like I love to do it because I feel like I've seen a lot of youth categories and competitions out there, right? And I think that that's great because it gives a platform for people to compete amongst each other that are youth and like express themselves, and gives them more fair advantage. But I feel like there's nothing out there for like beginners that are not youth, youth age. And so that's part of why I like to do the new photographers categories. I feel like there's nothing out there like this. It gives kind of a space for beginners to the hobby to really enter, be proud of their work, submit, get feedback. And so I have a special place in my heart for this category. And I think it's a good thing we got going on, and hope to have it for many years to come. So I'm going to get this next part set up really quick. Next, we are going to be going into the macro category, which we didn't have that many images for. So this one won't be as long. Yeah, it'll be actually very short. Cool. Thanks for the responses in the chat. And yeah, looks like, let's see, we got through that many images. I am going to have to speed this up a little bit because going by how many images we got done, those of you who were here last year remember how long this thing went. So if you were here last year, we had a 10-hour live stream for the recap, which was just ridiculous. So not doing that again this year. But right now at the current pace I'm going, it would take about 6 hours, which is definitely too long. So what I'm going to be doing moving forward, I'm going to try to shorten my feedback. First of all, we're going to see how that goes. Going to try to give only one piece. I'm going to really try to stick strict to one piece of feedback, good and bad, really quick for each image. Unless that person is present during the live right now, then I will give more in-depth feedback. So if you see your image pop up, please let me know that is your image in the chat, and I will give you more in-depth feedback than just a quick comment for each one. So yeah. And that's cool to hear that that's what got you into the competition last year, Matt. I think a decent amount of people have the same experience as you. So I think it's a good avenue for people to get in the competitions. All right. Wim tapped out last year. Moving into the macro category. So we got starting off Mike Gilling's image. So this was the popular vote winner for the category, and it was our third place winner for the macro category. So Mike, with his awesome image here of a jumping spider, he was also actually the grand prize winner of last year's competition with an image of a loon. So it was very cool to see him come back. And then not only now he's won the grand prize last year, but this year he won the overall popular vote. So it's kind of won both best of both worlds. And I was messaging him, talking to him about that and congratulating him on that. So good job, Mike. Yeah. So let's start out talking about reviews. So one thing I like about this image, first of all, I love how shallow this depth of field is because it really pulls all the viewer's attention into the eyes. The thing that I think could be improved about this image is, that's difficult. I would say thing that could be improved. Okay, I'm going to go with something tiny here, but obviously it placed very high. So at this point we're getting into nuances. Over here, I would have liked to see the end of the sharpness of this little twig right here, or the whatever this is coming out of the flower. I think that, yeah, it's a sharp and I can tell it's going towards a single point, but it just disappears. And so I would have liked to see that. I think that could have added a little bit more of that like spooky or mysterious or threatening type of feel to this image almost. Okay, moving on. Yeah, and I agree, Bobby. That's why I like to focus on them, starting with them too. And then Chris, I see. And then cool, love that. Lloyd, I'll just do a quick comment on yours, Chris, if you want me to. I just don't want to give you something. You're here, so you deserve it the most. But I can go through it quick. So we got turtle, a little baby turtle here from Lloyd Casper. One thing that I like about this image is I love, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I love the attention to detail in this image, whether that be the nice kind of sweeping sand coming up to the turtle or the attention on the turtle itself. And technically it was captured very well. Something I think could be improved about this image is I feel like I would have liked, I don't know how these moments go, and I know these things are difficult, but I would have liked a very flat kind of sand surface. That way the turtle is really the only thing that interrupts the pattern of the frame. The fact that there's a dip here into the ground, or maybe there's some out of blur right here because this is a mound it looks like, I think distracts a little bit from the pattern. I would have liked to see the pattern maintained on this image except for the actual baby turtle. All right, we got Chris once again in the chat with his image of a bee. Something I like about this image is I do like the color palette on this one. I think it's a phenomenal mix of these yellows of the flower matching the yellow of the bee, but then you got this nice vivid red around it, some beautiful complementary colors, and I think that that looks amazing about this image. So good job, Chris. Everyone in the chat, let them know what you like as well. And then in terms of something I think could be improved, I'm missing the eye of the bee there, and I think that for me, that kind of keeps me from engaging as much as I would like to with this subject, because I ultimately would like to see a little bit more of the most prominent, most important features of him, being the eye, the face, and because that's hidden, I think it takes away a little bit from my engagement with this image. All right. Now we got Christopher Pinot with his image, one more of another bee. So something I like about this image is beautifully captured, I think, in terms of the colors, and also compositionally it's really nice. This yellow bokeh out in the background from a different flower, and then this prominent flower with the purple, but then also another complementary kind of out of focus purple flower is just amazing. I mean, colors wise and compositionally, I think it's great. I love how you framed down a left third. I think it looks amazing in terms of all that. The aesthetic is phenomenal and outstanding here, Chris. I think that the thing that could be improved, actually, once again, and I'm positive that this is probably why it did not do well, or it did not make the finalists, I should say, with the judges, is because we're missing that main feature. The subject is turned away from you, and also the eyes, you can't even see the eyes in this case, so on and so forth. I'm sure that that's probably what kept it away from the finals, because otherwise, like color-wise, compositionally, this is just amazing. So great shot, Chris, and absolutely love that. And yeah, thank you, Bryce. I do care about this community, and this is how I hope to make my biggest impact in the community year after year. So, all right, let's move on to the next image by Chris. So this is Chris's last image submitted to the category. And what I like about this image, Chris, is I like how this one, you do get that subject engagement. The eye is perfectly sharp in focus and it's prominent. I think you did an amazing job there with the subject. The positioning of the subject looks great. And I love all that. Love how you see the pollen all over it. That is just so cool. So great job with the subject on this one, Chris. But I would say as opposed to your other ones, like the other one, the last one, compositionally, so much more unique. Colors wise, so much more vivid. This one, you're lacking a little bit of both those elements as opposed to the last one. Not only is there's much good color going on here, like the pink, I feel like almost it's sad, but because it's so far down in the frame and you can't really tell that it's like a flower, which I'm sure it probably is, it almost looks like it's the dirt, like a dirt path in the ground, because it's not quite as vivid and it's so cut off that you can't really tell the shape of it, so on and so forth. And then even this purple flower, I feel like you get more white in it as opposed to purple in that one. So I feel like some of the color is lacking, and then compositionally it's not quite as good. So that would be my thought there, Chris. Yeah, the bee would not listen to directions. Yeah, I feel that all the time when I'm out in the field too. Okay, we got Benjamin Neff here with his image of, I think this is a cicada. Man, it's nasty though. Honestly, this hurts me to look at because the funny thing is, for anyone in the chat who doesn't know, I actually have I have a phobia of bugs. Even though I'm a wildlife photographer, kind of funny. I love all types of wildlife. I'd rather be in a room with a tiger than a bug. Like I just like a cockroach, for example. They freak me out. So this one freaked me out for sure. But I love in this image how you have the dual kind of, the shedding of the insect versus the actual insect itself. That is just amazing in this image. I mean, it makes such a cool little, duality in this image. And Benjamin, I think you were like 11th place in the initial judging. So you were one away from making the finalists, if I remember correctly. So you almost made it, but you just barely didn't. So I love that about this image. I think that looks amazing. I think in terms of something that could be improved, it's hard, but some people like this. Maybe this comes down to preference more at the end of the day, but it definitely looks like studio lighting here, right? Like you use flash, it's very obvious, or some sort of light source, I should say. And it looks very much studio lit. And so some people think that that's fine, and some people like that. Some wildlife photographers like that, but I feel like those are always risky because you never know if the judges like that type of studio lighting or if they don't. And so I would say that that's something that maybe isn't necessarily an improvement, but something to be aware of. We got one more by Benjamin Neff, and this one did make the finalists. And nice to have you in the chat, Ben. Thanks for pointing yourself out. So I'll give you some more feedback then. Out of the rest of the wing, the background was like 6 yards away. Sun had been had set. Background was 90% black. Yeah, that's interesting. So it wasn't taken completely at night, but dark enough. Yeah, that's cool. I like this image a lot. I think that you composed it very nicely. And yeah, I think it just probably comes down a lot to the studio aspect and judges' personal preferences in that. I think that, this is really picky. Maybe you could have composed it a little bit tighter, brought down the top just a tad to get rid of that. That could be claimed to be a distraction right on the side of the frame, but that's so small. I don't know if I would really say that. I don't know. Could see it going either way. Something else I do like about this image is I see now. So yeah, you're talking about sunset, must have been sunset. That must be the sunset on the wings there. That is just amazing. I love that. I did not know that was the sunset there, but I really like that about that image. So good job on that. Yeah. So good job there. I like that image. Let's go to this image. This one I liked a lot too. I was not surprised it made the finalists. So in terms of some things that I like about it, and actually let me go back really quick, Dixie, to talk about your comment. A lot of macro is lit, but not all macro. And I think there's also a difference between using light as a supplementary, kind of just booster to the overall lighting in a scene versus doing it where it is really only the main lighting source. Whereas this one, it's really all focused on a man-made lighting source, right? So it's just a different look. And again, that's why I'm trying to say it comes down a lot to preference, but yeah, it is something to consider. Some judges may like that, some may not. So going back to this one, natural light, no flash. Just reading your comment. Didn't have it on me at the time. Walked away. Flash. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think this one looks great, and I actually like this one. I don't really think that there would have been a need for you to use flash on this one. I love it how it is. I think you get some amazing lighting in this frame. So to start by talking about that, I love how there's so much lighting that's kind of popping off the shininess of that insect. But it's not overexposed at all, and you get a lot of depth and contrast in the insect because of that lighting. So I think the way the light looks in this image is great, and kind of the pastel-y look of this image is phenomenal as well. I love the colors. The colors are absolutely phenomenal. The exposure going throughout the image is great as well. I think the eye is absolutely phenomenal. That is such an interesting eye, especially as we move further in. Wow. Yeah, that is just so interesting. I feel like I can dive into the anatomy of that all day long. So amazing shot there. And then also, actually, let me zoom in one more time. We got the little jaws and pinchers here. That is really cool as well. I loved that about this image. So great job here, Benjamin. In terms of what I think could have been improved, man, I think this one's a really good image. I think that there's two things that possibly stand out to me about that. So I would say, number one, we have this corner up here with a little bit of extra yellow color. It's very subtle, but it breaks the gradient of this whole frame otherwise. The fact that there's just a little bit more concentration of yellow in that corner. And that's very picky, but when we're talking about placements, right? You made the finals already. When we're talking about placements, the judges are going to notice tiny things like that. And I would say that this gradient was looking so good, and then it's just slightly disrupted by that top left or top right corner. Actually, let me zoom out so you guys as the audience can see that more, because I realize that's cut off a little bit. Right about there though. So I would say that's a very small detail, but something to be aware of. Maybe you could have cropped in just a little bit or changed the aspect ratio to take that out. That might have benefited you in this situation. Otherwise, I would say something that could be improved is I feel like this leaf is a little bit more, it's more the feature of this image than the top part in terms of the scenery around the bee. I don't know exactly what it looked like, but I think I would have really liked to see like a landscape crop where the image is maybe even just right here, tighter up, but probably if it did look good off to this right side, throwing this bee on the top left corner and then doing like a crop that comes out to there, down and over, right? But a landscape orientation, because I feel like this leaf has so much interesting, it has an interesting form and shape to it that I feel like that really is more of a selling point of the image than all this green up here. So maybe considering switching it to a landscape orientation and doing that with it. But overall, it's a really cool photo. I mean, so there's a reason why I made the finalists, and you did a great job with it. So good job. Yeah, and I see you probably should have sent the 2x3 image. I don't know what this is exactly. This looks like maybe, yeah, it could be a 16:9. So yeah, maybe the 2x3 would have been better. Okay. So moving on, actually first, Andres, see your comment. I'm trying to remember. I feel like we did review, we only have done new photographers category so far. So if you submitted to new photographers, you'll have to go back and watch that. But if you, otherwise we're doing the macro. We haven't done any other categories yet. So you can stick around and see them if you have other categories. And yeah, 16:9, what it looked like. Okay. We got Mark Knoll and his image of, I think this is a millipede or centipede. Someone let me know if they know for sure or not, but either way, very interesting and unique. I think this image is super creative. So I'll try to go quickly through these again, because I don't believe Mark is in the chat. Let me know if you are, Mark. But what I love about this image is how unique this is. I don't think I've ever seen an image like this in the macro category, really this type of pattern in nature anywhere in terms of a photograph. So I think it's very unique, and I love that about this image. Thing that I think could be improved is, unfortunately, as unique as it is just out of focus through so much of the frame, except for just this little tiny part, and understandably so. Like, I don't even know, you'd have to have a pretty wide depth of field to capture it all in focus with the same type of composition, but still it doesn't change the fact that so much of this is out of focus that it really kind of feels like, I don't know, something's missing in the image, and you just don't get the whole picture of what this scene really looked like. It would just look so much more powerful, I think, if it was all in focus. So very cool shot, very interesting and unique, but I think that's what could be improved by it. And Mark Knoll was actually the second place winner of our creative category last year with an image of a frog. Here's a different image, but so he did a great job last year, and congratulations, Mark, on your win last year. So this is an image he submitted of a frog here. One thing I like about this frame image is that I love how the yellow contrasts with the black. I mean, really both these images, but the yellow versus the black here looks so stinking cool. So I love that about this image. I love how it really gives the feeling of kind of like a poison, right? You think of yellow in nature and kind of that poisonous feeling. I think that that's represented so well in this photo, and aesthetically it looks amazing. Yellow and black is a great combo that you rarely get to see. So good job there. In terms of the thing that I think could be improved is, I think this is a big thing for me. I would guess maybe this is one of the reasons why I wouldn't have made the finals, is that the black of the low-key background blends in right through this rim into the eye here and down here and all that. So it just feels like the frog, it doesn't feel like it has the structure of the body silhouette of the frog right here. And it seems so subtle, but it really, to me, it stands out a lot, and it makes me distracted and kind of confused on where the subject is, what the subject is, and all that stuff subliminally. Like, of course, consciously, and when I look at it and think about it for a second, I know, but it's all those things subconsciously that add up to kind of detract from a photo. So it's a great photo, but I think that little detail right there is probably hurting it quite a bit. But overall, very cool shot, and good job, Mark. And thank you to everyone who submitted to our macro category. It was fun having that new category this year. That was a new category for us if you guys didn't join us in the previous years before, and it was very fun to have. So I'm going to get the next set of images prepped. Next, we are moving into creative. All right. You guys all watching this in the background? Something else you're doing today? Or how you guys watching this? On your phones, computers, TVs? Cool. And then let me know. What was I going to say? If you guys are planning on submitting to our behavior category next year. Let me know if you're excited about that, planning on submitting to it. I'm going to pass on it. Let me know how important you think aesthetic is versus behavior in an image. That's a better question. All right. Love it. Sitting side by side, sit on the couch, harvesting corn, doing it in the background, importing pics. Yeah. I imagine this is probably like a great like editing session. You got two monitors up. You have, this going on one monitor. You're editing your own photos on the other. So very, very cool. Cool. Well, awesome. Glad to have you guys all here. So next, going into our creative category. So to start off, we have Jerry Ling's image of an American oyster catcher silhouetted by the sun. Jerry Ling was actually our new photographer's first place winner last year in our competition. So yeah, I don't know if he's joining us here today. Let me know in the chat if you are here, Jerry. That way I can give you some more feedback. But he's done a great job in our past years in the new photographers, but he's seasoned out and he is now no longer a new photographer. So this was his image. What I like about this image is that, what I like about this image is I love the backlighting here. I love the rim light around this oyster catcher and how that really is the only thing that stands out in this image besides the sun. Like, it's just those two elements. And so I think it's a great job, very well isolated. In terms of what I think could be improved is I feel like it would be really nice. And I know obviously you would have to get like perfect positioning at these moments, but these are all the nuances we talk about. I would have liked the full head and beak at the very least in the silhouette of the sun, or maybe even some more. I think that would have added a lot more. I think the sun is at a slightly weird cutoff point to where it makes it to where the bird's not really in the sun silhouette, but it also is kind of. And so it's kind of a weird in between. And because of that, I think that kind of takes away a little bit from what could be in this image. And I know that's picky, but that's what it comes down to when you're talking about finalists and then placing in these high caliber of competitions. But the rim light is very good there. So Jerry Ling, one more time with the magnificent frigate bird. So one thing I like about this image is I like the mood of this image. It really feels like a stormy, cloudy, overcast day. So I think it's very unique in that sense. And I love that kind of mood and aesthetic. But in terms of something I think could be improved is I don't like how the magnificent frigate bird silhouette is flying downwards across this corner of the frame. Normally, you always want the subject to fly into space in the frame, and it just feels like he's flying into a direction where he's like going to hit a wall soon. And could go much more in detail on that, but I think a lot of you guys know what I'm talking about. So I think if he would have been facing upwards towards the top right, that would have been a much better type of shot, or at the very least facing totally right or totally top up. But yeah, very cool image. All right, Barbara Manser. I'm trying to remember. I think Barbara is in the chat. Let me know if you are here, Barbara. I'll start off with some of the quick stuff. So something I like about this image is that I love the amount of bokeh in this image and how this image feels very mystical and kind of dreamy. So great job in terms of kind of capturing all that bokeh and kind of the mood and aesthetic that it gives this image. In terms of what could be improved, I think that the frog is a little bit too dark because it is black and white. And I see that you're here, Barbara, so I'll continue to talk about your stuff a little bit more in depth. But because it is black and white, I think that, it can get the frog can get a little bit lost in all of the details of this image. There's so much going on from a detail aspect, which is cool, but it can get distracting. And unfortunately, because the frog is dark, kind of blends into the low key water, it just kind of gets a little bit lost in the image. So I think that is the thing that maybe stands out to me the most about what could be improved. But like I said, I do like the bokeh. I think it adds a very mystical feel. I like the black and white choice here. I can imagine that the color probably would have been very distracting in this image. So I think you did a good job on choosing that. I think if I had to choose maybe one or two other things that I think could be improved, this big bokeh ball up here is like, it's tricky because I like it, but the fact that it's not counterbalanced over here makes the frame unevenly weighted for me. And so that's a small thing, but something that I think is good to be conscious of, could be improved, is it feels like this image is more weighted towards the top than the bottom. And because everything else is relatively weighted evenly, I think that makes for a little bit of unevenness in my viewing of it. And then also I'd say one other thing, personally, this might be a little bit more personal because it's not, I don't know. I could see people that like it the other way as well. But I always like when I'm doing a portrait style framing, artistically, like you did right here. I always like when the subject is either framed on the bottom left, like if you're doing a left third, doing a bottom left or a top left. And I think that gives either one of two things. Either gives a lot more foreground leading up to it, which adds to that artistry, or gives a lot more background. And also it eliminates that problem with the balancing that I was talking about in this specific image. So I would have liked to see him placed either a little bit higher up or a little bit further down. I think in this case, moving the frog down would have been nice because I like the bokeh up here slightly more than down here. But those are just some of my thoughts. Beautiful image though. And also, besides the subject being a little bit dark, I think that exposure wise, you did a great job in this shot. So good job there, Barbara. And glad to see that photo submitted to the competition. And your next one that you submitted did make it to the finalists, and I loved this image. I think this is a phenomenal image. I love how this is so unique. I feel like I don't see images like this a lot. So starting off with that, I love how, actually, I don't remember if you commented during the live, Barbara. Is this the back of a giraffe? I think is what people were thinking it was during the live. I don't remember if you were there or not. Let me know though, in the chat right now. Let me know if it's the back of an animal, what type of animal it was, if so, or if not, but it does look like it to me. So assuming that, I think that is unique because I think the temptation is always for people to, get this animal, if this was the animal, make sure that everything's not silhouetted so you can see the animal and you can see the birds launching off the back. Or 9 times out of 10, the people aren't even going to focus on the birds on the back. They're going to focus on this animal right here. So I love that you did that. I love how you decided to go with the silhouette and decided to keep the attention off this animal, but it's a very, very nice thing to notice when you do look at it. So I love that about this. And then also the way that you captured all of this kind of, I would assume this is like dirt or dust kind of kicking up off the back of the giraffe as the birds lift off. And the way that defines the path of flight for these birds is just amazing. I absolutely love that about this image. I think this image is so creative. I think you perfectly fit it into the creative category. And I think it's just a great image in that sense. If I had to be picky, so, you already made the finals with it, right? I see you said oxpeckers flying off the back of the giraffe. You already made the finals, so clearly it's a good image. But how could it have maybe gotten one of those first, second, or third places? I think that maybe some tiny things to be picky about is that obviously you can't do anything about this, but I'm not a huge fan of that bird being there right there because these two, the path of the dust and everything is so beautiful. It just feels like it would have been so much better if that was the only other focus in the image. And that's just maybe my personal opinion, but that is something I could see being like an unfortunate thing. Obviously you can't control that bird's on there, but it just is what it is. Something else tiny is these specific specks right here stand out a little bit too much to me compared to the other dust. The other dust is very smooth, very whimsical and wispy, but these little spots here, they're so tiny, they kind of detract my attention and almost make me feel like they are, I forget the technical term for this, but it's like when a pixel accidentally gets, I don't remember the technical term for this, but sometimes, for example, if you shoot at a super high ISO, which obviously you didn't in this scenario, but if you shoot in a super high ISO, sometimes you'll find the noise accidentally overcompensating and brightening up certain pixels in the frame so much as an error. And it looks like those are like almost error pixels there. Obviously they aren't, but it just looks that way and kind of distracts my brain just a little bit from the important parts of this image. And then lastly, I would say that it's hard. I don't know how you would have composed this better from the angle you were at, but I would have loved, like, I don't know. I guess I would have loved the subject to be a little bit less on a diagonal, as opposed, I don't know, because I guess it feels a little weird. Sun up here, diagonal going across this part of the frame, and then the birds launching off. Like, and I don't know how you would have changed that. I'm trying to think in my brain through angles, especially knowing it's a giraffe. But maybe if you were a little bit more to the left and the sun was above, not touching the giraffe. So the giraffe was a little bit more evened out. The sun was above, and then the birds are launching off underneath the sun. I don't know. Obviously, these are moments that are super hard to predict too. So not saying that you really could have done much about it in the moment, but these are just the things that maybe in an ideal world would have made this image even better. But ultimately, it's a really good shot, and I am very impressed by it. And yeah, I think it definitely could have been worthy of a top 3. So phenomenal shot there, Barbara. So yeah. Yeah, a hot pixel, not the sensor spots necessarily, but yeah, easy to remove those, like Paul said in Lightroom. I think if you would have just picked those out, that would have helped a lot. Cool. Yeah, those might have been insects as well, Dixie. You could have been right there. Okay, one more by Barbara. Okay. This is an amazing image, Barbara, and I think I would have personally put this in the finalists. I was actually very shocked to not see it in the finalists. I love how you got this hyena perfectly sharp, with all these vultures in action around it. Man, what a cool moment. Like, I was actually blown away by this image when I saw it, and I was very surprised it did not make the finals, and surprised it didn't place as well. I think this was an amazing image. So, giving you my personal little 2 cents there. So I love how, like I said, you got the hyena perfectly sharp while you got all this motion and action around it. And then you got that dead carcass in the background. I think it's just an amazing image. You got an amazing scene, amazing behavior here. There's really nothing that I don't like about how you captured it. I think even compositionally, you included like the full body of that head there, which is an easy detail to leave out. You made sure to include all the feet down here. Like, you didn't do all these cutoff points that would have been bad with these vultures. So I think it looks phenomenal. Over here where you did cut them off, like, they're in motion, so you don't even really notice it. Down here, you could argue is the only cutoff point that's not ideal, but I mean, it's so small in comparison to everything else. Mostly, like I said, the head would be an easy cutoff point, but you made sure to grab that. So amazing image. And yeah, there's so much that I love about this image. I think I could say so much more, and honestly, like I said, I'm amazed that it did not make the finalists. But in terms of things that could be improved, this is like, I don't know, this is ideal world again, but I think it would have been really nice in the carcass down here. The carcass gets really blurred. I don't know if maybe if you cycled back through your images, maybe you did try to look, maybe there was no images like that, or maybe the vultures weren't good in the other images, but I would have loved to see the carcass perfectly frozen still, as well as the hyena. The hyena already is, obviously, but if you would have had the combo of the two perfectly frozen still almost, or I know the carcass might have been hard to get perfectly frozen still, but very close to, at least, I think that would have been amazing, because unfortunately the carcass kind of disappears to me. My focus in this image is on the hyenas and the vultures and not the carcass, and I think that the carcass should be the prominent feature, prominent subject of this frame, if not the second prominent to the hyena. So that's very nitpicky, but that is what I would say. And also in the same vein, I wish you were just slightly to the left. That way you get that gaping hole in the carcass more visible, and the hyena's neck and head is not blocking it. So those are two very small things, but small things that I think could have made a difference. But beyond that, I mean, this is an amazing image. I don't even know what to say about this. I would have been ecstatic if I would have captured this image. So yeah, let me read through the comments really quick because I see that you got a lot of really good comments on this one. Yeah, just lots of compliments. Yeah, would have been good for an animalscape category as well. I agree. I think this one fits perfectly into creative though too. So I think you did a good job with placing it right category. Yeah, I wouldn't say too gory. I mean, that's not something at least I've told the judges to judge against. So I wouldn't say so, but yeah. And I see your comment there, Barbara, about wanting the carcass to disappear. I guess that might be personal opinion. I personally would have loved to see more of that because I think that is like the reality of nature, right? And you're looking at that and you're seeing this moment out in nature. But I could also see an argument for people not wanting to see that, like you mentioned, and less shock value. So, yeah, but very good image. So yeah, very, very good job. And, I love that I love this image, Barbara. I think you did an amazing job. I do see Dixie, your comment just came in. That might be a vulture. You might be right. It's hard to tell. Actually, you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing this is a hyena back there. It's another hyena. That looks like it could be a vulture wing. Yeah. So actually you're right. It probably isn't the carcass, but then I guess my brain was thinking that should be the carcass because, the legs are out here. I see. Yeah, it's not the carcass. You are correct. But I guess I would have wanted to see the carcass more complete there. Yeah. So my brain is thinking that. Either way, great job, Barbara. Amazing job. Yeah. Very glad to see this image submitted. I almost, a part of me wants to tell you, like, you should try to resubmit this image next year. There's nothing in the rules against that. And I wonder if we have a different set of judges, because we change up every year, if a different set of judges would find this more appealing. Because at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, while a lot of the judges, it's amazing to me always, little, I guess, segue for 1 second. It's amazing to me how judges always judge so similarly. It seems like if you saw the results for this year, so many of the judges are giving almost the exact same numbers. Like, it's amazing how much they think alike, but at the same time, there is a subjectivity to it. This year was actually the most cohesive I've ever seen our judging to be. But in some past years, like, I had seen some people give an image a 9 that some other people might have given a 6, right? In terms of the scale 1 to 10. So there is discrepancy, and sometimes the judges will just lean more towards certain things than others. So this is an image that is so good. I would personally resubmit it if it was me, but that's my opinion. So good job, Barbara. I've spent a lot of time on your images because I liked them so much. So apologize to anyone else for all the time, but yeah, they were really good. Okay, moving on. So this is Mike Gilling. So the same guy who won portrait overall vote and got third place in the not portrait, macro, and got third place in macro. This is his image of a sandhill crane, really nice and up close. So yeah, in terms of this image, first of all, what I like about it is I do like how it's a very creative take, and I love the texture, the detail, and the color throughout this image. So great job on that, Mike. And then in terms of what I think could be improved, I do think that while I like the concept of it, the fact that this is out of focus, that's out of focus, and really only here is in focus, kind of it takes away from the pattern of this image a little bit, and it distracts from that. Like, it could be a great pattern throughout the image, but I don't feel like it's quite there. Like, I feel like we have those elements that are out of focus, so it kind of distracts from the pattern of this image of what could be. And then also beyond that, like, we have a different direction that the feathers are going right here as opposed to up there. So small things, but again, could be the make or break in these images. And in regards to, if anyone is just joining us, we are going through images quickly unless you are here live in the chat right now. So if you are here live in the chat and you see your image pop up, make sure you let me know that it's your image so I can make sure to spend more time on it. All right, Matt Knuckles. Matt Knuckles, confirm with me here in the chat, but I believe you are in the chat. So this image here, we got of a snowy egret, low-key image submitted to this competition. What I like about this image is I like how this single branch comes out And it is very nice and isolated, and really all this focus is on this subject here. I think it's a very nice mood. It kind of feels like there's a mystery to the image, and so I love that about this. In terms of what I think could be improved, so I think two things are what I notice off the bat. So while I like the low key, I do notice that right here, it feels like to me this is a little bit of a fade. This is very tiny. These are very subtle things. This feels like a little bit of a gradient fade on a mask rather than a natural fade. And the reason why I say that is the ripples don't match with where it exactly goes from exposure to pure black. So that's a tiny thing, but I would say getting this to be a little bit less harsh right there on that fade is... I can tell right there that is a little bit too much, like it's a little bit too much done in editing versus natural. And then second of all, I would say the shadow up here on the face of this snowy egret. So we got the shadow cast on it. It's a bummer, but unfortunately it adds a whole different layer of exposure on the face that is just distracting to me. And it would have just looked a lot nicer if this face was all the same exposure. I think it would have looked a lot more prominent, would have looked less distracting, and I would have liked to see that in the image. But beyond that, like I said, I love the mystery of this photo. I love the mood. I like the decision to go low key. And then also in terms of this branch right here, I think this is a beautiful branch for him to be perched on. And I think you were right in terms of how you composed it. Let's back out a little bit for the audience. Yeah, I think you were right in terms of how you composed it. I actually, sorry, I'm thinking through this in my brain as I see it. I maybe would have pulled out this left side a tad bit more because he's not quite on the right thirds. He's like veering towards the center. And I think that if he would have been on the right thirds completely, it would have helped a little bit in this image. So pulling out this side of the frame a little bit would have been helpful. I don't know if you shot it wider and you zoomed in already a little bit. If so, that would have been a really easy fix, right? By leaving it a little bit more zoomed out. But honestly, since it's low key, you could even just add in a little bit more black into the frame, right? And it's fine. So that would be my argument there. But overall, pretty good image. And I like what you submitted there. And good job in terms of your technicals. It's exposed well. So I think you did a good job, Matt. I really tried to fix the shadow and gave up. Yeah, it's hard. Spent hours messing with it, then ended up reversing it. Yeah, those things could be difficult. Yeah, was a little wider, worried too much black. I would say so. Yeah, it depends totally on these categories that you're submitting to, right? The category defines a lot of how much scene you want versus how little. But I would say in this image, it definitely wouldn't have hurt having a little bit more black in the frame. At least off to the left side. And typically with a very kind of already looking very creative image, I am not hesitant to make things look smaller in frame to a certain extent. So, yeah, I wouldn't have been worried about that myself, but I understand being worried about that too, because you don't want dead space. But dead space in my brain is more like parts of the image that are empty and uniform or cluttered without purpose. But in this image, you're giving a feeling of isolation, a feeling of mystery, of looking out into the abyss. So it feels like there would be purpose to having more black. But good job, Matt. Glad to have you here in the chat today. And yeah, thanks everyone for your comments. All right. We got Simon Del Hayes. I don't believe Simon's in the chat. I'm trying to remember. Simon, let me know if you are here. Yeah, so got two silhouettes of two goats on the side of a hill. So what I like about this image to start off is I love the texture in the grass. I think that is amazing with the silhouettes of the animals. Oh man, that's just so good. I feel like it's very rare that you actually get a good grass silhouette. So like prominently and all the little, details standing out here, and it looks great. So great job on the silhouette choice here and with capturing that grass. Like the grass actually helps to sell this image so much. So good job there, Simon. In terms of something I think could be improved, I think in terms of something that could be improved, I think that I don't quite like how pastel-y the sky is. I think it's hard, but I feel like the sky should have been either slightly more out of focus or just, I mean, you couldn't really get it more in focus. I would imagine, but that could have been an option too. I feel like it's a weird in between where it feels soft and motion blurred to me, but I would imagine it's not. And so that's very subtle, but maybe that's a reason why I didn't make the finalists. And then also, like, again, subtle, but this part of the sky, you know, has almost like a line running through it, which is not necessarily, not a fan of. Again, you can't control the sky, but maybe if you would have adjusted your angle slightly or something like that. But yeah, I think maybe ultimately that might be some of the reasons why I didn't make the finalists. Yeah. Another image by Simon. So we have Simon's image of a crocodile gator coming out of the water. Very, very cool here. What I like about this image, I'm going to say this is one of those weird cases where I feel like the thing that I like is also the thing I don't like. The thing that I like is that it takes a second to pick out the gator in this image, and there's so much kind of blending into the image that you kind of get a sense of why this gator is in that habitat. But the thing that I don't like is also that it's hard to pick out the gator in this image, and there's a lot to distract from this image. So while it feels cool almost in a behavioral sense or an observational sense, it feels like the aesthetic is not quite there. And so that would be my thoughts on this photo. So moving on, we got Philip Fernandez's image of a mountain gorilla. What I like a lot about this one is that I like how the eyes of the gorilla stand out a lot, and this whole dark and moody scene is very, very cool. So I think that that's cool how this is the only color and you get a lot of darkness here. I think it was a great choice to go for a moody shot here and intentionally leave things a little bit more dark, shadowed. I think it's an amazing image. Thing that I think could be improved is I would say that this is one of those cases where I would say that this image doesn't really fit the creative category in my opinion. And this is where I feel slightly bad, and this is why I kind of, propose the animalscapes category in the future, which actually this image doesn't fit in. Check, 3, 2, 1. For some reason, my live stream said it cut out for a minute. But let me know if you're hearing me in the chat. I'm going to wait for 1 second. Okay. Looks like it did cut out, but should be good now. Okay, good. Yeah, it showed my thing had cut out and had like reset. So I was like, oh no, is this going to drop the live stream? But looks like we should be good. If the live stream does drop for whatever reason, I will just start up a new one within the next 5 minutes as soon as I can. So, yeah. So yeah, I will just letting you guys know that I will do that. Also, sorry, Philip, I am just seeing your comment now about you with the last image. So I will go back a little bit more and talk about it a little bit more. Okay. So I don't know when it cut out exactly on the live stream, but what I was saying was that about the category, I think most of that was heard, it looks like, by the comments. So yeah, I think that this would have been better in the portrait category. Oh no. What's going on? Sorry guys, I don't know what's happening with my internet right now, but I know it's causing some problems. Looks like it's good again, so I'll keep going for a second. Hopefully we don't have too many more problems today. Okay, so said some of those things that I do like. Another thing that I do like, Philip, is I like how you did the gradient back here on the back of the head. Looks very natural, even though I'm sure some of this was done in editing to make it drop to completely black down here. It looks very natural. It looks like you follow the direction of the lighting from the sun. It looks like you get just a gentle fade off in terms of that black down there. And so, yeah, it's looking good in terms of that sense. So great job on that, and very impressed with how you did the gradient back there. And even around the corners here, it all looks pretty natural. Like all your gradients and masking in this image that you did all look really good. So I think you did a great job editing wise. In terms of one more thing I think could be improved beyond just the category placement that you did have is I'm a little confused as a viewer about what this hand is up here. I don't know if that's the hand from another person or another gorilla or this gorilla itself. And so it just subliminally, I'm a little confused by it, and it keeps me away from appreciating the aesthetic and, you know, the rest of the story that's going on in this image. Like, I mean, I think there's a fantastic story almost, or kind of a message in this, how the gorilla is looking up at the light. It looks almost like a symbol of hope or a message of hope, right? But this is kind of pulling away and distracting me from what's going on because I'm just confused where this hand is coming from. Hands are holding a branch, you said. So yeah, so it's not like, again, that could have been controlled. Maybe there was an image you got in the next few seconds or before that in the few seconds leading up where you didn't have it in the branch right here, but yeah, just all things to consider. Maybe you have a shot without the hand right there. But yeah, so yeah, those are some of my thoughts on it. Black was done in camera. Wow. That looks, yeah, I'm very surprised because that looks to me like you would have had to edit that to get that gentle of a fall off. But yeah, maybe you just had some really, really good lighting. That's awesome there. And yeah, I agree. It's great that we do have this technology. It's amazing what we can do nowadays. All right, moving on to Justin Go's image of a swallow perched atop a fence. And Justin actually has two images right here, pretty similar to one another. Justin, let me know if you are in the chat. And great shot, by the way, Philip. I didn't say that at the end of the day. It was a very good shot. So you did a great job. Probably just barely missed that finalists. So Justin, let me know if you're here. Otherwise, I'm going to talk about them. They're so similar, kind of similarly. What I like about this one as opposed to this one is a perfect silhouette versus this one is not. You do get a little bit of color in there on the subject and on the fence posts. So I think the silhouette decision was better here, but I like the body positioning better on this one as opposed to that one. This one feels a little bit turned towards the camera, so it feels a little bit more engaging. Then I also like the color in the background more on this one as opposed to the other one, and the bokeh positioning. So ultimately, I think this one would have been a better shot if you would have just exposed it more like that one, or even in editing, just pull down the exposure some, right? Push down the blacks, flatten that tone curve out a little bit at the bottom. I think this one would have turned out to be the better shot. But yeah, so that's what I think could have been improved. What I like about both of them is the symmetry is pretty nice with the fence posts. I think you did a great job there. So good job on making it all nice and symmetrical. All right. Now let's move on to Lloyd Casper. Lloyd, let me know if you're in the chat. One thing I like about this image, so first of all, I think it's such a cool moment. Never seen kangaroos on a beach like this in a wide scenic shot. So very cool. And I also like how you got that gradient in the sky. I think that is a beautiful gradient in this image. Now, one thing that I think could be improved is that I do think that it feels like there's not a great purpose for this image being portrait orientation. And I would have much rather seen it just cropped right there and right there in a landscape orientation. Or some other type of, composition, but landscape wise. It just feels like there's too much dead space down here, too much dead space up here. The sky's a little bit more justified in my opinion, but still, I think it could be cropped a little bit better or composed a little bit better. But it's still very cool and awesome photo. This is another one by Lloyd Casper. Image of a crocodile swimming through the water. And what I like about this image is I like the kind of color contrast here between the orangish kind of light on the crocodile and then the bluish of the water. So I think that that's a really nice color contrast. And then something I think could be improved is he is swimming slightly away from the camera, so the subject engagement is a little bit less than. And I think especially when you have such a slim profile of the animal, it's even more so important. So that's something I would say could be improved about this image. One more by Lloyd Casper, and this is an image of a sunset or sunrise, and it looks like, yeah, a gator once again down here swimming through the bottom of the frame. Something I like about this image is I like the mix of colors. I think this is a great, you did a great job of coloring this for being this sunset or sunrise type of lighting. So beautiful job there. The thing that I think could be improved is it feels like I just don't even know what the subject is of this image. I did have to look through this image. Actually, I'm just noticing now this second time too, that, because I've seen these images 4 or 5 times now, I don't think I've noticed the second crocodile up till this time. So I think that it just is a little bit too much scenic focused for it to be a wildlife photography image. It's more like a landscape photography image with wildlife in it, in my opinion. So I think there's an important distinction in perspective between those two, and that would be what I think could be improved on this image if you're going for wildlife. Okay, now we got Bryce. Bryce, let me know if you're still in the chat. But Bryce Horn was second place winner of our portrait category this year. So congratulations, Bryce, on that. But this was your image in creative of the wolf. This one almost made it. I believe this one was 11th or 12th in the creative category initial judging. So you almost made the finalist with this image, but barely not. What I like about this image is I like how there's this patch of light up here. Beautiful and stunning, gorgeous. And you got the breath right here. It's also beautiful and gorgeous. And then you got the wolf down here. And so it feels like there's these 3 elements of the frame that are all intentionally placed there, and they all look really good. Now, what I think could be improved about this image is I think because it's so low key and moody, I think I would like to see the rest of this image is I would like to see this wolf a little darker. The wolf feels like it stands out maybe a little bit too much in my opinion, while still being flat. I feel like if the wolf is to be this bright in the image, I feel like it needs a little bit more dynamic in the contrast in that high end to give it like a real pop. Otherwise, I feel like it should fit into the moodiness a little bit more. I think actually ultimately more so than the brightness level, I guess I have thoughts on the contrast. I feel like there needs to be more contrast in this wolf. So that would be my thought there in terms of what could be improved most. But yeah, I like how you composed all these 3 elements. I like how this is top left, this is bottom right. It all feels pretty balanced and weighted while still being artistic and kind of not done, much before. And so, yeah, I like it. I think if one more small thing that I would do is I would take the left side of this frame. I would maybe change the aspect ratio. I believe this might be a 4:3. Maybe it's a 3:2. Either way, if it's 4:3, move it to 3:2, or if it's a 3:2, maybe just crop it down to a 16:9 or in between that. But pulling in the left side would keep this a little bit more balanced with the wolf, where the wolf is being cut off by the frame. This is not cut off by the frame. So if you just move in that side of the frame a little bit more, it'll be cut off just like the wolf, and that'll get it even a little bit more balanced, in my opinion. So that'd be my thought there. But very cool. Awesome breath that you captured. Very cool image, and good job there, Bryce. Also, I feel like I keep seeing my thing just cut out, so I apologize if there's parts of my sentence that just keep cutting out and chopping off, but not much I can do about that. So sorry about that, guys. But if it cuts out for an extended amount of time, then let me know and I can always go back. Okay, we got one more by Bryce Horn. 2 more by Bryce Horn, but this is his next one. A very interesting take on these, let's see, was this geese? It looks like maybe cormorants or some sort of cormorant related bird flying off in the distance. Back out a little bit so y'all can see that. It's a pretty wide shot here. So yeah, very, very cool here. What I like about this image is, first of all, I like the take here. You almost never see bridges like from this perspective in a wildlife photo. So I think this is very creative, and you're kind of testing the limits of what you're capable of, Bryce. And I love that about this image. And I love how you did compose this bridge. All right. Can you guys hear me? Think so. Battery died on my audio recorder. Had to do a couple battery changes today. Bryce didn't pay for this spot. You got to get a solid 2-minute highlight on your photo right now. I love that comment. All right, so I don't know what point it cut out in what I was saying, so I might just repeat all of what I said about it. So apologies on that if I already said a lot of it. What I started by saying was that I love that this is such a unique take. I love that it is very creative. I've never seen photos from this perspective of a bridge trying to include wildlife, really. So I think that you're pushing yourself, kind of to the limits of your creativity, Bryce, and I love that you're doing that. I like how this image is more chaotic in the lines going throughout the frame. So it's kind of like a chaos structure, but chaos throughout it. And then it kind of condenses down into a single kind of thick black line. And then it does a hard cut off to a pure white sky, right? And then that's what helps the silhouette stand out. So I think you did a phenomenal job in terms of that. I think you did a great job in terms of that creativity, kind of getting those, creative juices flowing, and really, just awesome job there. In terms of what could be improved, I think that, number one, I think that this image does fit the creative category. I think it would fit even better in the birdscapes, in my opinion, but I could really see either way. So maybe that's something small that's worth considering. But more so than that, I think that these silhouettes are just unfortunately a little bit too small. In regards to this, I guess if the birds were flying a little bit lower and a little bit bigger, that would have helped this image a lot, because they're at the point where it just takes a little bit too much work to notice them, even when it's, big and on my full screen. That would be a thought there, is that I think that this image is almost like I talked about before. It's almost more of a landscape image with birds happening to be in it. This case would be more like an urban photography image with birds in it, rather than a bird image with the bridge in it. So those are just some of my thoughts. But very cool image. Love that you're pushing yourself in that way. Awesome photo. And lastly, we got one more by Bryce. Lastly, for Bryce's images in this category, we have his images of the pronghorn amidst the wind turbines in the background. This was a really cool take. I had never seen a take like this, Bryce. So once again, I feel like you're very good at pushing yourself in terms of your creative ideas. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out I know my sound is chopping for you guys so much. Is there anything I can do about this right now? I'm going to try to see if I can lower my... Sorry. Take that off really quick. Okay. I'm going to try to lower my streaming quality just a little bit, and maybe that will keep it from chopping so much on you guys right now, because I don't know why my Wi-Fi does not seem like it's wanting to work nicely. Okay. We'll see if that works. I don't know if it will, but we'll see. I think, maybe it is fine all the way through, but I keep seeing my live stream just temporarily drop for a half second. And so then I know that whatever I'm trying to output at that half second moment, it chops. So I don't know. Maybe it's not, but we'll just keep going. Okay. So back to here. So anyways, like I was saying, Bryce, I love that you're always pushing yourself creatively, it seems like. I think this one is one more case where it's like, if the pronghorn were 3 times as big, this image would be so much more powerful. And I think ultimately, I think the judges, it was a finalist image because the judges loved the creativity and the unique take on this scene that they don't ever see. But I do think that ultimately there's some of the fundamentals, having the subject prominent enough, is just slightly missing. And so that's what keeps it from getting a placement, right? It's creative, it's unique, but there's still a certain level of those fundamentals that needs to be there in order for it to really, really get to place as an image. But very, very cool take. I love that you capture this. And I think you did a good job with the high key too. I was debating whether those wind turbines should be a little bit more prominent or exposed off of the high key background, but I think they're pretty good as it is. So, because that does help the pronghorn as well stand out a little bit more. So good job there, Bryce, and love the image. Okay. Yeah, this would be good human impact. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the environment. I know that audio is chopping right now. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know what to do about it unless I restarted all of this, but yeah, I'm not really wanting to do that either. I don't think that's a smart decision. Okay, let's get through this category, and then we're going to do a short intermission. Okay, Melissa Eager. I believe, Melissa, you are still in here, correct? Was it Melissa? Yeah. I think I saw Melissa earlier in here. So Melissa, let me know if you're still in the chat. Awesome image here. You got a group of giraffes. In terms of this image, what I like about it is that I like how, I like the high key kind of creative take on it. I think that it's not often that I see a high key take on giraffes. So I love that about this image. Then in terms of the thing that I think could be improved, I do think that while I like the high key concept, there's quite a bit of like gray area where I'm like, is this just blown out? Is this blown out at the right spot, or is it not? Like, for example, even the hooves of these giraffes are blown out. So it makes it a little tricky in the sense of I like the high key take, but I don't know if I don't know if it was even possible to implement it as nicely as you really would have wanted it in this image. So I like the creativity, but I guess either part of me thinks you have to really go through the nitty gritty details of making sure things like the hooves, for example, are not blown out, or you just have to find a different scene to do the high key with. So and I see you're here in the chat, so I'll give you some more thoughts. But that's probably the biggest thing that stands out to me is I like the concept, but I feel like it just, in some areas, it just didn't quite work. Now, another thing I really like about this image is I like how each subject individually is prominent in this frame, and none of them are overlapping. So you get very nice, clear isolations with each and every one of them, and you get a beautiful like scene here going on, environment shot. So absolutely stunning in that sense, and I love how prominent each subject is. And then I like this subject stands out the most to me, is the most prominent, not only because it's the biggest, but the positioning on it is just fantastic. And with the tail, it looks amazing. So good job there in terms of all of that. Now, in regards to maybe some other thoughts, I do think that this image, I think you did a good job in terms of your crop with it. I do think it could use a little bit more color, just a slight bit, not too much. I do think that you could get a little bit more color out of this, and I think it'd look washed. And even though high keys typically can look a little bit more washed out and it feels more justified, I do think that it would look just a little bit better if you had a little bit more color, like maybe 5 points of saturation, 10 points of saturation in Lightroom, something like that. But overall, I think it's really good. I think it's an interesting scene, good creative take. I think the big thing is just there's some parts where the high key is just not quite fitting. So that's the big thing, I would say. You could go back through in editing and really try to make sure all those specific spots stay nice and exposed. But I know that'd be a lot of work too. Good job though, Melissa, and glad to have you here in the chat today. And I do see that, Simon, you're here. You're just going back a bit late. So glad you're getting to see your stuff now. Okay. So now we have Alexander Plavsik. Let me know if you're in the chat. But what I like about this one is I'll give one thing each way. I like the very intense background light here. I think that looks amazing and really helps sell this image and the silhouette here. So I think that that's phenomenal, along with the positioning and perch of this bird here. But the thing that I think could be improved is that the beak kind of starts to ride into this black and dark area here, which is unfortunate, but really doesn't allow the silhouette to be as defined in the most important part, which is that head, as I would like. And I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons why this image wouldn't have made the finals, is because of that right there. So making sure to see that you get all of that full head silhouetted prominently is so important. I see you are here, Alex. Sorry, I didn't know that was your username, that Alex. We have a couple Alexes in this competition, so so glad to have you here. So yeah, I would say that is the most prominent thing. What I would recommend there, I mean, it's always so hard to predict these moments, obviously, when they're actually happening in real time. But Alex, for you, what I would have done is just move literally like a half inch or an inch to your right when you took this shot. It would have been so much better because you would have gotten that front beak very well defined on this bird here. So that's definitely my biggest piece of feedback. What I liked the most about it was that light, like I said. I think that another thing you could do, especially since this is the creative category, you could just like gradient mask and get that bokeh ball down here out of here. I think that this part is the powerful part of the frame. And if you would have allowed it to just be that isolated against everything else, I think it would have kept the focus where it needs to be and not accidentally pulled the viewer's eye off down to this corner. This corner, because of that bokeh ball, is just a little bit distracting. My eye gets pulled to that corner a little bit more than I would like. So that's probably another piece of feedback. The head, that. And then one other thing is the 1x1 framing isn't bad here, but I don't think I'm a huge fan of it. Generally, I try to avoid 1x1s unless there's a good reason for it, because I feel like 1x1s take away a little bit from the uniqueness that a wide to tall or like a skinnier type of aspect ratio is going to give you. And I think personally, I would have liked to see more of the right side of this frame, like extended out a lot more in a 3x2 or even a 16x9, leave this guy far pressed against the left side of the frame and getting to see all that out there. And especially, I don't know what it would have looked like out there, but because it is a creative category, you can take a lot more editing liberty with it, and you could just really mask this part to keep it how it is, and then all the rest you could have just blacked out, and it would have given a much more moody, kind of mysterious kind of feel to a wider stretch of the image. So like your image, and it's a good shot. But yeah, those are just some thoughts that I have. I guess one more little thing is that this wing here, this wing here is slightly blurred by the motion, and ideally everything else is sharp. When it comes to silhouettes, I don't know if I've ever liked a silhouette that has motion blur in it. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, so that's just one thing to think about, is that right there. And actually, I mean, that could be focus blur too. Either way though, it has the same effect, and that would be my thought there. But good shot, Alex, and I love the light in it, and it's a good image. Has a lot of potential. All right, moving on to Eduardo Velarde. And Eduardo's image of these flamingos. So actually, I think these were, I was remembering as I was going through them. Eduardo, this image and the next image, let me know if you're in the chat, but these two were submitted into two categories, which is perfectly allowed by our rules. But I believe you submitted them to creative and birdscape, both of them. So I'll just talk about them once here. That way don't have to talk about them twice. But I'll talk about which category I think they could have been submitted to too. So I think that both of these images, I think that this one works better in, I could see this one definitely works better in the birdscape category. This one I can see an argument towards creative, but I think I would have put it in birdscape as well. The creative argument I think could be that there's three of them kind of lined up some in order from each other, kind of almost a progression of stages of how raised their neck is out of the water. I don't know, has a unique creative take to it, but I think birdscape would have fit better here too. So in terms of one thing I like and don't like, or think could be improved about each one thing I think I like about this one is I like how there is the progression. I think it's a really unique take on the body positionings of the birds, how it's in the water, neck coming out, and then fully exposed. So I think that is very cool. Thing I think could be improved is I think this is one of those situations where you go like a hyper skinny crop, which I don't often recommend, but yeah, I think that really the selling point of this image is just this water and this, and all of this is just distracting. So this is a case where I'd either go for a very skinny crop, or one of the very rare cases, because this water, you did a pretty good job of keeping it isolated from the subjects. One of the very rare cases where I'd actually maybe recommend shooting a little higher from above, which I almost never say. So y'all didn't hear that, but yeah, so that would be maybe some of my thoughts there. So we got one more image here. What I like about this image is I like how you weighted the photo properly with the subject being here, versus bottom right corner, bottom right thirds versus top left thirds. You have like kind of the main environmental subject. And so you weighted it properly, one contrasting another. So like that you did that. And I think that's awesome about this shot. I think the thing that could be improved is I feel like aesthetically there's just a little bit lacking in this image. It's interesting with that tower in the background, and you did a good job technically with your, focus and exposure and all that other stuff, but it just feels like there's an aesthetic element that's missing to this image. So would like to see a little bit more priority on that in this. Okay, we have Amital Kaplan, if I'm pronouncing that right. So let me know if you're in the chat. Again, if you're just joining us, we're diving deeper into people who are live with us in the moment, into their images. Otherwise, having to give one piece of feedback that I like, one thing that I think could be improved about each one. So in this image, what I do like is I love the awesome mix of colors in this image. It's so vivid, and there's so many different beautiful sunset, post-sunset colors that I love all the colors in this. So great job here with all of that coloring. The thing that I think could be improved most is I think that I would like to see a better composition here. I think that while I love the colors, like it just feels like it's a little randomly thrown together. I like a lot of the elements individually, but thrown together, it just feels like this crane's kind of thrown down there. Crane, I believe, or heron maybe. I think it's a crane. And then you just kind of have the stretch of water. You have this mountain randomly out here, and then you have the clouds, but then some of the sunset sky. And I think it just kind of feels like a little bit of a random collection of composition. So ultimately, I think I would have liked to see a little bit more thought in terms of where these things are positioned in the frame and how much of them should be included. Then we got Amital's next image here of an ibis silhouetted flying. Here, what I like is that I like the composition here actually, as opposed to your other one, a lot more. I like how the subject is up here and it's kind of weighted against this down here, this element of leaves down here. But the thing that I think could be improved is I'm not a big fan of the silhouette on the bird, but then not silhouetting this. I'm actually not sure how that would have happened if not just purely in editing. So I'm assuming just purely in editing, you decided to just fully pull down the exposure there and silhouette that instead of, and not this. But otherwise, I'm not sure how that would have been done in camera. But I don't think that there's a real reason for that to be silhouetted as opposed to that. So I think either all silhouette or no silhouette. Also love the comments in the chat. Keep those up, guys. One more by Amital, and these are a set of 3 cranes here flying against a gradient in the sky. What I do like about this image is I like the boom, boom, boom positioning. I like the symmetry of it, and I like the line of it. So good job there. Actually, it almost reminds me of an image I've taken before. So I don't know if you follow me and saw that image and had that as inspiration, but if so, let me know. Love to hear that. But the thing I think could be improved is that the gradient doesn't quite feel natural here to me. I'd actually be very surprised if this gradient is natural, but I think it was done in editing because of how abrupt it is at this specific angle. Shooting up into the sky, I've never really seen a gradient like that so harshly, and so I feel like it doesn't quite feel like it's natural, and I would love to see it'd be more subtle of a gradient if you're trying to add in just a slight bit into post, or some other take on it. So that would be my thought there. Yeah, I think like what Mr. Neffel said in the chat, just slightly angle it off being a little bit less perfectly up and down. Okay, we got Emmanuel Marquez here. Let me know if you're in the chat. One thing I like about this image is I think that it's a great subject positioning and silhouette with the single stem coming out of the ground and then the bird. And I love that beak on the bird. So good. So I love that silhouette positioning and how it's done here, how sharp, crisp, clean, isolated it is. Good job with all that. Thing that I think could be improved is I think you could crop down a little bit from the top because this dark part of the sky just kind of distracts, from my opinion, of the rest of the frame and kind of, how it's composed, color, lighting, all of that stuff. So I don't think that there's a real reason to include this extra band of lighting in the sky up there. But very cool image and love the shot. All right, we have Amelia. Let me know if you're in the chat. 2 images from Amelia. This is her first one with a bison and bison calf. Know exactly where this was shot. I was at this exact spot, I think 2 years ago. So, so cool to see that. So for you, Amelia, what I like about this image is I like how, so I'm going to talk about the subject for both pro and con. I think I like how the subjects are both looking the same way. There's a certain amount of like replication through the parent and the calf. So I think that that's a really cool thing, and you get to kind of capture that relationship and bond between them in that moment. And then the thing that I think could be improved is that maybe, I don't know if you would have looked through your photos, had a slightly better moment, but you have a little bit of overlap right here, and it kind of feels like the bison parent is meshing into the calf right there. And so I would have loved to see just that separation between them. That way we get 2 very clear and distinct subjects that aren't overlapping each other and accidentally blending in to each other. It's all that stuff subliminally that, even though obviously if you think about it for 2 seconds, those are 2 different subjects, subliminally your brain thinks, why is it, have 2 bodies and why is it attached there? So trying to avoid that when possible. But cool image. And then we have one more by Amelia. So this image, what I like about this one is I like kind of the story being told here. I like the chase and the lineup going on between all of these subjects in the frame. So something that it seems you seem to have a heart for in those 2 images. But the thing that I think could be improved is that I feel like the lighting is a little harsh here, and there's a lack of like color or depth in terms of color. So I feel like tone-wise and color-wise, there's a lack of kind of dynamic to it. And it just feels like there's a lot of choppiness in the lighting throughout the frame. The color feels like it's very uniform and not really standing out with that uniformity. And so I feel like overall just having a little bit more aesthetic of a color and tone to the image. And for our very last creative image submission, we have Mark Knoll and his image of, I forget what type of warbler that is. I know it, it's on the tip of my tongue, but image of a warbler here. So Mark, one thing that I like about his image, I don't believe he's here in the chat because he wasn't here earlier. Let me know if you are here, Mark. But one thing I like about this image is I like how you chose to go black and white here, and how it's so harshly black and white. Like all these leaves are pretty white, but then the stems are very pitch black. And I like how that kind of works together with the very pitch black of the bird versus the whiter kind of belly and stuff of the bird. So very, very cool. And I like how you specifically went very harsh with your contrast here. It works really well in an image like this. So good job there. Made Dixie gasp, apparently. And the one thing that I think could be improved is that there are elements of these leaves, like up here, for example, where it's like they're exposed and then they get blown out, exposed, blown out. And so it's a lot of that in this image. And unfortunately, it just makes it a little bit less technically sound. And I think that those are the small details that the judges are looking at, is to make sure the technicals are all done correctly. And those small things do add up. And when you're competing, at higher levels, the small things matter. And so therefore, I think that might have been one of the things that kept you away from a finalist. But overall, still very cool image and very cool to see. All right. So that concludes our creative category. So good job, y'all. It would have been a good wallpaper image. All right. So let me pull up the next set of images. I apologize about all the technical difficulties we're having. I'm not sure why that is. I mean, we haven't even reached the stream time of the competition, but yet for some reason my Wi-Fi is freaking out. And then also, my computer's like it's doing way less workload than the competition, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on and why it's being so weird, but it is what it is. Glad at least my voice is good most of the time. How many of you guys are still in the chat? Or I guess still in what's the view count on this live stream? I'd be curious to know. Who's a Squid Game fan? So excited for the next season. It's supposed to be coming out end of this year. Well, it was supposed to, so I don't know if it is anymore. It's getting close, but 47? Okay, that's a good amount. Glad to hear that amount. I think last year we only had a peak of like 30, so 47 is good. I did a better job, I think, of telling people about the recap this year. So I'm glad to hear that we're getting that amount of numbers. So, all right. Okay, so I am going to take a quick 5-minute intermission. 36. Yeah, it goes all over the place. So I think it just depends what moment you're looking at. But 36 would be great too. So glad to have that amount. I'm going to take a quick intermission and eat just a small like protein bar or something for myself for 5 minutes. And then we will come back and do the birdscape category and the portrait category. Hopefully you guys have all been enjoying this and learning from this. I think like not only can you learn from your own images, obviously, but you can learn from kind of the views on so many other images. So I think it's really helpful, and hopefully you guys are all finding it useful. So pause again for a few seconds and a bunch of people fell off. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Anyways, but yeah, so we'll take a quick intermission. We'll come back. When we come back, we'll go through them. If you are just joining us, if you didn't join us at the beginning, I'm going to just repeat the 3 announcements I made at the beginning. First of all, we have our newsletter linked in the description below. And so if you guys are wanting all the updates on next year's competition, make sure you subscribe to that newsletter and you'll make sure to hear about everything as we approach next year's competition as it comes out. You'll also get a discount next year heading into the competition if you guys want to submit through that discount. And also we send out the newsletter bi-weekly or once a month throughout the rest of the year. And included in that is a deal of the month from a sponsor. Every time we include news in the wildlife photography community, stories, creator spotlights, all that good stuff. So subscribe to that newsletter, linked in the description below if you haven't already. We have our Discord channel as well that we launched after the competition. And so far it's been doing pretty well. Got like almost 40 members in it, I believe. And people have been enjoying getting to talk with each other about their images there. I think that's a great kind of place for what we're doing here. You guys can do that on your own in the Discord. You guys can submit your images to each other, ask people, hey, what do you think could be done about this photo to improve it? Or how do you like the composition here? Other people can give their feedback, so on and so forth. So I'd highly recommend you join that Discord if you want to kind of continue this community over there. And then thirdly, I talked about it a little bit before, but still have open slots on my Puffin workshop that is coming up in May 2025. Today on my main channel, linked in the description below, you can see I released my extended film for the Puffin video that I made last year. It's probably my most proud piece of work that I've ever created. And yeah, release the extended version, so you guys can watch that today as soon as you're done with this live stream. And if you want to join me for next year's Puffin workshop for the biggest colony of nesting puffins south of the Atlantic Arctic Circle, you guys can join me and get $100 off after watching that extended version film. So just a few little things there. And we will go on break now on intermission, and I will see you guys in just a bit. All right, so seeing about that Discord link. I'm really quick going to update that. I think I know what happened. I just realized. So apologies on that. I think that link expired because it only lasts 7 days. Come on. Maybe I'll do it on my phone really quick. I don't know if it'll let me update the description while it's live. Okay, I think it did. So what you would probably have to do is either refresh the page or just afterwards, after this live stream is over, you can just refresh the page then if you don't want to lose your spot right now. You just refresh the page after a live stream is over, and then you should be able to access that Discord link. So apologies on that. Yeah, okay. Well, good to be back with you all. We have a little bit more than 100 photos to go through. We got 36 in portrait, and then I forget exactly how many we have in, 36 in birdscape we're going through first, and then we have somewhere around 70 in portrait. So we'll get back into it. All right, so starting off, we have Jerry Ling with his image of a Bachman's sparrow. And yeah. So starting off with this image of sparrow, what I love about this image, so the one thing I like is I love the scene here. I think that the grass in the foreground and around kind of this perch is very mystical, and the light coming on it is beautiful. So it sells this scene really well. And then in the background, the way that these trees get more and more out of focus and the way that the light comes through it all and everything is just fantastic. So ultimately, the scene is absolutely phenomenal in this image and really stands out for a birdscape type image. I think the thing that maybe could be improved is it's small but matters when we're talking finalists. The sparrow is kind of in between the grass or the green background and the blackish brown with the tree trunk. And so I think it needs a little bit more of a gap because it kind of blends in a little bit too much of the black. I would rather prefer it all surrounded by green, but even more so, just the split in between the two is a little distracting. So moving 2 inches to the left, 1 inch to the left probably would have solved that problem. Probably would have been a big helper there. So yep, that would be my thought in this image. And like before in the chat, comment in what you like about each photo as we keep going through them. So one more by Jerry Ling. This is an image of a roseate spoonbill. And what I like about this one is I love the tones. I love how the sky tones match the tones of the spoonbill. I think that that's amazing when people can get images of spoonbill with pink tones in the sky. It just looks beautiful, and it's very rarely seen between subject and sky and that type of color harmony. So love that. And then in terms of what could be improved, I think that I feel like while it's a beautiful scene, I feel like the head of the bird just kind of disappears into the sky, and ultimately the bird blends in just slightly too much, I think, with the sky, to where it just doesn't feel like I can pick out the subject as prominently and quickly as I would like. Again, can do so, but it does take my eye a second. So I think that that's one thing that could be improved about this, is kind of getting it to stand out just a little bit more. I think honestly, even if you would have been able to get, I mean, you're so water level already. It's kind of hard. This green background right here makes it a little difficult because it chops it off halfway through and this head kind of blends in, but I don't know. It'd be a hard fix, but I think maybe somehow getting the subject to even stand out a little bit, maybe in editing, doing a little small subject mask and a little bit of exposure pop on it. I don't know, something like that. So yeah. So moving on, let's see in the chat, got a comment. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it now. I have all the images loaded up. I had to go grab them off, hard drive and get them loaded onto here again. So I cannot do anything about it right now. That's why the cutoff was that other day. But if you want to reach out to me personally, we can always do a one-on-one, mentorship session. But unfortunately, I can't add it in right now. So apologies on that. But I am going to also try to communicate that. I don't know. I tried to communicate it during the live. Or I did communicate it during the live, but for those who didn't watch the live, they didn't have that communicated with them in advance. So I'm going to try to do a better job of that next year. So that's my fault. Okay. Moving on, we have Kenneth Smith and his image of two bald eagles fighting over a piece of meat. So what I like about this image is the behavior and the action going on here. I think it's super cool in terms of capturing some of that, action and the blood on the head of the eagle. I think it's a really cool representation of how nature works. And then the thing that I think could be improved is it feels like this is just a documentary shot. It doesn't really feel like there's an intention for composition, aesthetic, anything like that here. And so I feel like the artistic kind of value of this image is missing a little bit, even though the behavior is very cool. So yep, just like Christine said, it'll be great for the behavior category next year, just not quite for this one. Okay, next we got Barbara Manser. Barbara, I believe you are still here. Let me know if you still are. But Barbara's image with, I believe this is a swan. Yep, swan. Yep, mute swan. Swimming out in the distance. So, do a little bit more in depth since Barbara's here, I'm still assuming. We have... Yeah, what I like about this is, first of all, the kind of the blurriness of the whole scene around the swan due to that mist is really, really good. It really helps to isolate all the detail into the swan, and so I think he did a good job on that. Also, with how blurry it is out in the distance behind and the way that the mist is rolling off with no other subjects, nothing else back there in the frame, to me, it kind of looks like fire, and so I like how it kind of gives that little effect back there and looks really interesting in that way. In terms of something that I think could be improved, I do think I would like to see the swan maybe perfectly silhouetted. I know that that's a small thing. I don't know. I could see you wanting to argue for leaving a little bit of exposure on that swan too, so that way you can notice it. But ultimately, I think I would have personally, it's so close to being silhouetted, I would have rather just seen it silhouetted and not been confused by that. And then maybe secondly, I think that it does feel like maybe, trying to think. It feels like, well, I guess one smaller thing. Yeah, I'm trying to decide on if I like it as wide as it is or not. But one smaller thing is it feels like this is slightly tilted, the frame. And so just getting that a little bit more leveled would be nice. It's very slight, but as I'm looking at it, I'm realizing that it's slightly tilted. Whether that's tilted due to actual horizontal, like the horizon level, or whether that's just due to the shape of the lake, I don't know, but something to keep in mind and try to even that out a little bit. But very cool image. So Barbara's image also of a vulture perched atop a nice little tree here out in the savannah. Something I like about this image is that I like, kind of the way that the vulture is perched amongst the very, very top branch, amongst kind of almost, it looks like a nest, not a nest. Most likely, but I like how it kind of almost feels like it's a part of the tree, yet it feels like it's distinct. So I like that about this image. in terms of something I think could be improved is I think that the color feels a little bit warm throughout the frame for me, but like a muted brown warm. And personally, I feel like it's a little bit, that weird in between where I would have rather seen it either, very, very muted or maybe black and white or grayscale, or would it like to see a little bit more color in that? I think the exposure level is fine on it because I get that you're trying to go for that kind of almost twilight mood, and I think that looks good, but I think it just needs a little bit more color. So maybe bringing up that saturation just a tad. And lastly, one more by Barbara. And this one is cool image of, I think, is that a bluebird? It's hard to tell from this angle. Can't tell what type of bird it is, but some type of songbird catching that insect. Nice and sharp, so very well done technically. And I think that's probably the best thing about this image is definitely looks like you knew what you were going for technically and you captured it. So good job on that. In terms of the one thing that I think could be improved, I don't think it's very rare that I would like an under angle on the belly of a bird. And I think in this situation, it hurts. And obviously it's out of your control, but it would have been so much cooler if maybe you had a side profile of this bird catching the insect or something like that. And so in my opinion, I think that that's probably the biggest thing that hurts this is I feel like I'm not engaged with the subject performing this action. So that's my thought there. But good images, Barbara. Very well done. And yeah, love seeing your stuff. Okay, we got David Marler. So one thing I like, let me know if you're in the chat, David. One thing I like about this image is I like kind of the color tone through this image. I think it makes for a really nice twilight looking image. And something that looks unique. You usually don't see this type of color tone in a nature image. So I like that about this. The thing that I think could be improved is I think that it's hard to say. Like this tree, I would have really liked if that tree was gone. So maybe you could have moved more to your right, try to get that out of it, or more to your left. I'm not quite sure if this is in front or behind that tree. So I'm not a huge fan of that. And then if you could get that out, also getting out these bushes down here with just a simple crop up would have been nice. But I think that I would have liked if it was a little bit more focused on what we wanted it to be focused on. Mostly this tree is the distracted part. I actually don't think I mind these even without the tree being there. But I think this tree takes away from kind of the shape and form of these trees. So that'd be my feedback there. All right, we got Matt Knuckles' image of the Eastern Bluebird. I believe Matt is still here. So Matt, for you, what I like about this image, and this was a finalist image, so congratulations on that, Matt. Glad to see you making the finals in the Birdscape this year, because I think, I'm trying to remember if you were a new photographer last year, but remind me in the chat. But either way, good job doing making the finalists. So what I like about this image is I love the scene. I love the slight amount of blur in the snowflakes falling down, but not being too much. So I think you could do too much and then it would just become kind of too blurry. But then also if you did it perfectly sharp, you kind of lose some of that motion. So I think you did a really good job with your shutter speed here, choosing the right amount and getting just a little bit of motion in those snowflakes, but not too much to where you kind of lose them. So I love that about this. And then second and new last year. Yep. So you were a new photographer last year. That's what I thought. I was trying to remember correctly, but yeah. So, love that about this. And actually just like Danielle said in the chat there, I love how the blue really stands out prominently against this white and gray scene of the snowstorm. You have some of that green in there too, but the blue really pops so much more. So the blue is what really keeps my attention on the bird. And I think you did a great job of that. I think you did a great job compositionally on that right thirds there of having that whole frame, and then also on the top third in terms of where the bird itself is positioned. Bird itself is also positioned beautifully on that perch. Great bird positioning, so no complaints there. I think in terms of things that could be improved, this one's hard because I feel like technically I can't make really any complaints on this. Your technicals are very good. They're very sound. I think you chose the correct shutter speed. You exposed this beautifully. You contrasted the image well in color and tonality. And yeah, in terms of focus, all that's spot on, sharp, nice, clean, not too noisy. So technically you've done a great job. I think that maybe the thing that you can argue is lacking is just like, there is already an inherent aesthetic and artsiness to this image with the snowstorm and the blizzard and all of that. But I think that it's lacking just one extra element of like pop that would make it a placement image. And I think that's why it made the finalist, because it's so well done. And it's also has a lot of inherent like appeal just in the environment in the snowstorm. But I think that there needs to be some element of the frame that pops just a little bit more to really sell it, to make it a placement image. But definitely worthy of a finalist. Not surprised at all that it made there. And so yeah, very, very good job in terms of getting this image. And I saw you said it snowed one day all last winter, so you waited in the snow for that. Good job. Glad you got that one moment. I would have been doing the same. So but yeah, great job, Matt, and good shot there. We got one more by Matt coming up. This was his image of a yellow legs coming in for the landing. So in terms of this image, what I think I like about this one is I like the mixture of color in the water. I like how it's either blue or that reflection of the light off the water, that orangish. And I like how you don't get too much of the underexposed water or the overexposed. So good job with that. I like the color of the water. Second of all, I think you did a great job again in your technicals. That yellow legs is nice and sharp, and the positioning on the yellow legs is cool too. I like the positioning that he's in coming in for the landing. In terms of things that could be improved, I think that really it's probably the same thing as the last one in a way, where it's just lacking the little bit of extra that would make this a placement image, or even a finalist image in this case, because this one lacks a little bit less of that inherent kind of beauty. So I think that adding some sort of thing to it, whether that be some really nicely framed foreground or some background element or other type of environmental compositional element that adds to make this image a little bit more unique and artistic, would have been the thing that sells it. I also do like the backlighting on that wing. I like how you can see that wing really nice and clear. So that was good there too. But yeah, so overall I think pretty good. I could also argue, I guess, you could pull down a little bit from the top crop here. So let's zoom out for the audience. I think you have a little bit uneven amount of headspace up here as opposed to down here. And I don't see a purpose for that necessarily, because he's not on the bottom thirds either. So I feel like it's a slightly a little bit of pull down off that top. I think that would have really helped to sell this image even more. So yeah, but good job, Matt. Great image. And thanks for being here with us in the chat today. I can't remember if I think you have an image in portrait category. Remind me, but yeah, thanks for being here. Okay, we got Skip Cook's image here. I think Skip is in the chat. Skip, let me know if you're in the chat. Cool. Okay. Yeah, let me know if you're in the chat, Skip. I'll start out by saying what I like about it. So I like the intentionality with it. I like the fact that you knew you were going for a silhouette and trying to capture those colors, and not only how you went for a silhouette in like the mountains and then the obvious mountains and the trees and the obvious in the ducks, but even like the ripples in the water. I think it seems like you thought through where those ripples were going to come, and I like how you did all of that. So good job with all of that, Skip. See, you say you're here in the chat, so I'll add more. As well as something else I do like, I think you did a really good job capturing the exposure of the sky. Lots of detail in it. Actually, I think Grant Webster's image, who was that Birdscape? That was Birdscape that he placed third in. That image, similar reason. That sky was just sky was phenomenal in his, and I think that I see a lot of that sky detail in yours that I love as well. So that's definitely a plus in this image. I think you did a good job there. Yeah. And then I like the way that these three are positioned kind of in a triad triangle almost with one another here. That looks good too. Things that I think could be improved. So maybe number one, I would say it's debatable because I understand that you're also going for a reflection here. So I see that as well. And I think that the reflection has value in it too. But I think personally, I would have liked to see that water level. That way you get so much more isolation on the bird subjects themselves. And you also would get, even more of that sky, so on and so forth. I think that might have been a little bit better of an image, but I don't know. It's hard to say. And also, I guess one of the other tricky parts of that would be, as I'm saying that, you would have to find a gap to make sure that they're silhouetted even with that. So I don't know if that even would have been possible necessarily. But it's just something to keep in mind. I think that the reason why the standing shot feels a little less unique to me is because it feels like I might have seen this image before at a park. You know what I mean? So that would be a thought in terms of what could be improved. Beyond that, I do like what you have going on here with the gradient down in the bottom. I think that was probably captured naturally in camera. I think you could actually extend that gradient a little bit more, just enhance it slightly, like not dramatically change the photo, but enhance it a little bit more in your editing. And it might give just a little bit more of a dynamic to the photo. I think that this photo, can use a little bit more of a dynamic throughout it, and a change as it progresses from one part of the frame to another. And I think that would be helpful in helping you there. So yeah. And then very, very tiny detail. But over here, zooming out so you guys can see over here. Let's see if I can do it. I don't even know if I can pop it up on the live stream right now. Yeah, it's not wanting me to let it pop up, but there's a little line off to the side that breaks the silhouette of the mountain, and I would definitely recommend just getting rid of that. It's a little line in the water. But anyways, good job. Awesome image, Skip, and thanks for being here in the live stream today. Okay, we got Scott Swagar with his image of a great blue heron. Let me know if you're in the chat, Scott. One thing that I like about this image is let me think. I like how prominent this heron is standing up. I think it did a good job of capturing the exposure on the heron, and I like how that color is really the only color opposite of the blue in the scene. So I think he did a good job in terms of that, capturing all that. And then in terms of things that could be something that could be improved is I feel like this image feels a little bit cluttered. And so while I get a sense of the environment here being a birdscape image, it does feel a little bit like there's too much to where I can't really focus on the subject. So maybe that's something that could be improved in this image here. But cool image. All right, we got Bryce Horn. Bryce, let me know if you're still in the chat. So this image was really good. I think this one placed 11th, Bryce. So you almost made it with this image as well. I actually really like this image. I was hoping that it would make it because it's so unique. I feel like as I'm looking at your images today, especially today, as I'm actually getting a chance to really look at each of them, I'm realizing how much you're pushing yourself creatively. So I think you're doing a great job with that. Yeah, first of all, like I said there, creatively awesome. Doing a great job and pushing yourself artistically there. I think the symmetry and lack of, the symmetry, but the lack of symmetry is also beautiful here because not every bird's in every single hole, but when they are, so it gives a little bit of like a randomness to it, but yet when they are in the holes, it's just like so aligned and it just is awesome. It's just an absolutely awesome image in that sense. Also on a technical note, you have down in the corners, actually, let me zoom out. Let me just keep it zoomed out for that. Down in the corners, you're coming out of that corner perfectly and coming out of that corner perfectly, like literally on the pixel of the corner. So you did a great job with making sure that you are exactly cropped to the ideal spot. And then also I would say that this bird flying up to it just gives the extra touch that this photo needs. I think without this bird, this image would be half of what it is, because while it's cool, this bird is like the only thing that really feels like it's breaking this pattern. So it kind of breaks the monotony of what could be monotony in the photo and kind of gives an action to it. Gives like a moment to this frame. So I love that. And yeah, ultimately just a very, very cool image. Yeah. I feel like I could look through this image all day and like look at each of those little sparrows perched up on it and just enjoy looking through them all. So awesome job there. In terms of what could be improved, Bryce, I feel like this is a hard one. But yeah, man, I don't even know. I feel like, yeah, it's really hard for me to think about what I would like to see improved, because I really do like it. I think that I can see why it wouldn't have placed, because it's lacking a little bit of that, like, wow factor. Once again, in some ways it has it, but it's like lacking that final piece almost. Like some sort of amazing color or amazing feature or something like that. So I could see why I didn't place, but I also could see why I would make the finals. And I think if I remember off the top of my head, you were like 11th place or something. You were very close. So it made sense that you did about as good as you did. So very, very cool. I feel like, yeah, just maybe that wow factor is the only thing that's lacking in it, but it's so good in so many other senses, especially, technically. Your editing is phenomenal, and it's just very interesting. So overall, good job. I wish I could give you better feedback on what could be improved, but genuinely, I think it just is like maybe missing that, and that might be it. But super unique, and good job. All right, moving on. One more by Bryce. I think this was Bryce's last image in the birdscape. So this one, I love this image. Bryce, I'm curious, do you, or let me know if, you follow my main channel, my work, just because of some of the images I've done similar to this. I was just curious. But anyways, I love this image. Great image here. I think you got a great amount of motion blur in the water. It feels like very chaotic yet smooth in the water. So I love kind of, all this look. Almost looks like rapids kind of flying through the image. I love this dip particularly in the water, some of these back here. So I think you chose a great shutter speed. I think too much more and it would have looked like glass, just purely like glass. Too much less and you might not have gotten as much of the smoothness as you did in the stillness of it. So yeah, love this image. I think that I also really like the colors in this image. I think you did a good job of letting the greens, kind of the greenish blue come out in the water. So I think you did a great job there. And also some of the moss on some of these rocks. I think it's absolutely beautiful. So good job with your colors in your editing. And then in terms of the bird itself, pretty nice and sharp. Can't expect too much sharper for a slow exposure like this. So I think you did a good job there. In terms of what could be improved, I think that the biggest thing that could, in my opinion, I don't know. I would say that I would like to see this bird framed a little bit, off from the corner more. I feel like he's pushed just a little bit too far into the corner, which for some birds makes sense, or some body positionings, but I feel like his body positioning is it's kind of fighting being framed in the corner. So actually let me zoom out so everyone can see that original of this. But I feel like his body positioning wants to naturally be a little bit lower in the frame, and maybe a little bit more to the left, just because he's pushing that way, like his body's looking that way, but then his head turns around. Versus if his whole body was facing this way, I could see you framing him exactly where you framed him. But that's pretty picky, but I think that is something that could be improved by it. And then, I mean, this one's hard because there's not really much you can do about it. I'm trying to think of what you could do about it, but Maybe you could go a little bit tighter up with the bird. Not sure, but I also don't really want you tighter up. Maybe you could just go wider and commit a little wider. But I think that this rock right here is a little bit less than ideal, just because I think that if you were able to chop it off, you would have just this segment, and then it feels like it naturally ends right there. It'd be a beautiful place for the water to re-engage. So I think that would look good if you went tighter, but if you went wider, you can include more of this, and then it feels like there's more reasoning. But I think the fact that it's just jetting off the side of this frame just a little bit like that is what I don't like. So that's a small thing, but I think that could be improved. I don't necessarily want you to crop tighter, but that might be your only option there if it didn't look good to go even wider, but maybe going wider in the moment would help too. Ultimately though, really cool shot, really awesome photo, and I think you did an amazing job with it. And yeah, you have some amazing photography, so good job. All right, Christine de la Rosa, I believe you are still in the chat. We're at least 2 minutes ago, so let's dive through some of yours. You submitted, I think, 6 to this category, so let's start getting through some of your images. Okay, so you got a bunch of, or a goal and a bunch of black skimmers staring down the camera. So love this. I think what I like about this image is just, it looks so funny to me. Makes me kind of want to laugh as I first see it. And it's definitely really unique and not captured often. So I like that about this image, and I think that you did a great job in that sense. I think that something that could be improved about, or actually let's talk a little bit more about what I like first. I do like how this goal is the center of this image. So I think you did a good job choosing to center frame it, considering all the skimmers around it. So that's fantastic there. And then also I think you did a great job of getting perfectly, like, you got it the perfect level of elevation to where this goal is basically on the same elevation and playing field as these skimmers in the photo. So I think you did a great job there, and you got plenty enough to where none of these, the background's not distracting too much, or the foreground's looking good. So good job on that. Yeah. So in terms of what I think could be improved, I do think, so like here, these skimmers seem like they're darker than these skimmers. I don't know if that's natural or was done in editing much, but I would like to see them a little bit more on the same playing exposure level as these guys. So I don't know if that was editing or not, but I think that it's a little distracting, them kind of standing out so dark as opposed to the side. And it also breaks the symmetry of the photo a little bit. So I would say that's one thing. And then secondly, the whole image feels slightly tilted. And I feel conflicted on this because, like, the goal is slightly tilted, right? Like, it should be more like, see if I can do this. Yeah, it should be more like that maybe. But then also the part that I'm conflicted on is that the skimmers are then also not perfectly level with each other. But I think I'd rather have them be not perfectly level with each other, considering that at least they're symmetrical with this line, rather than it being off kilter. So I think that looks better to me right about there. So that'd be my thought there. And then, yeah, it looks like you said that was natural in the darkening there. Yeah, I just would have maybe in the editing then just put like a simple little very shallow radial mask, increase exposure like 20 or 30, like 0.2 or 0.3 on it. I think that would have looked really good there. Or even a subject mask. I don't know. You can try out some different things. But yeah, so those are my thoughts in terms of what could probably be improved on that image. But good shot. Very cool and very fun. I like that's a fun photo. Okay, another one by Christine de la Rosa. So here, what is that up there? I'm just noticing that. I have no idea what that is. Let me know if you know what that is out there, Christine. I didn't notice that before when I looked at it. Anyways, okay, so flamingo image here. What I like about this shot, first of all, to start with, is I love the mood of this image. It feels cold, it feels mysterious, it feels kind of eerie, and so I love that. I think that it's unique because you don't see a lot of that with the flamingo, but the flamingo, I also like how the flamingo just pops against all of that blue. I love how you edited it so blue, or kept it very blue, if that's pretty naturally how it was in camera. And foggy almost. And so I love how that pink really pops against that blue. Like everything else feels very bluish, and then the pink just is there. It's just in your face. So I love that. Looks like a very serene and kind of eerie scene. So that's very cool. And then also I like that you decided to throw some foreground in here. I think that without the foreground, it definitely would have been hurting, because you would have had so much of kind of this redundancy in the water stretching out in front of you. So I like the foreground there. I like that decision. Color is absolutely amazing here. That's the biggest thing that's standing out to me. I think the thing that could be improved is probably, I would imagine there's probably some other angle you could have gotten where you were able to get down closer to water level. I think the biggest thing for me about this image is the distraction of all of, the water and the ripples and the stuff floating on top of the water and even some of the other waterfowl. I would have loved to see this just a beautiful, perfect, smooth, glassy water and this flamingo just standing out isolated amongst this whole scene in the blue kind of atmosphere. And so for me, I would have loved to see this at water level, and I think this image would have been completely different, and it would have been a banger if it was shot at water level. So that would be my thought in terms of maybe what could be improved there. Yeah. So yeah, good image, and love that shot. Okay, so moving on, one more by Christine. Got a nice sunset or sunrise here. Got some nice mist and fog rolling off the water. What I like most about this image is definitely that. I love how, man, you can see the fog and the mist and the sunbeams kind of rolling through out here. Just looks amazing. The scene is absolutely phenomenal. So that's my favorite part about the image. And also the way that you captured the color is very good. I think I'm very picky with my sunrise and sunset colors, and I really like the way that you decided to have that color in this image, because it's easy to go too extreme, or it's easy to also sometimes not go enough, so not throw in enough color. So I think you did a great job there. Overall, I guess, as I've just been saying, the environment is just awesome. That's what I love about it. I think what could be improved is that it really feels like this is a landscape image to me with a bird in it, rather than a bird photo with a landscape in it. And that's where some of the tricky stuff comes in to the birdscape category, because ultimately this is a wildlife photography competition, and even in the birdscape category, the environment is meant to enhance the aesthetic and match or add on to the fact that the bird is already there. So the bird still should always be the focus. The environment just simply complements it. So with that being said, I think that that's probably the biggest thing about this image is I just like the landscape, love the landscape, but I feel like the bird doesn't stand out as prominently as I would like. It's very tiny in it, but also it's not necessarily too appealing, the bird in this photo. I think one other small thing that could be changed about it is I think I would like this corner to be pulled up a little bit. I feel like this part down here is just distracting, and this part right here. So I think if you just pulled it from the top right corner, I think you'd have a little bit better of a composition and landscape. So that would be my thought. All right, another one by Christine. I love your landscape takes here, Christine. So this one looks like it's in a boatyard. This is very unique. I don't feel like I've seen a photo like this before. So I guess that's one thing to start with. I like how unique this photo is. Feels very intentionally crafted and created. Feels like you noticed this scene, you liked it, and so you kind of, went for it. So I love all that. I love that you decided to keep the edit very desaturated. It's not, I don't think it's quite black grayscale, because I see some color. Yeah. Not grayscale, but you intentionally kept it desaturated, and I think that's a great choice here because the mistiness, the fogginess, and kind of the eeriness of this photo really comes through because of the lack of color. So I love that in this image. Good job there. I think the thing that could be improved is going to be similar-ish to the last one. This one, I think it's a little bit more environment focused than it is bird focused, right? And beyond that, even if it was to be bird focused, it's partially the size of the birds, but it's also the fact that there's a clump of them and a group of them. So I don't even know exactly what bird is the prominent bird or the main featured bird of this whole group. And because of that, I'd have to say that it feels like that landscape type image to me more than it does the bird photo type image. So I'd say, if anything, and actually I'm kind of looking ahead at the previews of your other ones, there's one other one that I think I'm going to say the same thing about. That seems to be one of the biggest things maybe to keep in mind as you're shooting. These aren't bad photos. It just is, what kind of category do they fit into? Is this a wildlife photo or is this a landscape photo or whatever it may be, right? So some thoughts, but good job. I love the shot and it's very cool. Love the mood of it. All right, 2 more by Christine. So this one here of a cormorant perched up on a cliff with the ocean scene behind it. So what I like about this one, to start off, I like the wing. I like how you got the lighting on the cormorant. Yeah, actually, this is what type of bird is that? Shoot, I'm blanking on the species name, but close to the cormorant. Anyways, I love the lighting you got on this bird. I think you captured it really well. Like the positioning of it. I like the detail. You did a great job on the technicals. You can even see the tiny little tall feather ruffs on the top of its head. So good job there. In terms of what I think could be improved, I'm not as big of a fan of the color palette that you chose on this one. All your last images I like a lot. I feel like they have distinct color palettes. This one I feel like is a little bit too filtered. Like it feels a little filtered. And even though obviously you're going through and you're editing every shot, I mean, I highly recommend everyone to edit all of their images. You still want to make it feel, in my opinion, like as if it's something that could have been just naturally seen, taken right out of camera. And I think we get a little bit too much red in some of this rock, and the blue looks a little bit too muted and kind of like, it feels to me like an orange blue color filter was thrown on top of it, is what it feels like to me. And so I think that the colors could have used a little bit more refinement to get them to be a little bit more natural, or if they were edited heavily, maybe just tone that down a little bit. And then also I would say that it feels a little bit like I'm not quite sure what this what I'm supposed to be, or how this scene complements the bird. That's how I want to say it. It feels like there's a cliff here that the bird's on, and then the ocean behind it. But then there's also a cliff here, then there's also a cliff here, and it just feels like there's a lot of different landscape elements that are all removed into different corners of the frame, and I wish that they were a little bit more condensed so my brain kind of was able to make a structure out of them a little bit better. So that's a little abstract, and hopefully that makes sense, but that's kind of my thought there in terms of that image. But still a pretty cool image, and love your vision in all of these shots. I feel like you have a very distinct idea for each of these photos, and I love seeing that. So this is your last one that you submitted. And this one, yeah, I was trying to remember. Actually. There it is, the osprey. There we go. Yeah. So this is, I'm going to say the same thing on this one. So first of all, start with what I do like, I guess. I think that this is an awesome composition. So for a landscape, I'm like, this is great. This is such a cool tree sticking out of the water, the way that it's like splitting off in 2 different directions, and then you got this whole scene around it. I think it looks beautiful. So yeah, I think you did a great job there. Sky looks good. Water reflection looks phenomenal. So overall, I think you did a great job on the exposure, the contrast, and all of that good stuff. But swinging it back full circle, it just feels like it's a landscape image and not a bird image. I love the bird as a part of this image, but to me, it feels like this osprey is a nice little, almost like a hidden Easter egg to a landscape image, rather than the feature of this image with everything else being, complementary. So that would be my thought there. But good job, Christine. Love all your images. Think you did a great job, and I love how you have a vision for all of them. They all feel very distinct and unique, so good job with all of that. All right, Melissa. Let me know if you're still in the chat. I think you are. You messaged something not too long ago, so I'll go through yours. So to start off with what I like about it, I love how this bird image includes other animals in it. So I think that that's always cool when you can get like relationships not only between the same species, but also kind of seeing them amongst, other animals and a wider environment beyond themselves. So I love that you got the wildebeest in the background here. And then also, I would say, I think you did a really good job in terms of how you edited it, in terms of your exposure dynamics and your color dynamics. I feel like the colors look all really natural, but very, very vivid where they should be vivid, or, dry where they should be. And then also I feel like your exposure was really well done through all of it. So good job. In terms of what I think could be improved, I think this is hard. I feel like, I have two thoughts here. If you moved up a little bit more, then what I don't like about that is the bird smashes more into this ground, this hill right behind him. But what I do like about that is I like that you get rid of this green up here. I feel like that's kind of distracting. And you get rid of some of the sky, and it becomes more just about what's going on here on the ground. But what I don't like about it is, like I said, that. So on the contrary, if you moved more down, I like how you'd get the bird more isolated, but then you'd also get some more of this, which I'm not sure what it necessarily looked like above, but then you would also, would get less wildebeest. So yeah, it's kind of I'm kind of conflicted on it, but I could see, you playing around with that in the moment. I don't know if you were able to or not, or how quickly this moment happened, but maybe playing around with it in the moment, seeing what you like, seeing what could have been improved. But yeah, ultimately, I don't really like this. Like, I don't have a beef, I think, with the rest of the environment back here, but I don't like this because I feel like it just feels like it's randomly placed there, as opposed to everything else in the scene feels more intentional. One other small thing, I guess, is I'm not a big fan of this clump right here. I don't know what you really could have done about that, but yeah, this also distracts and pulls my eye away a little bit. So, yeah. Got some messages in the chat. So, haven't reviewed portrait. Yeah, someone else already responded to that. That is next. You're coming just in time for that. Yeah. Nice to see you back here, Laura. I remember you were on all last year with us. And then we got... Yeah, Sergi saying that this is still going to be 6 hours. I think you're right, which is going to be brutal. But it's what it is. All right. We're going to try to speed up even more through this. Okay. So, got Alexander Plavsic. You are in the chat. So going to go through yours. What I like about this image is I like the environment. I like the scene. I like the story being told here of kind of, how they live in this cold environment. So I love it. I also like how you got the lineup of them. I think that that's awesome how you got the lineup, and I love how you got nice and ground level. That's really essential for getting, kind of that, blurry kind of snow dust at the bottom here. And so you did a great job of that. It's honestly just a really cool moment and scene. Something I think that could have been improved about this image is, thing I think could be improved is I think the color palette could be a little bit better. For me, it feels like I'm conflicted between the warmth of how this is colored versus the coldness of the environment. And I would have liked to see it a little bit more cold and this become like a little bit more purpley across the scene. I think that purple is a really nice way to mix the warmth of the sun with the coldness of the environment. So that's something that I would recommend there. And then otherwise, I love this foreground leading up to them. I'm not a huge fan of this hill in the background. I kind of wonder if you could have gone something like, I can't do it perfectly right here, but could have done something more like this, where it was ignoring that sky in the background and more focused just on the ground scene going on right here. But yeah, I don't know, just some different options. So yeah, those would be my biggest thoughts. And then lastly, I would say this image is just slightly tilted too. It's probably just a little bit more like that. And it would have been a little bit more flattened with the horizon line. But very cool. Awesome image. And yeah, good shot there. I think you have two more. 2 more. Yep. Okay. All right. So we got one more by Alex. This one was pretty good. Now is actually, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of really good birdscape images this year, but I could have seen this one making the finals too. So first of all, what I like about this is your technicals are great. They're both sharp, tack, and in focus. What I like too is, I don't know how far out they were, so maybe this happened naturally, but I like that you didn't blur out the background with the mountain too much. I like that you get enough detail in that mountain. It's still very blurred to where it's not distracting, but you get enough detail to where if you want to, it very much complements it and your eye could look through it a little bit. So I love that about this image here. Fantastic photo. And then here, in terms of, yeah, things that could be improved. Also, I love the color tones through this photo. I think you did a great job matching up. It's all bluish, but it's just light blue, dark blue, all that good stuff. So great job on the color tones. In terms of things that could be improved, it's hard, but this down here, not a big fan of that tree in the background. Also, this one that goes through the frame, I wish it didn't. I wish it cut off somewhere closer. So I don't know if it cut off very soon after and you could have done that. Or I don't know if you should have maybe gone in even closer and chopped it off sooner. I just feel like there's so much of it. I'm expecting it to end and then it doesn't end. And it's just a little bit unsettling. In terms of this one down here, maybe, I don't know how close to ground level you were. I don't know what your options were like compositionally, but maybe you could have gotten rid of that by getting lower. If not, maybe you rethink a composition a little bit tighter, including both these two. I don't know, but it is a very good photo. And I think you did a fantastic job. And yeah, it's really, really quite a good image. And I could have seen it making the finals as well. So good job there. I saw in the chat, let's see. Yeah, Dixie, I think you've been here a while, so I think I've mentioned it a few times since you've been here, but maybe not. But yeah, the images were supposed to be confirmed for review. Yeah, for them to be reviewed today, because last year I reviewed every single image without request, and it was a 10-hour live stream. So just trying to shorten it down to only the people who wanted it. Okay. One more by Alex, and yep, then we'll move on to the next person. So Alex's image, I assume this is of the hawk owl as well. Very, very cool shot here. What I like about this image is I love the colors and the tones in the sky, just absolutely beautiful. Very moody, almost gives like a story or a kind of like a black hole type of look to it. So absolutely great colors and light. And I love that you got the bird silhouetted still really nicely against these colors and the light. So good exposure contrast here. I think ultimately you chose really good exposure dynamics for this whole image and how you edited it and shot it in person. So I think you did a good job there as well. I even like that you actually can see a little bit in this mountain back here. Normally I might feel conflicted about that, but I think the fact that this is a little bit too like this twig and branch set is a little cluttered. It almost feels like you need to see what's down here. And so I like that you can see what's down here. With that being said, I think that the clutter is one thing that's a bummer about it. I know you can't control where it perches, but like this clutter right here in particular distracts from the tail of the hawk owl. And then, yeah, even like this down here, this definitely distracts these little elements here. These three could have been removed by just raising yourself probably 2 inches, if that would have been possible. Just getting on your tippy toes maybe. But this one I know couldn't have, so that's kind of a bummer. But yeah, I would say that's probably the biggest thing that could be improved here. Also, I'd say that compositionally, I don't know what to make of it. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think I would have liked for some sort of a different composition, either something wider with the bird frame closer to the bottom or closer to the top. It feels like he's kind of just floating here, and I don't know where he's going. Like, I don't know if he's kind of like on a top thirds, a right thirds, or is he center, or what are you doing there? So I feel like compositionally I'm a little bit confused. But yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe doing something like this would have been a little better. Not quite sure. I'm not 100% sold on that, but I think that, but maybe a little wider could have worked. But yeah, some different options. overall, very cool image though, and great shots, Alex. You've submitted some great ones to the competition. So love getting to see them, and thanks for joining us in the chat. We have these two images submitted by Eduardo that we reviewed before already and I talked about. All right, we got Jeff Klein. Jeff, let me know if you're in the chat. Oh, yep, you are. Okay, so we got one image submitted here by Jeff. So very cool photo. First of all, behavior, awesome. Action is just awesome here. I mean, you got a full gullet with a huge fish in it on this cormorant. So that is just so cool. Or I forget what they're called in your section of the world, but very cool. So just awesome behavior and action shot. I think that this would do especially well in something like that next year. So in terms of other things that I love the blue, how it pops amongst all of the brown of the water in this image. I think that's definitely a selling point. You did a good job with the color there. Even the color on the bird leading up to it is just great. Excuse me. And then, yeah, so all of that looks really good. I think you did a great job with the color of it. I think you also did a good job with editing the exposure and the contrast. Like the contrast in the neck of a lot of these types of birds can be hard to get right, where it looks dark enough, but not like too dark where you lose it, but then also not bright where it looks washed out. And I think you did a great job on editing that exposure and capturing that well. I think in terms of things that could be improved, I think that if you were to keep center framing, I think that I would like to see it in a portrait crop, because this bird is already so naturally skinny and tall. I feel like now you kind of have a lot of dead space on the sides for it to be a center frame. Center frames, I would argue that center framing should not have dead space on like around it. Uneven dead space around it. So on the top you have a certain amount of like head space and foot space, but then on the sides you have a lot more of that space on the sides, and I feel like it just winds up becoming that dead space and so on and so forth. So I would have done a 3x2 portrait crop or something like that, in which it fills the frame. All the focus is on what's most important here, which is the cool moment of him, swallowing down this fish. If you were to do a 3x2 crop landscape wise or something like that, I don't think that would have been a bad choice either, but I think you would have had to sold the artistic intention of the composition. So I would have gone more for like something like that. Yeah, I don't know, somewhere around there. But yeah, something like that gives it a little bit more of that artistic composition that shows that maybe there was an intention for why you framed it with more scene in it. Maybe in that case, it feels like it shows off the rapids a little bit more intentionally or something like that. But yeah, that's just my thought there. So very cool shot, super cool moment. And yeah, as other people said, I think it would have been great for a behavior category. All right, Christopher, I think you're still in here. So your other image of the bald eagle, I like this one a lot more than your last one. The only thing that I miss about this one as opposed to the other one is I miss that you don't get as much of that stump down there. So let me zoom out. Yeah, you don't get quite as much of that stump as you did with the other one. That's the only thing that I don't like about this one as much as the other one. But otherwise, I really like this image. First of all, I mean, the wing pose is just absolutely phenomenal. You can't really ask for any better of a pose than this in a bald eagle. And the way that you got all, the water droplets flinging off him and spraying into the air is just absolutely stunning. I mean, it's an ideal subject pose. So you captured the perfect moment there. In terms of some other things I like, once again, just like your other one, I think you did a great job on the coloring. I think that looks phenomenal. And also, I feel like this one is a little bit less distracting in the background for some reason. I'm trying to think of how you had your last one framed. I think maybe because your last one was framed with more of the stump, you caught even more of this water leading up to it, which had its pros and cons, right? Like I liked the stump in the other one, or the log, but I didn't like all that water behind it. That was kind of distracting. So I like your how the background's less distracting here in this area right behind the bald eagle. I would say that something that could be improved, personally, I would have gone like this rather than center framing it. Let's see. I think it's still cropped a little bit on the live stream that you guys are viewing on YouTube, but a little bit more like this right here. I think that would have looked better. Reason being that, first of all, you get closer in on your crop to the main feature of this image, which is this stunning bald eagle flapping its wings out. So that is the feature. You want to keep the feature as much on that as possible. Also, I would say that when you're fully zoomed out, it's a little bit forward on the frame. It's not even quite center. And that means that it's a little bit, it's not following the walking space rule. And it just feels a little awkward because there's less space in front of it than there is behind it. There's more space behind it. So I would argue that that's a second reason. And then the third reason why I like that crop that I just showed you is that I don't like these black blotches up there. I'm not sure what those are, but I don't like those. And I feel like those distract from the focus of this image, which is the eagle. Like all this looks great back here, all the green, all that stuff, that looks good. But then here it's like you got these black splotches, it feels like, in your background, and it just pulls my eye away, and it looks a little bit like artifact like, even though it's probably not artifacts, it looks kind of like that. So that would be my thought. So yep, very cool image, love it though, Chris. And yeah, I really liked this image, so good job there. Definitely could have been a finalist as well. All right, we got Andres Kentis here. I believe Andres was in the chat. So earlier he was. Let me know if you're here, Andres. So we got a lineup of flamingos here. What I like about this image is I like that you got nice and eye level. And so it feels like you're very engaged with these flamingos. I mean, there's really no distractions in the water leading up to it. And the way that they're in a line walking towards the camera, the subject engagement is phenomenal here. So absolutely great subject engagement, eye level, or water level, and just, I mean, it looks fantastic. So good job with that, Andres. I think the thing that I see could be improved is, it feels like, I'm trying to think, feels like this image would be really good almost in like black or white. Reason being is that there's not a lot of color in this image in the first place besides the flamingos, but then this brown just is like the worst complementary color to have with these flamingos, because the flamingos look fantastic, but then everything else is grayed out, and then you just have brown with the flamingos. And I feel like brown is never the only color you want to complement your subject. It's very rare that you want that brown to be the only color in the image complementing it. So I think this would have looked really nice in black and white. And I think you would have gotten some great exposure contrast on the subjects themselves. So that's what I think could have been improved about this image, but overall, pretty cool shot. And we got one more by Andres. So I think I like the other one slightly better because how they're walking towards the camera and they're in a line. It's a little bit more digestible. This one, because they're overlapping so much, I think I like it a little bit less. So I think if anything, that's what I would say about this one is, I wish that they were a little bit separated from each other some more. Subject wise, they're a little bit blended in. But what I like about this image, maybe a little bit more as opposed to the other one, is the other one has one more layer in the background with the trees back there. This one doesn't. And I like how this one doesn't, because it gives a little bit more of that, like this one, there's not really like, I guess, a scenic aesthetic that line of trees is enhancing. So might as well take it out. And I like how this one has that. So yeah, very cool there. And yeah, it does look like that, Laura. But I don't think it actually is selective color. I think it just is juvenile. Yeah, because it's still got some color on it. But yeah, it does look like that. Actually, this is Andres once again. So one thing I like about this one is I like, let's see. Yeah, one thing I like about this one is I think you made a good decision in deciding to exposure mask and bring out the exposure a little bit brighter on the flamingos because I think they could have gotten lost otherwise. So I think that was a good decision there. I think one thing that could be improved is I feel like this image feels a little bit unnaturally pink, the redness in the sky. And so I think just watching that color, making sure not to overdo the hue change on it or the temperature change on it is important. So those are my thoughts there. All right, we got Benjamin Neff. Benjamin, let me know if you're still in the chat. I know you were here for our macro earlier. So we got a ringneck pheasant between maybe some cornrows or some type of crop. I thought this was really cool. Actually, yeah, I thought this was really cool. I am kind of partial towards, I think ringneck pheasants are so cool. So I was kind of hoping this would make the finals, but it didn't quite. I think it got kind of close, but I don't remember exactly what place. So what I like about this image to start is I love that it's, first of all, unique take. Don't really see a lot of shots in a farm. So that's number one unique take. But then also I love how this pheasant is so colored amidst the sea of like kind of dead, crops and leaves and grass and all of that good stuff. So I really, really like kind of the uniqueness of it. I love the color of it. I love how you did the coloring. I mean, the color is just phenomenal. This pheasant itself, I mean, it's captured in such detail, so nice and vivid. So just absolutely beautiful. I think you did a great job there. I almost wondered, so maybe things that could be improved. I don't know. I love the width of this scene, but I also think I would have liked seeing like, I don't know, closer up. Like, I think first of all, I think your composition could have been better at the very least by centering this. So you were slightly, let's back out all the way. You were slightly off center with this. And I think at the very least, keeping it wide, but centering it by pulling this side in a little bit. But if you want to take it a step further, maybe I like the environment too, but I also like this really close up crop. Like I could see this crop also looking really good as well and a lot more engaging with the subject. So I don't know. There's a lot of pros and cons to both ways, but you have plenty of resolution and sharpness to play with to do a crop like this. So yeah, just some thoughts there. And then, yeah, otherwise I think you did good. You did a good job getting ground level with it. Good job with all the editing and yeah, no real complaints there. So, yeah. And I know I figured, it was going to be the same one as your buck photos. Cause I noticed that in the portrait category. I was like, oh, I bet that's the same exact field. And now it makes sense that you said you were doing corn farming, or I forget what you said you were doing earlier. So it makes sense that, this is you. Yeah, and a rush composing, definitely could have cropped. Did for the printer guy. Yeah, I would have recommended cropping. So cool, love it. All right, got Emmanuel Marquez. Emmanuel, let us know if you are here in the chat today. Otherwise, one thing I like about this image is I love the hummingbird, how the flower is kind of coming out in this 3-prong formation. 1, 2, 3, and you got the hummingbird approaching it. It looks very intentional in terms of how that flower was kind of composed and the side profile you got on it. And then, yeah, second to that, I guess something that could be improved is I do feel like this image could use a little bit more life in terms of the color contrast and exposure contrast. I feel like the contrast overall is just not there. It feels a little flat. So I would have liked to see a little bit more contrast in the exposure and the color. That would have enhanced just your whole image a lot and improve the aesthetic of it. So love that. All right, we got Amelia Atkinson. 3 images of hers. Amelia, let me know if you're in the chat. So got her first silhouette of, looks like maybe an eider. It's hard to tell in the silhouette. Maybe an eider against the sunset. What I like about this shot is I do like the deep dark blue of this sandbar contrast against the bright orange of the water. So I think that that's cool. I like how you got that color contrast there. Thing that I think could be improved is I feel like there's not too much of an intentional composition here. It feels like the bird was seen and the lighting was thought through how you wanted to capture the exposure, but it doesn't quite feel like there was a framing that you were trying to go for. And, you weren't trying to necessarily do something unique with that. So I think putting a little bit more thought into how you want to compose that scene would do well. One more by Amelia. Looks like some great horned owl chicks on top of a roof. Super cute. So love that. What I love about this image is I love kind of it feels like there's like a story or a moment here being told. Feels like it's unique. A good combination of urban with natural. Got a lot of trees around it, a lot of greenery around it, but you got the building itself, and then obviously the owls nesting on top. So that is very, very cool to see. And I would love to hear if that's a place that is your own or if someone else's, but only if you're in the chat, I guess. So yeah. Something I think could be improved here in this image is I bet there's probably some other angle you could have found. I don't know. It might be hard with your foreground because I like the foreground in it, but getting out this white in the sky I think would have been nice. I don't feel like there's a real reason to have an overexposed sky, so just getting rid of it I think would have been ideal if possible. Maybe by moving more to the right. Looks like there is some foreground here. Maybe you could have used some other foreground element and then maybe there's more tree over here. Not quite sure because obviously I don't know. But just thinking through some compositions like that. All right, and we got one more by Amelia, and this is her image of a bunch of white pelicans. And yeah, what I like about this one, interesting image. I like this one because it is interesting. You don't typically see them all, gathered around on a road. I would assume this is like a boat ramp. But yeah, I think that it's an interesting take. Most people might pass up on this type of image, but I like how you decided to go for it. And I think it's a pretty cool moment. So I like that. I think the thing that could be improved most about this photo is I think this log is just very distracting. So either that be moving more to your right and getting a different angle on the pelicans, or whether that be moving way around to your left, swinging around the side of them. Not exactly sure what the answer is here, but the log definitely, it almost feels like it's more of a subject than the birds themselves, at least in terms of how much it stands out to my eye subliminally. So just keeping that in mind of what could be improved. All right, we got Mark Knoll one more time with his image of a short-eared owl flying at sunset or sunrise. And what I like about this image is I love the lineup, the sun coming through the trees and the lineup of trees back here. I think that gives a really nice mood to the image and love that about it. The thing that I think could be improved is I feel like this image might look better with the crop, something like that. Not quite sure, but something a little bit different. Mostly because this overexposed sky just feels distracting to me. It feels bright and like it attracts my eye to it, but there's no real purpose to it. And so I'd rather just get rid of it and get the owl with the dark line of trees in the background and some of this foreground that was captured here. So that's my thought there in terms of Mark's image. All right. Very, very cool. Andres, I'm seeing your message in the chat right now. I think you might be behind a little bit if you were responding to what I was saying earlier. But yeah, hopefully the feedback I was able to give you there was helpful. Okay. All right, so I need to do a battery change really quick on my camera. Okay. So apparently, no matter what I do, I can't get this recap to be shorter than 4 hours. Oh man. Okay. Still got quite a bit more too with that portrait category. Oof. Oh, I'm glad to see you on here, Mark. Sorry, I didn't see you on here earlier. Otherwise, I would have given you even more feedback. But um, let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick for you. I mean, yeah, I think, like I said, getting rid of that sky, and then also, yeah, I love your foreground elements. I love this the sun behind the trees. I think you capture that light behind the trees beautifully. The darkness and moodiness of the trees is gorgeous, but I think getting rid of that sky would help you a lot. And then also I noticed that there's a little bit more motion blur than I would like. I know it's hard in that kind of lighting. You're getting such low light, but a little bit of motion blur in the owl, like on the face and some of those parts, a little bit more than I would like. But yeah, still pretty cool image. So yeah. And glad to see you on here now. You can go back and see the reviews that I had on your other stuff from earlier too. Okay. Prepping these portrait images. This is our last category for today. How are you guys feeling? If you guys have been in this whole live stream, let me know in the chat, because you guys are champs. Like I said last year, I would not have stuck around probably the whole time. I mean, maybe if I'm doing it in the background, you know, like I know some of you guys are doing it in the background while you're editing, or if you're like Mr. Neffels corn harvesting. Sarah and Matt been here. Getting on the home stretch, yep. Bryce, Andrew, Klaus. Shout out to Klaus. Klaus has been an awesome supporter of the competition. The first year we ever put it on, he messaged me after and said, hey, want to donate some money for next year's competition. So shout out to Klaus for all his support. And also he's working on launching up a couple of different wildlife photography products, like a hide and I believe binoculars and some other things. So I've been talking with him about some of those, but yeah, he's doing some great stuff. So excited to see what he continues to do. Yes, Sergi, sorry your photo wasn't in until the portrait, huh? Had to stick around because of that. I don't know if that's how you say your name, by the way, but love it. Skip, Christine, or Skip, Jeff, whole time, Danielle, Terry, Christine. Nice. Love it. What's the difference between birdscape and behavior? Birdscape is about bird subjects and their relation to the environment and capturing all that nice and aesthetically. Behavior is about the uniqueness of a certain behavior or action that either a bird or some other type of animal is performing. That's unique to see. Eric too. Awesome. Well, glad to have you guys all here. Yeah, I think I forgot how many were last minute submitted to the portrait. I think we have 80 to go through. So, all right. Sorry, I'm procrastinating a little bit because I know how long this is going to take, and I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Also, my audio is probably going to cut out one more time, so you guys let me know when that happens. I'm going to have to do one more battery change. It's genuinely exhausting talking for this long. I do not care for talking this long. And, yeah. Okay, all right. So yeah, appreciate all your guys' feedback in the chat, because otherwise I would just give up, because otherwise it feels like I'm just talking to a wall. All right, let's do this. Okay, our final category for today. And actually, if you guys are just joining us, make sure you let me know when your image comes up That way I can do a more in-depth review. Otherwise, I'm going through them more quickly, just doing one piece of feedback, good and bad, for each one. If you don't let me know you're here in the chat. So yeah, and then I guess one other thing to say is that I'll say it one more time. You can subscribe to our newsletter below. You'll get updates on all the stuff as we go throughout each month. We do a deal each month. We have other wildlife photography news stories, creator highlights, and you'll also, it's the best place to find out about next year's competition and to get a special deal on submitting photos next year. And then also the Discord link is below, and you can join that to get more community like this and talk with other photographers about what you like about other people's photos, get feedback on your own photos, so on and so forth. And so, yeah, check out all those links. Next time recap per category. I know. Well, this year I thought it'd be so much shorter, but then I'm trying to give more in depth because people took the time to put the form submissions in. Have the number. How many images in this category are there for review? It's about 80 right now for the portrait that we're doing, Bryce. And yeah, might do another more in-depth judge review next year, so we'll see. But yeah. So yeah, hopefully we'll get to yours in time, Bryce. So we'll see. I am going to try to get these done in an hour to 60 to 90 minutes is going to be my goal. So hopefully it won't be 2 hours. All right, let's do this. Starting off with Kenneth Smith. Okay, Kenneth, looks like you're here. See that in the chat. So, what I like about your image to start off is, I love the colors of the image. The green is nice and vivid, and the brown is nice and natural on this deer. So good job capturing that. Let me zoom out a little bit so y'all can see the original composition. So good job with all of that. I think you also got a really good, nice, perfect side profile. So good job on the body positioning and not letting that go too far off of that 90-degree angle. That way it starts looking away from you. So good job with that. Also, technically, you captured the focus really well. Focus is perfectly on the eye. All this fur is nice and focused as well. And so good job with all of that. I think that something that I would like to see, elk. I don't know why I'm calling it a deer. I know that. My brain is running on fumes right now. So, yeah. Good job with your elk image. I think in terms of what can be improved, I think I would like to see a little bit more dynamic to this image than just a grass background. Ultimately, I mean, when you're competing with, there was over 300 photos submitted to the portrait category, there has to be something beyond just the portrait aspect that's going to make it pop and stand out to the judges. And the fact that it's just all grass in the background, while it looks nice, nothing wrong with it, it lacks like that little bit of extra specialness that's gonna give this portrait image, gonna put it into the finalist or place. So that's what I would say there. Maybe something you could have done for that is get a little bit lower. I notice you are a little bit above this elk, so maybe you could have gotten a little bit lower, and maybe there would have been some nice background in the trees or bushes. Maybe there wasn't. In a case like that, maybe it's not a good situation to go portrait. Maybe you should be going wider and trying to be more environmental. But for the portrait, that's probably what I'd say about that. Got one more by Kenneth Smith. It's a beautiful photo of a fox here. So in terms of this image, you did a great job with nailing focus. Yeah, focus is awesome. Nice tack sharp on the fox. And so good job there. And it's a little blurred on the nose, but I don't mind this. Like, some people might get picky about this, so I guess I'm saying this for other judges. Some judges might get picky about the whole face needs to be tack sharp. I don't really mind too much as long as it's not too bad and as long as the eyes are in focus. I think you can still see the whiskers plenty good enough. And so personally, I think that it's still a good image for portrait. And then I also like the color tone that you captured in the fox. Again, just like your other one, I think your colors are really good in your images. I would argue that I'm not sure if there's a reason for this image to be as dark on the histogram as it is. I don't know. I mean, I guess I can kind of see a reason for the mood, but it doesn't feel like it's a super compelling reason for the darkness in this image. So I would have liked to see it bumped up on the histogram a little bit more exposure in this image, and a little bit more contrast throughout it, personally. Maybe one other thing that could be improved is I think that maybe you could be intentional about not cutting off the ears here. I don't think it's the worst. Let's zoom out for the live stream. Don't think it's the worst where you cut it off, but it's also, I think, less than ideal. I would have liked to see the ears still in it. I think you cut it off good down here. I think that's a good body position to cut it down here. But ultimately, I think you could have kept the ears in it. And then this side, it feels like there's just a little bit extra space out here that could have been eliminated as well. But not too much, just like a sliver, maybe like about to where the cursor is at right there. And then, yeah. Otherwise though, I think it's a pretty good image. I like, how you have a little bit of shadow down here. I like the color of the eyes. It's different enough from the fur, but still, pretty close. So overall, pretty cool shot. I like it quite a lot. D70, cool. Awesome. Love it. Okay. Going on to Bobby Muhammad's image, jumping spider. So Bobby, I believe you're in the chat. Yep, you just commented. So, very cool. Loved this image. I think this image was a finalist image, so congratulations once again on it. Some things I liked about it. First of all, super cool kind of like tangle of web and leaves and spider. So very, very cool to see this whole scene together. But I think that this image would have done better in the macro category personally. I know there's a debate going on about that in the macro category during the live stream, but really macro does not necessarily mean it has to be super close up and intense. It just has to represent the small and the tiny and the intimate world around us, right? So it doesn't have to be super close up. It often is, but really it just has to represent that small and tiny world. And this is a small and tiny world that's being represented here. This whole like kind of spider web tangled like leaf. And the spider emits that. I think it's a beautiful macro image, but portrait more often than not really needs to be frame filling. That's what a portrait is. And unfortunately, this jumping spider is not frame filling. And I think that's probably the biggest reason why I didn't win. I was honestly a little bit surprised made the finals because of that reason. Not because it's a bad image. It's a great image. Super cool. I think I was just surprised because it isn't as frame filling as I would expect for a portrait image. So yeah, that's what I would say about category, first of all. But in regards to other things, I love the moment. Like I said, I think the composition is good. I like how you chose, because the leaf is like, coming out of this side of the frame. I like how you let it stretch across the frame and the spider actually be on the top right thirds. I think that was an excellent choice compositionally. I think you framed it as good as you possibly could have, and I couldn't imagine a better composition in this image. And I think you did a good job with the colors, all of that good stuff. I'd say one other small thing that could be improved is I noticed he is just slightly blurry. I think it's due to camera shake. I don't think it's due to focus. I think it's due to camera shake because I can't find any part of this frame that is perfectly sharp. So I think it's due to camera shake. And so that's just something to be careful of. It's just slightly blurry. So that would have helped. But yeah, very cool image, and yeah, super cute. So awesome shot. Got two more by Bobby. Got Bobby with the jumping spider. This one is nice and tack sharp, if I remember. Yep, nice and tack sharp. Such a cool color set on this image, and I think that's really what stands out to me on this one, is that the color of the eyes and the green on the spider just, so good, so vibrant, and then the red of the rose. Man, it just sells the image. I think the color is absolutely phenomenal in the shot. There's so many images in this portrait category that I feel like could have made the finalists that didn't, because there's just such a high amount of images, but wouldn't have been surprised seeing this one in there myself. So good shot here. I do like how you got him, centered up with the center of this flower, and then you got kind of the circles pattern kind of going throughout the frame. So I think all of that was really good. So yeah, I think it was a pretty great shot in that sense. Trying to think of what could be improved. In terms of what could be improved. I feel like, kind of similar to the last one, I would have liked to see this a little bit bigger in frame if it is submitted to portrait. It's not, I would say that this one's definitely better than the other one in terms of how big in frame it is. But it's still on the small end, and portrait wise, want to see a little bit bigger in it. So I'd say again, the category might be the big thing. Also, this is tiny, but I would have liked to see the ends of the legs here, and you can't because of how that flower got in the way. And so I think even just moving up a 1/4 of an inch, like a very, very amount, would have made the difference there. Because I would have liked to see these legs on this side in particular. But overall, very cool shot, and I think you did great. I think my audio cut out for a bit, but yeah, was just saying good shot, and think it's a great shot. All right. Okay. One more by Bobby. And what I like about this one is I like the pose. I think it's an awesome pose of this guy. I believe it's a weasel, correct? Yeah, I think it's a weasel. Love the pose here. Looks very menacing while still looking cute and fluffy. And I love how it's kind of coming out from the shadows into the light. I think that that's an awesome take here. And I like that about this image. I think something that could be improved. Feels like it's a little bit jumbled with the rocks, particularly this one. Like this one makes sense that he's on. This one he's coming out from doesn't bother me too much, but then you have one back here and one right there. I wonder if there's some different way you could have composed to at least get rid of maybe that one back there. I know this one you probably couldn't have unless you compose way the other direction, but then that's a whole different shot. I don't know. But ultimately trying to move around a little bit to maybe get rid of some of those rocks. And then while I think you did a good job with the darks, the shadows here, I do think that this rock feels a little bright to me up here. I would have liked to see this a little bit less bright right there. Even if it's like a gentle gradient mask, then a 0.3 reduction on exposure, something like that. Maybe that would have worked well. But yeah, I think it's just a little bit bright on that end, and that's what I would say about that. But overall, very cool shot. A great set of 3 images, and glad to have you with us here during the live today, Bobby. All right, we got Neil Daughtery. Neil, let me know if you are in the chat. One thing that I like about this image is I like what I'm trying to think of what kind of kingfisher that is. Sorry, I got distracted. Not sure what type of kingfisher that is, but very cool. One thing that I like about this image is I love this branch going through it. It's such a nice dark branch. It's nicely, beautifully curved, and I think that it really puts for a beautiful, elegant place to set the kingfisher on. I think with very isolated shots like this, sometimes the branch can make a big difference on how pretty the photo is. I think this branch is amazing, and that's what stands out to me there. In terms of what I think could be improved, I think that I'm not a huge fan, so maybe this is personal preference. I'm never a huge fan of when you have pretty much a perfect front on angle with the body and a perfect side profile. I love side profiles. I love perfect front on angles. I love 45-degree angles. I love really all of that. But I don't like, for some reason, when you have a straight head on body and then a perfectly side angle head. That really could come down a lot more to preference than maybe general opinion, my personal preference. But I'm not a big fan of that. And it makes it feel like he's slightly awkwardly positioned. So I would have loved to see a slightly different positioning if you shot like burst, if there was multiple head angles that he had or something like that. But very cool shot. Okay, let's see. Moving on to David Marler with a image of an osprey. Let me know in the chat if you are here, David. So for this image, I really like kind of the pose of the osprey and the fact that he's got the salmon in his feet. I think that all looks really good. It's a great, very powerful, majestic pose with the salmon and the talons. I think it just sells the image really well on a subject standpoint. In terms of what could be improved, I think there's a lot of clutter with all these twigs throughout the frame, all over everywhere. Just really getting rid of that clutter is really important to create a nice aesthetic image. and to eliminate unnecessary distractions as well. So keeping in mind that twig clutter. Got one more by David Marler. Awesome image here. And what I like about this one is I like the engagement here with the subject. I think it's very cool how he's facing on with the camera and making his way over. And then I think in terms of what could be improved, I would assume this is probably shot out of a car or maybe off the top of a stone. I mean, it could be a lot of different things, but whatever this is in the foreground here, that's given to that whiteness on the bottom, that needs to be getting rid of because it just doesn't quite feel like it matches. It doesn't give a purpose to the gradient, in my opinion. And it just feels like it's unintentionally there. That would be my biggest thought there, is probably getting rid of that right there. And one more by David Marler. So, image of a great blue heron here. I think what I like most about this one is I like actually this color right behind the heron back here. Almost looks rainbow-esque. And I like the color in the great blue heron itself. I think that the color was captured phenomenally in this image because it's so dry and kind of dark around all of it. But then the color here and then the color right there is great. I think something that could be improved about it is there is a lot going on in this image. And I'm not necessarily opposed to the lake kind of taking this shape around the heron, but it just feels like there is a lot of extra twigs and grass everywhere that I'm not a huge fan of. So that would be my personal preference there. But yeah, still pretty cool shot though, and the subject looks great in it. All right, we got Molly Milano. Molly's image here of a little sanderling approaching a little shell. So what I love most about this image is I love the action going on here, first of all, but also I like how this image is very close to high key, but it's not. Has a very light and airy feel to it. And it's done really well. Captured really good on the highlights end and the exposure. Nice and eye level, perfectly ground level. Feels like you are right there with the sanderling in the sand. So I think that's a great job, Molly. And then in terms of one thing that I think could be improved, I think that, let me think. I think that it's hard to tell. I would say some of these whites, if I'm really pixel peeping, some of these whites are overblown just ever so slightly and meshed into each other. And so just being careful on not quite blowing out those whites all the way. Maybe that was done in camera, maybe that was done in editing. If it's in editing, it's a simple fix. But yeah, just being aware of all that stuff. So we got one more shot here by Molly. Molly was one of my previous students as well, so excited to see her submit. Actually, I was excited to see Stephen Hurst, who got 3 images in the finals this year, and one of his images got 3rd place in the creative category this year, of the owl, kind of in that warp tunnel looking thing. He was part of my cohort earlier this year too, so I love seeing past students and people I've mentored making it. So Molly's image here of a hummingbird and a flower. So I think one thing that I like about this image is I like how the red contrasts with the green. Really, everything is either green or red in this image beyond just the neutral colors. So I love that color contrast in the image. But in the same vein, I think the thing that could be improved is I think the colors could use a little bit more saturation. I feel like they're a little bit grayed, a little bit washed out, and I would like to see just a little bit more saturation there. Or even better yet, just a little bit more contrast, because I think the contrast could use a little bit of bumping, but it would also increase that color contrast as well. So that's my thought. Okay, now moving on, we got Eric Smith. Eric, let me know if you're in the chat. We're moving through these guys. My voice is getting raspy. So we got an image here of a hare in the snow. What I like most about this image is all the small little details of this hare, all the snow stuck to like even just this eyelash right there. Like all these eyelashes, so cool. The whiskers right there. So pretty cool little intimate details that were captured nice and sharp in this image. In terms of what I think could be improved, I think that I like how he's kind of coming out from the snow. It kind of feels like he's coming out of a den almost. But I feel like I would like a little bit more context for the scene even, to kind of get to see a little bit more of that environment. Because I feel like the environment's like a nice part of it, already in an intimate sense. So just seeing a little bit more on the back end right here on the right side would be nice to see. And Eric, I see that you say you're here in the chat too. So yeah, beyond that, I would say, yeah, okay. So let me expand on that a little bit more. I feel like I see more scene back here that would be interesting for me to know about as a viewer. So I feel like either enhancing that scene just a little bit or really getting up in the details here. I mean, you do have a decent amount of resolution and sharpness. I think you could go in for a really tight crop and get really intimate with these details on the hair, or even a crop like this, honestly. It's probably a little bit off in the live stream. Probably something like this, I think would look pretty good. Maybe a slightly wider. But I think it could just use either a little bit of cropping in or a little bit of cropping out, either to give more environment or more intimate detail. What else that I think you did good is I like how you get all these whiskers with the snow, everything, eyelashes, the snow, eye, nose, everything in focus. And then it starts blurring out after that as you go. So you did a good job with your f-stop right there. Oops, sorry, that's your next one. So good job on that. I would also say you did a good job in terms of your whites. I think in general, you didn't overexpose and blow out anything. Over here, I don't think you did either. So that's good. That is hard to do. And overall, yeah, pretty cool image. Looks like kind of grandpa hair coming out of the snow. So, yeah, I think this is a really, really good shot. Let me see. Yep. Just reading through the chat really quick. So good shot, Eric. Let's look through one more of yours. So this is a cool image. I like this take. Very nice and creative. I love the kind of the swirl on the horn. I like that you focus on this. I think that this image is almost like what I feel like in the tighter crop version of this. Similar idea, right? You're really focusing on the details. I like how you did that in this one. Yeah, this is a great image in terms of your composition. I think the composition is really, really solid here. Yeah, I mean, maybe in the slightest pulling from this left side, but I don't even think so, because I think you have a perfect 1x1 square. If not, it's very close. If it is a perfect 1x1 square, I just keep it. If not, maybe just pull a tad bit from that left, if anything. But compositionally, I think you are really good here and really sound. I think two small things that I notice, or one small thing I noticed, first of all, one other maybe bigger thing and why it wouldn't have made the finals. Small thing is that you get a little bit of green here, and I wish you didn't. I wish it would have been a purely brown image, like where you're just, all the focus is on the goat. There's nothing pulling you away from that. It's not too much, like it's so small and not like it's a strong color anyways, that it's not a huge deal, but it is something very small that the judges might be looking at. Secondly, I think that, yeah, the lighting is harsh on this, and it's unfortunate. I'm sure this was just taken at a more harsh lighting time of the day, but sadly the reality is the lighting is pretty harsh, and I think because of that, it detracts from what could be like a more smooth and aesthetic photo. Because of that, you get too much shine on, even like right here or back up here on the rim of the horn, stuff like that down here. And I would have liked to see that a little bit more evenly distributed with some soft cloudy lighting, ideally, or at the very least, maybe some sunrise lighting or something like that. But I think maybe that's something that held you back as well. But compositionally, like I said, very, very good. I love that. Yeah, and fantastic image. So happy to have you here, Eric. Thanks for joining. Okay, we've got Mike Gilling one more time, our overall popular vote winner, and Mike's image here of the sheep as well. Ironic is back to back, same. And what I like most about this image, let me know if you're in the chat, Mike. Don't think you were earlier though, so do 1 and 1. What I like most about it is I like the engagement with the ram looks so intense. I mean, the way that the horns are just so symmetrical, the face is so symmetrical, the ears, the mouth, nose, everything. It's very intense. and just an awesome amount of engagement in this image. And the center framing is great with the 16:9 crops. I think works really well in this image. In terms of what I think could be improved, normally I'm a sucker for foreground. I love foreground, but in this case, I think it just distracts. And I would have loved to see this foreground out of here, or at least pushed to the sides. I think actually if it was pushed to the sides, it would have been fine. Would have looked good. But because it's just right in front of him and cutting off the ear, cutting off the tip of the ear here, I'm just not quite a fan of it. So that would be my feedback in terms of what I think could be improved. All right, we got Danielle. I believe Danielle's in the chat. If it's the same Danielle, Rocket. With her image of a loon. Danielle, let me know if you are in the chat so I can do more in-depth dive. But to start off, thing that I like about it. Yep, Danielle's right there. Cool. Some things I like about it. So, first of all, awesome behavior. It's always fun capturing a chick with the adult, particularly with loons. I think loons are absolutely beautiful. Something I also like that you got about it is the loon. I feel like all the details in the feathers can be hard to get oftentimes, and even the color back here and all that good stuff. You did a great job of making sure that all those were exposed properly so you get all of the details in the feathers. So I love that. Love the stretch in the photo too. In terms of things I think could be improved, I think that first of all, body positioning wise, it's faced away from the camera. And really, unless there's a very good, compelling, creative reason for it, you really should never have a subject facing away from the camera because you just lose that engagement as a viewer. In this case, I don't feel like there's a good enough reason for it facing away. You could argue the feather details, seeing some of that and stuff, but it just would have been even better. I only see it as a better image if they would have been facing the camera together. So that'd be my thought. Primarily there, that's the biggest thing. Second biggest thing is I feel like it is lacking a little bit of something beyond just the water. And even with that, because you did a decent job of getting water level, but it definitely still could have been lower to the water. And because it's, just a few inches off the ground, I know it doesn't sound like much. And a lot of times people, be like I was almost on the ground, but almost on the ground is different than being perfectly flush with the ground. And unfortunately, I think that shows here in the sense that, it just, you catch a lot more waves and ripples in it. And so those would be my biggest feedback thoughts there. In a boat, it looks like you said. Yep. So that makes sense. It's always hard when you're in a boat. Like it just is, but there's a reason why, for example, you see people with floating blinds when they do a lot of in the water photography, or you go to the shoreline, and you find the right locations with birds that'll come close to the shoreline, stuff like that. So it's an unfortunate reality. And I get that you can't get really lower in a boat, but, just is what it is sometimes. All right, so then your image of the penguins. I'm trying to remember these Gentoo penguins. Gentoo penguins, I think. Remind me, Danielle. But very cool image here. First of all, love the action, the behavior going on. So it seems like that's something you like, is capturing kind of those relationships between the animals. And also, with that being said, I like how you get just a beautiful little touch of the beak on the top here, and then just a little touch on the beak right down here. So it looks like they kind of almost fit together like a puzzle piece. Makes for a nice little, just small little touch in the image that looks good. And then in terms of the mood of this image, I think you edited it really nicely from an exposure standpoint, a contrast standpoint. I like the gradient going throughout the image, and was well captured there. The things that stick out to me and I notice the most is, first of all, the subject in the background, or the penguin in the background, is a little distracting. You get the beak poking through back here and then the back of the head, and it just makes for a less clear portrait of the second subject. So it's a two-shot really, but then it gets a little bit blurry and distracting with another subject being added in on the background. So that would be the biggest piece of feedback there, is either waiting for that penguin to go by, switching up your angle, or so on and so forth. And I know, again, those things are so hard to control in the moment, but just talking about ideals here and why things wouldn't have placed or made the finals. But overall, really cool shot. Love the little, even the water details in like this bird with water droplets, and a good job. Okay. Also, I saw in the chat, John Brotherton, I do not remember images for 550. Let's see. Are you in portrait? If you're in portrait category, John, then you are still coming up. If you are not in the portrait category, I don't remember off the top of my head. If you submitted to other categories, then we already finished all the categories except portrait. So if you have a portrait category or a portrait submission, yours is still coming up in the next maybe 30 minutes. All right, one more by Danielle. We have a tern with a fish in its mouth. And yeah, love the encouragement in the chat. Keep that going, you guys. So first of all, love the behavior here once again. Again, I think you would really enjoy the behavior category next year. But yeah, love that behavior going on. You also did a good job of not blowing out the whites on the tern. So I love that you did that. Really nice and well. And then, yeah, getting everything in focus from the tip of the tail up to the fish, I think was great too. So very, very good job. Yeah. And then in terms of things that I think could be improved, I think that, yeah, action behavior is great here, but it's lacking a little bit of that aesthetic element beyond that in the scene. Even for portrait elements, you know, the focus is on the subject, but either the subject has to be hyper compelling in its aesthetic and how you capture that subject in a unique way, or you have to have some sort of background that still accents it, even if it's very blurred out, some sort of light, color, something that really gives it that pop. I feel like it's missing a little bit of that in the scenery around it, the background. So ultimately, I think that's probably the biggest thing that could be improved in this image. But overall, pretty cool shot, and yeah, I love the detail in this tern and the behavior going on. So good job there, Danielle, and good job, or thank you for joining us today. So far, the whole thing. So really appreciate you being here. John, yeah, if yours was new photographers category, then yours has already been reviewed. So you'll have to go back afterwards. After this is done, you can come back to this exact link. The video will be posted up and you can go back and rewind. And we reviewed the new photographers first, so it's within the first hour and a half, I think, of the live stream. All right. And then Aaron, see that? Yeah, glad that you're able to see your stuff now. So. All right, we got Matt Knuckles. One more image from you. I believe you're still in the chat. So for Matt's image, the burrowing owls, I know you and Sarah are probably having wherever this burrowing owl location is you guys probably have a feast with this. I would be dying. I've been wanting to create a little documentary piece on burrowing owls for so long, but I just don't have a consistent enough place for them. So, so yeah, so starting off with your image, what I like about it, I really like the light in this image. I like how the light's coming in from the side, and I like how you captured that. And the way that the exposure is throughout the image was done really well. The shadows are nice and dark without being too dark, and the parts with the light hitting it are nice and bright without it being overly bright. So I think you did a great job on your exposure editing. Colors all look very vivid, very natural. Love all of that. And yeah, even how the light is cast across the burrowing owl is good as well. I think that in terms of what could be improved, first of all, I've never been a big fan of side profiles on owls. So first of all, in the first place, maybe that's a personal preference thing. Maybe these are both personal preference things, but that's one thing for me is I feel like their heads look so round. They don't have the shape that is appealing in a lot of other birds when they have a side profile. So that's something to consider, is sometimes certain subjects look better in certain scenarios than others, right? One other thing about this one is that it also, just like the kingfisher I mentioned before, but you have a perfectly front-on body profile, but then a side profile on the face. And in my opinion, I don't like when those two mix. I like kind of commitment one way or the other. So those are some thoughts there. And then in terms of, all this around it, I think you did a pretty good job. I would have loved to see if you could have gotten a tad bit lower and then gotten this foreground grass right here to cover up a little bit more here, like right to the foot. I think that would have helped get rid of a little bit of this distraction right here and would have helped isolate the subject even just a little bit more. So I would have loved to see that. But yeah, overall pretty cool images. Florida, yeah, I hear that Florida is great for burrowing owls. So, yeah, and sun was shining through the trees. That's cool. So yeah, awesome image though, Matt. Great shot there. And yeah, glad to have you submitting to this year's competition once again. Also, in the future, been debating it, but I'll ask you guys really quick. Would you guys appreciate, because I give graphics to all of the placement winners, would you guys appreciate getting kind of like finalist graphics as well? So if you made the finals, me sending out like, so I'm sure you guys probably saw, the grand prize winner, first place, second place, third place winners, popular vote winners, and all the categories post up, little graphics that we sent them of like third place, portrait category, Wilder, photo awards, and then has their image on it. That way they could post it up and stuff. Would you guys appreciate that as finalists, getting those same types of things if you make the finals? Let me know. Maybe I'll try to do that next year. All right. Going back to Simon. Simon, let me know if you're still in the chat. I think I saw you not too long ago, but I don't know if you're like way behind or not. So you might not be seeing this soon. Okay. Well, yeah, let me know if you're in the chat, Simon. We got first here a little seal pup. That's a great little shot, great little expression. So what I like about this image is I like kind of the dark blacks and grays of this image. So I like the kind of the color tone of this image, and I like that there's maybe the lack of color in this image. It gives it a very moody effect, but still not being grayscale. So I like that about this image. Feels very dark, feels very almost like a dark obsidian. It's not obsidian, obviously, but yeah, I think that looks cool. Almost like a basalt type of feel. So I like the mood of this image. The one thing that I think could be improved about this image is that, yeah, I think that I'm not a huge fan. I'm trying to think. I'm not a huge fan of the lighting on this side of the pup. I think it's a little bit too bright. I would have liked to see that brought down a little bit more. Throughout the rest of the image, I like the exposure dynamic, but just on the side right here, I feel like it's a little bit too bright, and it pulls me a lot towards this side of the pup rather than on that side. So that'd be my thought there. And yeah, I will try to do that next year. I will try to remember I'll make a note for myself or something and then do finalist graphics next year. Cause yeah, I think that would be good. All right. One more by Simon. Awesome image of a Komodo dragon here. So cool. What I love most about this image is great job. I mean, this is like a prime example of why ground level is so important. Is that, I do see Simon in here. Okay. Before we go back, I'm going to go to this image one more time, give you a little bit more feedback, Simon. Give you two more pieces of feedback. So maybe one other thing. And you're right. I think that's marine iguana. I don't know why I said Komodo dragon, guys. Have some grace on me, please. I think I said during the competition that a salamander was a reptile, and yeah, that's just a brain fart too. Okay, so back to here, Simon. Sorry, I think you are a little bit behind, Simon. That's why you're not seeing it as I ask for it. So I do think also there's a little bit of extra space up here, kind of dead space, not useful. So what I would do is probably crop in a little bit. Honestly, cropping a little bit, maybe on all sides, it being a portrait image and being that the pup is focused. And there's nothing super compelling on the fringes out here. But yeah, I would do a little bit heavier of a crop, mostly because of that overcast water right there. But yeah, beyond the rim lighting, beyond that, maybe one more thing that I like about it. So I like kind of the mood, like I said. I do think you chose a good depth of field on this, whether that was intentional or not. I like how you get enough of the detail in the texture back here to notice kind of these rocks, but not too much to where they become too distracting. So I like that kind of in between in this situation. So I think you did a good job there. All right. So now going back to Simon's other image of the marine iguana. So like I was saying, prime example of getting nice and ground level. Reason being that like the sleeping iguana is what's so cool about this image, and how it's face on, dead towards the camera. And if you were to be above this, it just would have taken away kind of that intimacy and that engagement with the subject. It wouldn't have felt like you were on like in the same, like when you're on the ground like this, it almost feels like you are directly sleeping beside this iguana, right? Like it feels so powerful and it feels so engaging. So fantastic job getting nice and ground level here on this one. Yeah, I also think you did a great job depth of field. I like how this one, as opposed to the other having more in focus, this one has less in focus. I like how it really just keeps you isolated, really just on those eyes and on the nostrils here, and some of the texture of that front of the head. Yeah, that smile, like Laura said, it really does look like he's smiling. That's kind of crazy. So good job in terms of your depth of field and all that good stuff. And then also, I do like the choice to crop before you see all of the back right here. I could see that going either way in terms of wanting more or less, but I think the cropping right there and not including that whole back, I think it really does just draw you that much more into the face, which is the very powerful part of this photo and really the highlight of it. So I do like that a lot. I think you did a good job there, and yeah, awesome with that. I think in terms of something that could be improved about this image, it's really hard to say. In an ideal world, I would have liked it all a little bit more symmetrical. So the body is obviously a little bit more weighted on the left side than the right side, but that's because you captured the face symmetrically. So understandably so, but I wish he would have been laying just slightly a little bit more symmetrical. That would have been great. Also, I would like to see the horizon line corrected a little bit. So a little bit tilted like that instead of the other way. That way you get those nostrils, nice nostrils and eyes, nice and level with the horizon line. And then, I think those are probably the two biggest improvements for me about this image. But overall, very, very cool shots. So good job. Could it have been good in macro as well? I would say it could have worked. Yeah. I would say it's a weird in-between of where you don't really typically think of this as macro because it's such a large subject. But in all reality, it could still work in macro. But even with that being said, even with as close-up as it is, yeah, I don't know if it really, I don't know if it's really highlighting like the tiny world, around us. It's more just like a specific feature on this specific animal. It's not like it's necessarily highlighting the whole environment. I don't feel like, at least to me, the shells, for example, are not a big part of this image or stuff like that. So I don't know, debatable on that one, but good question. Carl, the competition, this is a recap for a competition that already happened. We're just going through some of the images. So you can compete in next year's competition if you'd like. You can subscribe to our newsletter below, and you'll be updated when next year swings around. Okay, so one more by Simon. This is an image of some type of bird. Let me know in the chat. I have no idea what type of bird that is. Never seen it before, but beautiful bird. What I like most about this image, I like how you capture all those colors. Those colors are nice, vivid, prominent. So good job there. And then also, it's very nice and isolated, very stands out nice. So there's no confusion for a portrait. It's a great shot like this. Toucan barbet. Wow. That's cool. Okay. So one thing I think could be improved, I would have liked to see more motion blur in these raindrops here. I feel like they're so tiny and not motion blurred that they almost just become like noise in the image and almost become a distraction, because in my brain I'm like, oh, what are those little specks going on there? But yet when I look at them, it's still not impressive when I actually find out what they are. I want to see motion blur in that. So I would say either motion blur or, if you were to able to get them more prominently, some really nice frozen water drops, but then you have to be at super high shutter speeds, and that's most likely not happening either. So I would say that's one thing that I could critique about it. It's very small, but it does matter. Second thing is, I think just having a little bit of extra pop to the scene. I feel like the subject itself, stunning, gorgeous, but beyond that, there's really no appeal to the background or the perch that he's on. So I think that that's one thing that could be improved as well. So yeah, but good shot, Simon, and very cool to see. All right. Moving on to Philip. I believe Philip's still here. Philip, let me know if you are still here in the chat. So starting off, we have a, oh goodness, leopard. I'm so tired, guys. I don't remember now if leopards live in Africa or where it was, but I believe so. So, very cool image here, Philip. So what I like to start out is I like how the light moves through this image. I like how it's darker down here, darker up here, and then you kind of have the light really coming down on the center of this frame right here around where the head is. So yeah, great shot here. I like the curl up around right here. So I think that that's an interesting body position, and I like that. But also at the same time, I think it definitely could have been a little bit better. I guess the beef I have with it is that the jaw and this whole bottom here is now cut off by kind of the rump of the leopard as well. So that would be kind of my take there, is that is a bummer. It's like a cool body position, but it just is not captured visibly enough on the head. Really, the leopard would have had to raise its head up more, or maybe sat down its butt. Or maybe you would have had to get higher, which would have been, very difficult, I would imagine, in this scenario. But something like that. And then in terms of otherwise, I think something to be aware of is that while I do like the lighting throughout this image and the colors even not bad, like the colors are done well in editing, I do think it just lacks color. And so the leopard just blends in kind of with the surroundings around it. But not in a camouflage, behavioral type of way where you're highlighting and showcasing that so much. It just is more like it just blends in. And so it is like it lacks some sort of depth to the color in that sense, in my opinion. So that would be my thought there. But overall, still pretty cool. And I'm seeing your comment, Philip. I'm not sure what happened then. Maybe an older version that you edited got submitted. Yeah, not quite sure. So sorry about that. That's a bummer. But yeah, this is the file that we got on hand. So, and yeah, that's not a bad suggestion either, Irene. All right, and this was your other image, Philip, and we went over this before. Just for sake of time, I'm going to pass through it, but I do think, I think I commented earlier about how I thought this image was better for the portrait, so I'm glad you did submit it to the portrait as well. I see you submitted it to both. So yeah, I think this was definitely more of a portrait image, and yeah, I liked everything I shared about it before, and it's an awesome image, so good job with that one once again. All right, Skip, let me know if you're still in the chat. Looks like you got 3 photos here submitted to portrait. So starting off with this one of the snowy egret. First of all, love the pose going on here. I always love these poses that you get from these egrets when they're doing their little mating displays. Just phenomenal poses, and I think you captured it so well at this side profile, and the fact that this is so bright as opposed to everything else being so dark definitely helps it to stand out. I feel like that's one of the biggest difficulties I have, is where I have some of these egret roosts around me. I can never get the background to stand out as much as I want, so I love that you're able to get that here. So yeah, cool shot, cool pose. I think in terms of the exposure, while I love the light versus dark, I think you are a little bit, it's hard to say. Feels like you are a little bit blown out. You may not technically be blown out, but like some of this spot looks a little blotchy. So maybe you aren't quite, but it's very close. And in either way, I would have liked just barely less in the whites. So just barely pulling that down. And I mean like a luma value of 5 or something like that, not too much. And then in the background, I would say, unfortunately, you have a lot of distractions with all those twigs going everywhere. So while generally it's really dark, and that is what makes this image really good, there's just a little bit too much of those twigs going everywhere in the frame, in my opinion. And I know that's probably not something you could have composed better or chosen a better background in this situation. It just is hard. And I feel like these egret breeding displays are so hard because of that. And the only times I see like really, really solid images, amazing images of them, are when there's people who are able to get like these side angles where you can get it from the side and somehow like not get these trees in the background, because they're almost always up in these trees. So don't even blame you, but that is just what it is, I'd say there. All right, we got another one by Skip. This one is of a grackle. Water here. Okay, so got a grackle here. Got to remember not to dehydrate myself. I'm getting tired. Got a grackle here. I love the choice to go high key with the sky versus or very brightly exposed. I actually don't think it's technically blown out, but very brightly uniformly exposed. And then you got like the feathers and the blackness of the grackle itself. So good choice there. And I like that. Also, I think that the eyes are pretty engaging on this grackle. So I like how you got that moment where he's turned towards the camera. Looks great there. I would say kind of similar to the last one, the twigs going out throughout this frame are kind of distracting to me, and probably the biggest thing that I would say could use improvement too. I think that like ultimately, I mean, it's really more, I mean, this one kind of has some cool formations to it, and it's not too bad with the green on it as well. These ones are the ones that are bothering me, I think, the most. I wish you could get rid of those. I don't know if there was a different angle you could have, maybe you couldn't have, but just a thought there. Also, I do think you could use a little bit of a crop on this one. Maybe even going up to like something like that might have benefited you. Given some equal space, bottom and top, keeping them on a right thirds, I think is a powerful move there. But not only keeping them on the right thirds, but eliminating some of that clutter back there, I think would have been helpful. So that's my thought on that one. Lastly, we have a grayscale of these 4 vultures lined up by Skip as well. Very cool to see. I think that's what I like about this one, is I like the kind of the lineup you got going on here and how they cut across the frame diagonally. So that's a really good move there. And I like how you compose that correctly so that they do cut across the frame correctly. So awesome shot. Love how you compose that. I think you could have been tempting to like try to get the branch perfectly right corner, and the branch up here perfectly left corner as well. Let me zoom out actually. So perfectly up here, perfectly down there. But I like that you didn't do that, because that would have raised the vultures too high, and then the vultures wouldn't be in the center anymore on that diagonal line. So I think that was a smart choice on your end. Yeah, so this one I'd say did a good job. I like how also, one more thing I like is that the vultures are the dark parts of this image, so they stand out a lot as subjects. Everything else is very uniformed in its gray, light grayness. So you did a good job of how the subjects stand out from an exposure standpoint. I don't know how much thought went into that, but that was good on your end, so good job. The biggest thing that I would say this photo can benefit from, and that's a distraction, is because you got the exposure relatively even, there is a lot of twigs. It's a little cluttered, but it's not too bad in the background. But these ones right here cutting through the front, those are kind of rough, because that cuts off body parts. And I think that's the tough part. I don't know if there was a different angle, maybe not, but if not, it's just an unfortunate reality of it. But I would say that's probably the biggest thing that this photo is suffering from right there, is that distracts from the vultures themselves. Overall, pretty cool shot. Yeah, cool to see. All right, we got Wim Minard here. Wim, let me know if you're here in the chat. So something that I like about this photo is I do like how you kind of get like everything's blowing in the wind, kind of tilted this direction. So I like how not only the cattails, but also the owl itself. So kind of cool to see all of it kind of swaying, pushed in the wind like that. Something I think could be improved is there definitely is a lot of softness, motion blur in this image. And I don't know. Yeah, it's probably just all motion blur. Could be a little bit out of focus, but it looks like it's directional as well. So just being careful on that, especially with birds in flight. there is ways that you can do slow exposures, right, which look great as well, but this is too much of an in-between where it doesn't look like it's intentional. So yeah, I would say that's my biggest feedback there. Oh yes, I do see you are here in the chat, Wim. That's right, you got the googly eyes for the username, the profile pic. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is the technical here. That's definitely what first stood out to me. As soon as I pulled it up, I zoomed in because I noticed that. So even zoomed out, I can notice that slightly. Something else I do like this little foreground here, these little roughs. And I wish there was more of that. I wish I could see a little bit more of that. I think the layering in this image is really cool. You have like a layer of cattails. You have the far back layer really blurred out, grass layer. Then you have this foreground layer. And I would have liked to see that the layering completed with a full line of foreground layer down here. I don't know how much of this was to your right, but maybe you could have moved slightly to the right and gotten even more of that in the foreground. I think that would have created a really nice layering effect throughout the image. But yeah, and then also I think your colors are really good. You did a great job of color grading this. Colors look very nice, natural, but also vivid. So good job on all of that. And yeah, beyond that, I'd say it's a pretty cool image. There is some stragglers that make it hard in an image like this one that's kind of just sticking up. So those can sometimes make it a little bit hard to not be distracting. Just a random longer than normal one back there. Those are things to be aware of, but yeah, very cool image. And thank you for joining us here today as well. All right. Got a Anhiga here. And this is by Jerry Ling. So yeah. So what I like most about this image, Jerry, let me know if you're here in the chat, but I know you weren't earlier. What I like most about this image is I love the curl up here. And I like the unique body position. So I think that that's a really cool, unique selling point of this image. Something that I think could be improved. Oh, there we go. We got you here, Jerry. I know you weren't here earlier, so sorry about that. Yeah, so I think that's what stands out to me first. So the curl up in this image, you also did a good job making sure the focus is on the eye as well. And then I like how you chose a good moment. Sometimes it can be hard to choose the exact moment of when they're sifting through their feathers, but I like the fan out in the feathers down here. Let's see, zoom out a little bit. I like that fan out. So you chose a good moment in terms of the exact time that he like kind of picked through the feathers. So good job there. And then also in terms of the background, nice and vivid, green, uniform, keeps the focus on the subject. And especially because the subject is such an interesting position, it's already keeping our eyes pretty attentive. I guess in terms of feedback of what I think could be improved about it, I do feel like while this image is good, it lacks a little bit of like a pop to it. The subject curl, the neck curl is interesting, but I don't know if it's interesting enough to get like a finalist placement or anything like that, right? So just thinking about what really sells an image above and beyond is important to think about when you're doing competitions, right? Sometimes for images like this, it's like, oh, this would be a great wall photo, to show off, or a great species photo. But when you're actually coming down to a competition, you have to think about the uniqueness of that image specifically. So yeah, that would be maybe my thought there. Your next image though, Jerry, I like this one quite a lot. I think actually you submitted 3 in this category. Yep. I like them more as we go. So this one, looks like more saturated and contrast on my monitor. Yeah, it could also be the way that it's being compressed through YouTube, all that good stuff. So I would take a look at it on your own computer rather than, looking at it through the live stream, because this could be distorting as well. And yeah, of course, Chris, glad to be here. I feel like, I could not want to be here and complain about it or whatever, but I feel like you guys deserve it because, you guys all submit to this competition I've created and are a part of this community. I feel like it's the very least I can do to give back is sacrifice, a couple extra hours. So, yep. I'm glad to be here. But all right, back to Jerry's image. So what I love about this one is, first of all, what stands out to me most is this red contrast with the green. Stunning. Color contrast is absolutely amazing in this image. You really can't ask for much better than that. With these nice red, reddish orange kind of bokeh balls in the background, contrasted with that deep, deep green. It is so good. And the fact that those are really the only two colors beyond the neutral brown in the burrowing owl really gives it a two-tone color palette that I like a lot. So yeah, a beautiful image here. I love the line of bokeh balls. I think that something that I wish wasn't there is I wish this little clump of grass was not there. Yeah, it just ultimately it distracts me a little bit from the rest of what I want to see. I love this bokeh in the background. I love the blurriness of all of this, and I love the subject, but then this kind of pulls me a little bit away from it. So yeah, ultimately, I think that's probably the biggest distraction in this image. And also, I'd say it makes it difficult to compose this burrowing owl as well as you'd probably like, because I feel like this burrowing owl in this type of a portrait orientation would have been better in the center personally. But because of that clump of grass, I understand why you wouldn't frame it in the center. So it makes it a little bit difficult. And yeah, that would be my 2 cents on it. Yeah, I think that's all my thoughts. It's a really good image though, Jerry. And yeah, I do see try your hardest to get even lower. The grass is too tall. Yep. All right, we got it. Yeah. No, I don't think you could have gotten lower because you already got clearly as low as you could here, and the foreground looks amazing. That's the only little tough to graph. The foreground looks amazing, and if you would have gotten any lower, you would have started to blur out the subject with the foreground. So I think you did phenomenal in terms of getting ground level. So yeah, it just is one of those situations where the burrowing owl had to be scooted a little bit to the side, and you couldn't do that. But good shot. All right, one more by Jerry Ling. Jerry, this was my favorite image of yours. Yeah, what a cool freaking image here. I was actually surprised this one didn't make the finalists. I was thinking it would. And I think it got up there, but it didn't quite make the finalists. I don't remember exactly how high it got, but it did get up there. So first of all, I think what sells this image is that tongue is just, whew, it's so cool. The way that it's coming out, stretching out from that beak is just awesome. And what I love too is like you got so much of this in focus. The eye is perfectly in focus. That tongue is so in focus. You could see all the details of that. A lot of the beak is. So you do start to get some out of focus as you get to the front, but I feel like it's still enough in focus to where it's not distracting, and you've already passed by the most important parts of the stuff that needs to be in focus. So absolutely phenomenal. So cool. So I think you did amazing there in terms of the technicals. It's also nice and sharp, no motion blur whatsoever. Focus is awesome. Another little cool feature that I liked here was just that little bug latched onto the side. So that was kind of cool. They were able to get that. And then also, I love the moodiness of this image. I like how this, it's on a completely different exposure plane, the subject versus the background. I think it looks great. It really helps the subject stand out and be prominent in the frame, while the background really kind of disappears and is just, is just a dark kind of scene that he's amidst. And I think that because this image, the way he's opening his beak almost looks threatening, I think that the darkness of the background also makes it very appealing. So yeah, I think I should say, I think it adds to the feeling of that kind of threat, if it was my opinion. So good job there, Jerry. In terms of things I think could be improved, it's really hard. I think technically, I think it's great. I think in terms of how you edited it, I think it's great. I think your body cutoff points are great. It's really hard for me to pick out something that could be better. I would say if I'm being super picky, maybe you could have cropped in just a tad. That way you can get rid of a little bit more of that right side. Would be maybe a very small, minute thing. But even if so, just the smallest crop, like what I just did, I don't think it shows quite right on my live stream. But yeah, just the tiniest crop, maybe pulling back from the right side. But I think if anything, maybe the reason why it didn't make the finalists is because, like I said before, lacking a little bit of that oomph, that extra pop that sells the image and makes it unique. So yeah, maybe if anything, that's what didn't or kept it from making the finals. It's not that it's a bad image, but maybe it needs just a little bit more of that unique background factor, something in the background that gives it a little bit more of that pop. But I mean, I know it was close in the initial judging, and I think that this really is quite a lot. So it might be enough to sell it to some judges, but maybe just not some of the other ones. So yeah, good job there though. Phenomenal. I'm just going to read through the comments really quick. No, there's quite a bit. Happy to do so, Laura. Thanks for your encouragement. Yeah, happy to do so. Also, super cool. Like, I mean, Jerry, I remember, Jerry, didn't you place in our first year of competition in the new photographers category? And then last year you placed first in new photographers. And then this year you phased out. You're no longer a new photographer. And now you're submitting to these big categories. And I know you almost got a finalist with this one. So I think it's so cool to see how you've progressed and how you've grown and how you've gotten better and better every year. I mean, it's so noticeable to me how you've gotten better every year. And I think that's part of what I love about this competition too, is it's like, it challenges people, makes people grow. And it's so cool to see people progress over the years and get better and better. I think ultimately, if you have the right mindset in terms of wanting to grow and learn more constantly, myself included, like you'll find yourself just better and better year after year. So cool to see. And yeah, looks like Jerry did play second his first year in new photographers. So you're on a good track, Jerry. So congratulations. Thanks for being here. All right. We got Sergi. Sergi, I know you've been waiting for this. You've been around oh God, it's almost coming up 6 hours now. Waiting for your moment. So, yep. So, yeah, glad to hear that, Jonal. Let me know if you're in the chat, Sergi, but I assume you are. So we got an image here of a gannet in a low key scene. So first of all, what I love how well you captured this low key scene. I mean, there's no kind of like, the feathers are so crisp heading up to that black, all of that. So I think you did a phenomenal job with that and actually being a true low key, not just really enhanced in editing. And just amazing job there. It's so nice and so crisp. Everything is so well detailed and so sharp. So I think you did a phenomenal job there. And I think color and exposure wise, you couldn't have edited it better. And phenomenal image in that way. So in terms of what can be improved, I think two big things stand out for me. I think number one, I think that the beak being cut off here, it's unfortunate, but it's like, I think I had a gannet image in the new photographers category earlier that was submitted by someone else. Maybe it was creative, and same thing, beak. It's so rare. I can't even think of a single photo I've liked in where the beak of the bird is cut off. You almost never want to cut off the beak of the bird. So I'd say that's the biggest thing right there is just the cutoff on the beak. It kind of feels a little uneasy as a viewer. It feels like there should be a body part there that's just not quite finished and not, all of that. So I would say that's the biggest thing. Second of all, I feel like there is a lot of unused and dead space around it. Low-key images, I feel like you're going to want to commit one way or the other. You're either going to want to commit very tight, so you probably want to commit with, much more of like that in mind. Something closer to that. Or you want to commit to very wide. And obviously this isn't very wide. There's not a lot of black around the bird. It's a good amount of black, but not like it's a small in frame. So I think you really want to commit one way or the other. And this feels like an in-between where you have too much space around it that's not being used, but it's not enough to sell it as if it was an artistic small in frame, for example. So those would be some of my thoughts, but very cool shot. And thank you so much for sticking around today in the chat, as long as you have been. All right, Terry Heaton, I know you're here too. I don't remember if this is your first one that we've reviewed today, but I know you've been sticking around for a while, so thanks for being here. All right, we got another bighorn sheep image right here. This one's an interesting take. I think that, first of all, what I like about it is I like the uniqueness of it. it looks as if you're looking from the perspective of the other sheep and looking at the sheep out in the distance, which the focus is on. So I love that. And yeah, I think that that's really, really cool. So yeah, I think that's a unique perspective. In the same vein, I would also say that this photo feels like it is a creative submission to me more than a portrait because of that reason. I think the perspective is what makes this photo unique and interesting. And so for that reason, I would have submitted it to creative and not to portrait. Portrait, I would think of it as you want something that is very prominent. It is subject focused. Nothing distracts you much from that subject, right? But in this image, the creativeness of that perspective does distract me. And it's a good perspective, but it's distracting. So I think for that reason, I would have submitted it to creative and not portrait. And then maybe second of all, I do like the 1x1 crop. So I will say that. I think that fits really well with this type of composition that you did, especially considering that this foreground sheep looks pretty symmetrical. So I love that 1x1. One other thing of improvement is just lighting wise, it's not my favorite time of day. And I think that's a little bit too harsh and unfortunately detracts a little bit from the image. It's not too bad. Lighting's not too harsh, but it is a little harsh and I would have liked to see it a little softer to make it more aesthetic. But overall, pretty cool image and very cool perspective, very creative in how you tried to capture that. So props on that. All right, we got an image here from you as well of a moose. Okay. So, for this image, what I like about it is, first of all, I like the kind of perspective of you get nice and right above those bushes. You get a nice foreground and background behind him. So I think that that's great in this image. And I love, your perspective on that, because I think it would have been easy, I'm sure, for you to just stay standing up as tall as you could. But I think that this gives a much more isolating feel to the moose. With that being said, in regards to isolation though, I do think that like this bush right there is unfortunately very distracting. I do see more of a window here. I wonder if you could have moved more to your right. I don't know what the background would have looked like, but I wonder if you move more to your right, if you would have been able to get a better gap that doesn't obstruct the face of this guy. And then also, I would say the other big thing for me that's distracting is the shadow being cast by that antler. It just cuts right across the forehead of the guy. And I'm not a big fan of that. I feel like it it almost like chops his head into two parts and is a little bit distracting, unfortunately. So maybe waiting for him to turn a different direction, not quite sure, but that would be my thought there. In terms of the background, I do like how you kept it very moody back here. I think that looks good. And so, pretty cool image, and love that shot there. This one, love this. You probably, assuming Terry, you probably found out about this from maybe Evan's channel, or maybe you saw my past Yellowstone videos. But I know Evan's the big Yellowstone guy, so I just assume that anyone who submitted Yellowstone images during this competition or Teton images are from Evan's channel or found out about this from Evan's channel. But yeah, super cool moment. Love this kind of interaction that we got here, and the two bears. And I do like your choice. It's kind of an interesting and different composition to have a center frame on this one standing up and then this one off to the side. Do you think that that's interesting? And it looks nice here. The center framing definitely fits better with the standing bear, and then the thirds definitely fits better, or the side frame definitely fits better with the bear here. That's look in that direction. And I like how they both look in the same direction. So you did a great job in terms of thinking through that, making sure to capture the right moment in their head turn or whatever it may have been. And also, I like the color here in the background. The color all around them is pretty good. The nice amount of little snow falling from the sky, it looks like. So overall, very, very cool mood and kind of scene and environment to this photo. In terms of something I think could be improved, I would have liked to see this one a little bit lower, maybe shot from a little bit lower of a perspective. That way you can get a little bit less of all of this texture and distraction around the bears, and a little bit more of just the head peeking out over the bush, the heads of the two. You definitely could have gotten a little bit lower, and you wouldn't have had to worry about that. No, you can't get too much lower, but you can get maybe a foot or two lower in this scenario. Maybe a foot and a half. And I think that would have helped, and also would have helped to pop some of this background back here that I think looks really nice. I think that orange background looks a little bit better, if anything. So those would be some of my thoughts. Yeah. There is also, I think, maybe a little bit of camera shake blur going on here. Either that or it's slightly out of focus, but very small details, and probably most people wouldn't notice, but the judges probably do notice those things. So one other thing to keep in mind is making sure that they are sharp, shutter speed, or focus wise. But overall, very cool images, and thank you so much for joining us here today during the live. All right, we got Justin Go. Let me know if you're in the chat, Justin. Don't think you were earlier. Oh, my throat is starting to disappear like it's raw. All right, Justin. One thing I like about this image is I love the isolation of the subject in the side profile. I think it's a great side profile, and how it's isolated against everything else very much so stands out. The thing that I think could be improved, I feel like you could use a little bit more saturation in this image. There's so much good color in this image, and I feel like it's just a little bit desaturated more than I would like. I'd like to see that pop a little bit more. So those are my thoughts there. One more by Justin Go. So in this image, I like the unique positioning on the bird. I think it's a pretty cool moment, pretty unique, and I feel like that's well captured. So good job on that. In terms of what I think could be improved, I think that this calls for more of a left third framing, the way that it's looking that direction. I think it would make for a little bit more creative and artistic of a composition, doing something like that. So maybe something more along this lines rather than center framing. One more by Justin Go, and we got image of a bird stretching. Very cool bird. Haven't seen that one before. Something I like about it is I like the yellow and how that color contrasts with all the green. Great job there. And then in terms of something that could be improved, there is a lot of clutter here. It doesn't feel like there's much pattern or aesthetic to that clutter. And so even though I like the attempt to use some foreground here and stuff like that, there's just too much overcast sky peeking through in the background, too many twigs everywhere. So I would say trying to eliminate some of that clutter. And you're welcome, Terry. Thanks for being here. All right, we got Lloyd Casper. I don't think Lloyd is in here still. So we got one of a gator and some lily pads around. That's a pretty cool one. Got a decent amount of gator images this year, I'm just realizing. Like quite a bit of the gators just heads out of the water. So very cool here. I think what I like most about this one is I like how there's the extra added element of lily pads in this image, but even more so actually I'm going to say the light, how the light is just so barely above the horizon. You get that light cast on the crocodile, but not really on the water. So I love how you just kind of get that beautiful little kiss of light on the gator. Oh, there we go. We got Lloyd in the chat now. Cool. So I'll dive in a little bit more. So that's the first thing. I love the lighting. You capture the perfect moment. Shows why it's so important to get up like before sunrise, get there in time. That way you get that perfect first few minutes. So good job there. Yeah. And then like I was kind of saying as well, I like the lily pads. I think that a lot of gator images, you miss out on some of like the extra scenic elements. And I like how you have a scenic aspect here of these lily pads. I think that's something that could be improved. Whether it was really level or not, I feel like for some reason my brain wants it to be more like this. I feel like that feels more horizon lined to me than the other way. I'm not sure which was truly horizon lined, but for some reason, the way that the lily pads and the focus is, it makes me feel like it needs to be like that more. So just tilting it a little bit, I think could have been nice. Man, that is a lot of chunk and dirt in there. That's crazy. So yeah, I think that would have helped out. And also I like the way that you got your colors in this. Colors look fantastic. So good job there. And then maybe one more thing that could be improved is I think I would like this guy. This little stem right here is a little distracting as well as that one up there. I think I would have liked if it was just slightly cropped in and a little bit more centered like that. Something along those lines. I think that could have helped with just the pattern being a little bit more isolated of just the water and lily pads rather than some of those stems. That'd be my thoughts there. All right, one more by Lloyd. This is quite a cool bird as well. Let me know what bird that is in the chat. So what I like about this one is I like the isolation. Very nice, very portrait-esque. I love how blurred this background is. Looks really nice and creamy. I think it did a great job there in terms of the creaminess of the background. Looks almost pastel-y in the background, but the bird looks very sharp and, detailed as I would want. I think the biggest thing that maybe stands out for me about this image is it feels very cold right here, particularly on the log, and then very warm back there. I would assume you shot shadows here near sunrise, back here is, lit up by the sun, but I really want to see maybe, probably sometime close-ish to sunrise, sunset. I would want to see a little bit more warmth in here. So what I would do is in your editing, the shadows, make those warmer, and maybe the highlights, make those colder, even those out a little bit. I think that would have been nice. I think it's an egret, just woke up. But yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing to me is the temperature difference. So yeah, that would be my thoughts there. Trying to think anything else. Yeah, otherwise it's pretty good and technically sound. So love that. Okay, we got one more gnat catcher right here. This is also by, or no, this is not by Lloyd. This is by Timothy. So yeah, thanks for submitting your images, Lloyd, and thanks for joining us here today. Very cool shots. Okay, we got Timothy Hoyen. I'm gonna that last name is probably being butchered, so apologize on that. But yep, got Timothy's image. Let me know if you're here in the chat. What I like about this gnat catcher image is I do like the scene here. I like how you kind of get like this nice foreground here, but then the actual branch. And I love how the foreground kind of mixes in with the actual branch that's in focus. And I always like when that happens. So I think that that's really good. Looks really nice and soft. The thing that I think could be improved, I think that it's slightly bright on the gnatcatcher. I feel like the gnatcatcher blends into the background just a little bit too much. And I would like to see him stand off a little bit from the background. So even just subject selecting, dropping that exposure by 0.3, maybe dropping the highlights by 0.5 or something like that. I think that would have been helpful. One more by Timothy. Got a Roadrunner image here, portrait. I think one thing I like about it is I love how this color on the Roadrunner, as with all those Roadrunners, this one really stands out really prominently. Love that. I think that's an amazing feature of Roadrunners that I love personally. The one thing that I think could be improved is it is at a slight angle away from the camera, and I know that's picky, but I think that really does matter. And just hurts the engagement just a little bit. So would love to see just maybe a moment if you got it on burst where it's slightly more turned towards the camera, something like that. Got one more by Timothy right here. And Bryce, you're actually up next if you're still here, Bryce. This one of killdeer. It's a flower field. I love the flowers in this image. I feel like it really accents this killdeer very nicely. So good job there in terms of capturing that. The foreground looks great. I'd say just background and foreground. Good job making sure to include some of both of that in this image. In terms of something that could be improved, I think that it feels like he's a little bitly awkward positioned down in the frame. I would have liked to see him more centered across the middle and the left thirds. The left third is great, but more across the middle. Or I would have liked to see a little bit more commitment to either really top or really bottom and a little wider out, but then that wouldn't really fit the portrait. So I think for the portrait category, maybe getting him a little bit more middled in the image would have looked better compositionally. Killdeer eyes are always amazing, I know. All right, Bryce, let me know if you're still here. We got 4 images from you. So this was Bryce's second place image in the portrait category. Once again, phenomenal image. Since the judges said a lot about this one, I'm going to move through this one pretty quick. But one thing that I really liked, as the judges already said, the symmetry is just amazing and it's incredibly captivating. So phenomenal job there, Bryce, with this one. In terms of something that could be improved, oh man, it's so hard to be picky with this image because it's so symmetrical in every way. Oh goodness. I don't even know. Man, yeah, this image is so good. I would say maybe I would like to see just a little bit more contrast in the eyes. That's being really picky. But maybe just getting a radial mask on the eye, getting just a little bit more contrast in that eye specifically would be nice. But yeah, that would be my best thought. Okay, one more by Bryce. Again, Bryce, let me know if you're here in the chat by any chance. You might have had to take off already. I'll do 1 and 1 till then. So for this one, first of all, love the foreground. So that's my favorite part about this image. Foreground looks absolutely amazing. And I love how you included that yellow. It really gives a dynamic to this image that would have been completely missing otherwise. I don't think this image would have been that impressive if it wasn't for that foreground, but the foreground just gives such a good amount of color and composition and framing to this shot. So good job there on that. In terms of what I think could be improved, I think that, I would have loved, I don't know if you could have found even a better foreground gap, but I would have loved if you could have gotten leaves to cover up this part of the frame. I think this part of the frame is the part that's hurting it the most, and I would have loved that covered up. That way all the focus and attention is up here. I think that would have looked even better. So it's being picky, but I like that. I think that would help a lot. All right, we got another one by Bryce Horn here, and got a coyote here running through the snow, high key. What I love about this image is that it's very focused and isolated on the coyote, and the pose is absolutely awesome. Great moment. You choose a great moment with the paw just kind of stretched out like that and just daintily resting right over the snow as it's about to place it down. The thing I think could be improved, I do feel like for a high key image like this, I personally think I would rather, in the portrait category, just go for a crop like this. I think the extra space is kind of unnecessary for the portrait category. If it was to be in a more scenic image category, I would have liked to see a lot more scene. I feel like this is a weird in between, almost like, I can't remember who had the image before that we just talked about with the Gannett. I think that was Sergi. With his low-key image, how there was like a in-between amount of space. I think with high-key or low-key images, you really need to either commit to either close or wide. And that would be my opinion there. But good shot. And yeah, of the wolf, not a coyote. You're totally correct, Bobby. Again, thank you for the grace. All right. Bryce, one more image right here with a raven walking through the snow. So on this one, I think what I like is I like the way you captured the snow here. Nice amount of motion in the snow, kind of similar to, I think it was Matt's image earlier, which is a little bit of blur in that snow, and just the amount of it and the bokeh on it is just absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, great job in terms of how you capture this environment here, Bryce. I think the one thing that could be improved is I felt like the black got too flattened. Like, for example, right here in the Raven, especially, the face got really flat. And I would have liked to see more contrast and more dynamic in the face of the Raven, and the whole Raven overall. Would have liked to see those blacks really stretched and contrasted more. So that would be my biggest piece of feedback for this image. But thanks so much for being on here earlier, Bryce. If you see this later on, and congratulations on getting second place. It's not easy in a category of over 300 submissions. All right. Jennifer, you let me know if you're here in the chat. Otherwise, we're going to try to power through these. All right, we got one thing that we like about this image. So starting off, love the action. So cool seeing the 3 baby chicks lined up here with the parent feeding the food. Great for a behavior submission. Would love it for that. One thing I think could be improved about this image is we got a lot of clutter going on in the background. So finding maybe a better angle or using some foreground to try to clean this up, blur this out a little bit more with a foreground element would be very, very helpful. Got another one by Jennifer. I think these are little owls, right? It's like the UK's version or something. Europe's version of America's burrowing owls. I forget what they're called. I think it's little owls. Yeah. For this one, love this group family photo. I mean, it's so cool when you see this amount of eyes staring back at you. So I think just inherently, this is already an awesome photo subject-wise. So that would be my biggest compliment to the image. I think beyond that, though, the thing that I really would like to see is some sort of other dynamic to this image that helps make it pop beyond just how cool it is to see it. That's something that I think aesthetically we're missing out a little bit here. And if you were to find some aesthetic element, scenic element or something, or unique light, unique color, something like that to add to it, I think it'd be really, really nice. Yeah. And we got one more by Jennifer. So we got one by Jennifer of some bears sleeping on the ground. Super cool moment. Again, I feel like all your images really could have worked for a behavior category, some more than others, but this one particularly is cool in that sense, the behavior sense. And yeah, I think you did a great job capturing that and getting eye level. It really gives that feeling of resting rather than if you would have been standing. I could see this image feeling very different and much less intimate. So good job getting really nice and ground level. One thing that I think could be improved about this image is I think that it's a pretty good image. Yeah, I like this image quite a lot. I think that maybe you could have gone for a little bit more of a close-up, even closer like this. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of reason for all this space up here and down here, so maybe going a little bit closer up could have been nice. Yeah, probably somewhere around there would have been good. And I think that would have helped you out more in this image, cropping it like that. But good shots, Jennifer, and glad to have you submit. Okay, let's see. I'm reading through comment, behavior, video talking about qualify. Yeah, that probably would be good. I actually thought about that after this year's competition too, with the whole macro debate during the live. So that's something I'll consider next year. I might not put it up as like a whole video on my channel, just because algorithmically I don't think it would do good. But like maybe I would put it in as a link to a video like that in our newsletter or on our competition website or something like that, where you could just really quick watch a side video on it. So not bad thought. All right, Christine de la Rosa, I know you are in here. Okay. So Christine, your image here of an Enhiga, once again. So what I like about this image is I like just how engaging this image is. Very nice close up. I mean, full frame, that eye is absolutely stunning. So great job on that eye, and love that about this image. I think the biggest, so good job there. I think you did a good job in terms of your editing, in terms of color, exposure, all that looks like it's pretty well done. I think the two biggest things that stand out to me in terms of what could be improved, first of all, is I feel like you'd have to be very close to chop off the head. Otherwise, almost always you should avoid chopping off that forehead. You'd have to be incredibly close. Like something like this close, I would say, to chop off that forehead and feel justified in so. So I would say that's the biggest thing, is body cutoff right there, and also with the beak. Also, is slightly out of focus on the eye, which is the most important part. So just being careful on that, I think, is a huge thing. But still very cool shot. So awesome that you got that. Another one by Christine. Okay, we got a little duck stretching out here. Love this shot. So for this image, I think that the stretch is really what's probably is the cool and unique part about it. I think that that's cool about this image. And also I like this green in the background up here. I think that looks good. The color on the duck is good itself. So love all of that. I think in terms of what could be improved, I think that urban environments, in my personal taste, should always be avoided unless you can capture them in a unique or creative way, or a way in which they blend in with the natural world really well. And I feel like I just would have rather avoided capturing a duck on a road. Like it just, in terms of, being competition worthy. So that'd be my thought there. Also, and typically a lot of that comes down to like the fact that we build things with such straight lines and stuff like that. It just doesn't look natural, and just doesn't have the same type of aesthetic. So I'd say that is the case here. And along those lines, you have a line kind of going on where the street corner is right here, or the pathway corner is. Maybe it's not the street, the asphalt path, whatever it is. And so kind of just is distracting having that hard cut line through the frame up there. But yeah, good job in terms of your technicals. Everything's nice and sharp. So good job there. All right. Got one more here by Christine. We got 3 more by Christine. This is one of a cara. And yeah. What I like about this one is I like, first of all, portrait is awesome of the bird, but then you also got like almost like 3 little bokeh ball clumps here. And I like how those kind of complement the frame, because you have left thirds, you have this bird of prey right here. And then right thirds, you kind of have these 3 bokeh balls almost lining it. So I kind of like that composition. I think that looks really good. Gives a nice little extra accent to the image. And I think that looks great. In terms of what I think could be improved, it's a difficult one. Let's see. You did a pretty good job with most of it. I think it might be I'm not sure if it's just me. Like, let me see over here. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be a little bit heavier on the crop. It just looks like it's lower resolution than your other images that you submitted. So yeah, so I would say maybe that, if that was part of a factor, but maybe it's not cropped. Yeah, let me know. But maybe I'd say just being hesitant to get that low of a resolution. And then beyond that, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty solid portrait image. I guess it just lacks a little bit of the oomph to me that like would give it a finalist placement or a top 3 placement, but it's very good. It's a great standard overall portrait. And so, yeah, I would say that like, it's not bad, and I don't really have much that I can give feedback on other than it just is lacking that uniqueness element. So very cool though. Good shot. And that's so funny that Jerry, you saw it on eBird and you went looking for it. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've seen an image like that too and then done the same. All right, one more by Christine. Here of 2 storks side by side. Kind of looks almost as if they have 2 heads, so pretty cool. I like that about this image. I like how they're kind of arched almost symmetrically, but then opposite directions, so it kind of gives a unique kind of look to the image. Got both the 2 little rumps sticking out there, which is funny. So love that about this image. I think that one thing that could be improved, I think I'd go for a tighter crop personally. I'd keep it in that portrait crop, but just go tighter. I don't feel like there's a lot of reason for that blue dead space up here. And I feel like you could sacrifice a little bit of those sides right there without it being weird. Yeah. And then, I'm trying to think, otherwise I would say lighting is a little harsh. So I would say, this image would look 5 times better if it was done right at sunrise, or something like that, or in soft cloudy light. I think that the harshness of the lighting kind of hurts the image a little bit. So just extra motivation to get up really, really early in the mornings, or stay out late. And then also I would love to see some sort of scenic element maybe added into the sky around. But yeah, pretty cool image overall and cool moment. All right. One more by Christine De La Rosa. I think this is your last one submitted. What I like about this one, so cool Mandarin duck. What I like about it is you did a great job with the colors. I love this back right here. Like, man, the back of those wings there is just amazing. So cool there. Love the detail on that. Love the detail up here. You did a great job with all your technicals, and the coloring. And even with, granted, like, I'm never typically a huge fan of green in the water. Not often, but I think you did a good job of how it blends to the white here. Kind of gives a nice little gradient look across it. So I think you did a good job there. Yeah, overall pretty cool. I think two more pieces of feedback. Number one is that Body positioning, always like to have the bird, 90-degree closer rule, as you've heard me talk about many times since you've been here this whole live stream. So that would be the biggest thing for me is subject engagement. But then maybe secondly, down here, we got a little bit of overexposure down here on the concrete, and I think that hurts the image as well. So just being careful on that. London Kensington Palace, I pronounced that wrong, but I'm too tired to really pronounce that right. So yeah, very cool. Thank you for being here, Christine. Appreciate you sticking around. All right, we got Alex once again. Alex, I think you're still in the chat. Let me know if so. I need to go grab, I was hoping I'd be able to make it all the way through. I really need to go grab one more bar and eat that really quick because otherwise I feel like I'm going to pass out. So why don't you guys give me just 5 minutes really quick to go do that, and I will be right back. All right, you guys. I'm back. Okay, we're on the home stretch. Whew. Okay. Let's see. My guess would be we have somewhere between, probably have like 35 images left. Somewhere around there. Thank you guys so much for sticking around this whole time. And really, really appreciate you guys. It says we've been live for 6 hours, 21 minutes. Thank you, Jonal. Man, I really thought we can get this down to like 3-4 hours today. Just impossible. The hard part is I truly like, I want to do this because I feel like it's the least I can do for everyone that submits through these. But having like, if we grow again next year, even if I did the same thing that I did right now with the form submissions, which knocked down already a lot from last year, like it's just, we're going to get the same amount of submissions next year. I mean, even more. So yeah, like this will wind up being again 10 hours next year. Excuse me. Even if today it's only a little bit over 7 or 7. So yeah, this is crazy. I don't know what to do about this because I want to do this for everyone, but I also don't think I can realistically do this for many more years. Let me know if you guys have any suggestions in the chat. I know breaking it up has also been suggested. Yeah, like I think I just see that right now. Jeff, Laura, I don't know. Could do that. Just like to do it all at once, Everyone's here together, but I definitely could do that. Maybe I should just do that in the future and stop being stubborn. So maybe I'll just break it up. Yeah, the hard part is too, because I feel like though people's Saturdays are really when they're the most free. And so do I do one category or 2 categories every Saturday for the rest of the month? Or do I do it during the weekdays as well? I feel like that's the hard part too, because a lot of people aren't free on the weekdays. So I don't know. Makes it hard. Would you guys rather watch it immediately following the competition, like, Monday through Friday? Or would you guys rather watch it every Saturday for the following 4 or 5 Saturdays after the competition or whatever it may be? Could have people pick one of their photos. 3 categories at a time, twice a month. Yeah. Could just split it in half. But as we grow, that's going to still be a problem for a while, Yeah, Saturdays. Pick one of their photos. Yeah, one of their photos. The hard part is that logistically, I don't have a system set up for that. So I'd have to think about how do I logistically set up a system for that. Because if I ask someone to submit choose only one of their photos, that would work great too. But then how do they tell me which photo it is? In the form, I could have them say what species or something. But if they submit multiple of the species, they have to describe which one of those 2. Or they have to give me their file number that they submitted with, which I feel like a lot of people won't remember their file numbers. But yeah, maybe I can figure out some way for that. That's not a bad thought either. 3 hours in the AM, 3 hours in the PM. Yeah. Just it'll keep growing hours wise every year. Like next year, I'm pretty sure if we did the same technique, it'll be 10 hours, which would mean 5 and 5 hours, which sounds almost more exhausting to me breaking that up. Yeah. Okay. Well, lots of thoughts. Keep the time per picture. Oh God, Christine. I wish I could do that. I feel like the problem is I just get too excited and then I start talking about certain ones and certain ways, and yeah, but I know really I probably should, but yeah, having a co-host wouldn't be a bad thought. I have to get one of the judges that would be willing to do that though. I feel like it's already so hard in terms of I ask so much of the judges. Like, I mean, with the initial judging, they spend probably 5+ hours judging your guys' images already. That time's only going to grow every year. And then they spend 5 hours, like 4 They spend 5 hours with me on the day of the live stream, even though it's only 3.5 hours for you guys. Spend an hour and a half with me before, spend like 30 minutes with me after doing a meeting. So I feel like I asked so much of them already, but waited 2 years to take the buck and pheasant photos, so can wait a few weeks for the categories. Yeah, that's true. That's true. A lot of wildlife photographers are probably pretty patient people. So crack open a beer. Love it. Well, cool. Thank you guys. Thanks for being patient with me. And let me stumble over everything. And those are some good thoughts. So I'm going to write actually some of them down. Recap. God, my handwriting is so sloppy right now. Okay, cool. All right, Alex, are you still in the chat? Let me know. You might have had to tap out. For now, I will start with the 1-on-1, and if you join in, then I'll add more. Okay, so Alex image here of the two, gosh, I've forgotten the name of this bird like 3 times today. Yeah, okay, I don't even have it up on screen. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. Up on screen. How many times have I forgotten this today? I don't remember, but I know this bird. Anyways, so one thing I like about this image is I do like the interaction between the two. And I like how you kind of have the heads feel like they match really nicely in terms of how they're working together. Feels like there's a relationship between them, not only in terms of actually physically that they're touching each other and all of that stuff, but also aesthetically it looks like there's kind of a nice little bend of the neck around the other one. So I like that. I like the subject composition here. The thing that I think could be improved about this image is I think that it is a little bit, the overexposure is a little bit less than clean because it's out of focus back here. So it makes it hard. I feel like high key images, it's really hard when you have a slightly out of focus subject because then you start to get chromatic aberration or fringing. And so back here you have a little bit of that fringing going on, as well as back here in the body. So you get a little bit of that blue, and those are small things, but things that the judges do look for. So that's something to be aware of back there about that. But good shot, Alex, and thanks for being here during most of the live stream if you see this later on. All right, Jared Cunningham. Jared, let me know if you're in the chat. For those of you just joining us, let me know if you are here present. I will be doing a little bit more in depth with you as opposed to all the other ones. But we have Jared's image here. What I do like about this is I like how you made something of what could be maybe a little bit more standard of an image otherwise. I like how you gave a little bit of lighting to this image and allowed the light to kind of move and travel across the frame in more of a gradient. What I think could be improved is I think compositionally, there's a lot of dead space up here, not a lot of reason for it. Herons are hard because they have such a long and skinny neck shape, so if they're facing a perfect side angle, it's so hard to compose a portrait of one well, in my opinion. At least a landscape portrait of one. So I think that this is one of those tough situations where there's too much dead space up here because it's just such a skinny side head profile. I think you really need to go wider with this to make it work. But yeah, that's my thought there. Okay, moving on, we have Jeff Klein. I think, Jeff, you are in the chat. Let me know if you still are in the chat. Got a jumping spider on my desk right now. Speaking of all that stuff. Jay says, are the photos being shown by order? Yes, they are being shown by order that they were submitted to in each category. So we're currently on our last category, the portrait submissions. We've already done all the other ones. We're just going through them, showing them in order. And Jay, I'm not sure if you are referring to looking for your image, but this was a competition that already happened, and we are currently just doing a recap. So competition happened last week. Sorry, got totally distracted by a jumping spider on my desk now that we're looking through all these macro images. Okay, so got a little golden crown kinglet right here. I forget, they call them something different in Europe. Golden crest, I think. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful bird. What I like most about this one, so yeah, Jeff's here. What I do like about this, first of all, did a good job making sure the focus is tacked on the eyes and on the crown here. The crown is the prominent part along with the eyes. So I love that you got all of that in focus, but then the rest gets blurred out. So good job making sure that you got that all correct. I do like the light and airy feel of this too. I think it looks really good in this image. So yeah, I think that you did a great job with the mood and the aesthetic of this image. Then in regards to maybe some things that could be improved, I do think that there's quite a bit of clutter going on in all these twigs around here. So, you know, maybe you could find some foreground element to help isolate and blur out some of that. Maybe you can switch up your angle a little bit. I know that these guys in particular are so hard to get a clean shot of. I've tried so many times myself. I don't think I've ever gotten a shot I like of golden crown kinglet because they're always just so deep in the thicket of all these twigs. So it's kind of a bummer, but yeah, I do think that that's maybe the biggest thing holding back this image. One other thing I do like is I do like these subtle like tones throughout the image. It's like almost like a soft muted blue back here, light and airy muted blue, soft and like a rusty orange in the background here, like a white here, a little bit of like a soft and muted yellow here. There's lots of color actually in the white of this image in the far background, and I really like that. So fantastic shot there, and really impressed by all of that background right there. So good shot, Jeff, and glad to see your image. Got another one by Jeff Klein, but first I want to say to you, Jay, your image is actually about to come up, so glad you could get here in time. And sorry to hear that you are having to deal with that hurricane. That's rough. So my heart goes out to all you guys right now. So hopefully you're doing okay. Porch category, yep. So yeah, yours is about to come up, Jay. So stick around. Within the next 10 minutes, I'm sure it'll be on screen. Okay, so we got one more by Jeff Klein here. First of all, super cool action. Like so cool. I feel like this scene is just filled with action, whether that be the fish, like in this awesome little, turnaround from the fish, the heron obviously grabbing that fish out of the water. The heron's pose is also in the middle of striking, it looks like, or coming back up from the strike. So just an awesome pose. But then also you have like this awesome action in the waves behind it and giving context to just like how busy this scene is and all of the activity going on here. To me, this feels like a very lively image. There's nothing that's still or peaceful about the image, and I love how you captured all that. So great job there. I love all of this action in the scene. On a technical note, everything's nice and sharp. I love how you captured it very fast, very fast shutter speed. That way you get everything really nice and frozen. I think the droplets look great being flung off the fish. I mean, like this in particular, that whip looks amazing. So I think the action of this photo is absolutely incredible. The technicals are good. I wouldn't have liked this if those, like, this is one of the scenarios where I don't want too much blur in those water droplets. You get a little bit back here, which is nice, but you don't want too much. So I think this is an awesome photo in that sense. In terms of things I think could be improved. Number one, what stood out to me is that it's a little bit off kilter. So just make sure your horizon line is good. More like that would have been really, really helpful, especially with the crop that you had. I assumed you have plenty of room to play with that without making it look tight. So I definitely would have made sure to get your horizon line a little bit more evened out. I never like when a horizon line's off unless there's a really good reason. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I really ever like a horizon line off. So might just be personal preference, but that is what it is. And then, yeah, in terms of other thoughts, I do think it's unfortunate, but it's just harsh daylight. And I think that just diminishes from the aesthetic of the image. Nothing you can do about that in the moment. Obviously, this is wide out in the open. There's no elements that you could have used to try to change that lighting up much. But unfortunately, the reality of it is, I think that it just is a very much more common lighting, less unique, less interesting, and so probably doesn't appeal as much to the judges because of that. But it's a really cool image, and honestly, I think if the lighting was different, it could have been easily a finalist. I think it's just the lighting that maybe less appealing. So yeah, good photo though. Very, very cool to see. Very awesome. One more image by Jeff. So we got one more image by Jeff Klein and image of this warbler here. And what I like about this one, first of all, I like the tones throughout the whole image. Love the yellow. Yellow is so vivid, so nice, so well captured it perfectly. It's nice and vivid without being overly saturated, but then I love how you get these kind of pastel-y, nice muted greens around here and some like almost like a pinkish orange back here, all of that good stuff. Very similar to this one, some great background color. So I love that in this image. I think the two biggest things that stand out to me in terms of what could be better in this image is I think that first of all, the subject engagement, it's turned slightly away from the camera, is number one. But then second of all, in regards to subject engagement, this twig running through the front of it is just really distracting and unfortunately takes away a lot from the photo. I think that if the twig wasn't here and if he was facing more towards the camera, I think this would be a phenomenal image. But yeah, unfortunately, I think those two things are what distract me the most in this image. Also, this twig out here could be definitely removed, hopefully. I think, or hopefully, ideally, it would be removed. So that would be another thing that's distracting in the image, but overall pretty cool. So yeah, thanks for your images, Jeff. Those were great shots. Really cool moment. Man, would be fantastic behavior category and overall pretty cool. All right, Diane. Do we have you in the chat, Diane? I can't remember. For some reason that name sounds familiar. All right, so we got an image here of Diane with a frog. By the way, I think my audio is going to cut out soon, guys. I'm going to see if I can make my battery last, but I am on my last bar, so just letting you guys know. Let me know in the chat if my audio just cuts for a few seconds, and I'll have to go switch the battery out. So, okay. So, we got an image of a frog here with some bug crawling on the side of it. Pretty cool there. And one thing I like about this image is I like the pose. I think it's an awesome pose from the frog. I think he did great in terms of capturing that body positioning and very cool angle you captured on it. Something that I think could be improved about it. I think that maybe choosing a little bit better of a background could be nice. I feel like it's just overcast sky and then you got some brown back here. I mean, one or the other, I think personally would have been better, or even better yet, if you could find some sort of color or use of dynamic lighting in the background really could have helped to sell the image even more. So just some thoughts. All right, you got a picture of two burrowing owls stacked on top of one another by Jason Patterson. Jason, let me know if you're in the chat. Super cool image here. I think what I like most about this is I don't think it's often you see a lot of pairs of burrowing owls, sitting like looking back at you all side by side, but you don't see many like this. So I think this is a very interesting and unique perspective and take. Good job lining them up to be directly stacked on top of each other. Oh yes, this is you, Jay. Okay, awesome. Your name is Jay in the chat. That's why I was confused. So yeah, good job with stacking them on top of each other and making sure to get that perfect angle to get those heads stacked. I think that's really cool, kind of the selling point of this image. Something else that I do like about it, let's see. Actually did a pretty good job. I would say this is subtle, but I would argue that you want the front owl in focus more than the other one. You have this top one slightly in focus more than this one. This one's slightly out of focus. And I would say you want the front one probably in focus in this scenario. Or ideally even both of them. So this is one of those rare cases where you might have wanted to widen your f-stop and increase that number. That way you can get both in focus. So it's kind of pixel peeping, but those are things that judges are going to be looking at. And then in terms of things that maybe I think can be improved, I do think that you could afford a little bit more color in this image, first of all. I think it's slightly desaturated more than I would like, but then also it's slightly tinted purple. I think in the background, it feels like that's a little bit too purple tinted, and also in the feathers of the burrowing owls. So I would say that's one thing you can change. I don't know if you were going for light and airy here, and it kind of works, but I do think you could go for a little bit more standard of an exposure, bring down that exposure a little bit, contrast it out a little bit more, and I think it would look better. But maybe that's just personal taste for me. Maybe that's not as generally viewed that way. But I don't think that there's a really good reason for this shot to be light and airy feeling. But I think that the edit leans that way. So that would be my perspective. Yeah. But thanks for joining us here today, and awesome image, Jason. Glad you're able to make it in time. We got Christopher Pinow. Chris, I assume, are you still in the chat? Yeah, let me know if you're still in the chat. Yep, I think you are. So awesome image here, Chris. I think this is the same one we went through before. So I think I'm going to skip over this one. You got some new ones coming up. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the same one as before. So we'll move past that for now. This image of the moose. So yeah, I mean, you got two shots of this moose. Oh my gosh, I don't even know how this happened. So I would actually love to hear from you. What is this? Is this it just molting the velvet? It must be, yeah, just molting the velvet off it. But man, it just looks, I've never seen a moose. When I saw this at first too, I was like, wow, because I don't think I've ever seen a moose with like the blood kind of it, and it just looks so intense. So awesome stuff here. Cool that you're able to capture that. That could have been great for a behavior as well. But I do like the aesthetic. I like the lighting in this one a lot. I like the light up in this top corner. I like the light capturing the foreground right here. I think the light is just phenomenal in this image. So very, very cool. Yeah, inclusion of the light there. Even the light in the water down here is really, really good. So I think overall your lighting that you capture in the shot is just amazing. Coloring, I think also going along with that lighting is really cool. So I love that. I think for me, what I would hope for, excuse me, 24 period. What's the year? Sorry, just reading through those comments. What I think I would like to see more of is, I don't think I'm a huge fan of the 1x1 here. I think I would have liked to see more frame out this way, and give it a little bit more. I also like Checking. All right. Cool. All right, Christopher. You owe me $50 for that advertisement of your moose image. Sorry, guys. I knew it was going to cut, so at least I warned you guys. I was trying to make it last all the way through, but got it fixed. Okay. So, Chris, as I was saying, phenomenal image. I personally would have liked to see more of the landscape out this way, and I'm not even sure in this case if it remains a portrait image, you know, but like I think there's so much good lighting and color around here. I would have loved to see more of the scene out this way, and then just like having it more in a animalscapes type category, you know, something like that. So maybe in the future, something like that could work out for you, because I really like the lighting and color in this whole scene. And I think that the moose with someone named it earlier, whatever it's called, shredding, yeah, Chris said the shredding. I think that just adds so much to the uniqueness of the photo. So I love that as well. But yeah, very, very cool image. If I was keeping the portrait personally, I don't know. I can't understand the 1x1 crop with the portrait, I guess, but maybe I would even go in a little bit closer, you know, really focus in up here. I like this, how you still get this kind of blur right here, and I like that light up there. I think it's more important than capturing down here or up there too much. So I don't know. Those are just some thoughts compositionally. But overall, very, very cool image, and love the shot. Your next one is also very cool with the shredding, as I've learned. This one, I do like the 1x1 because I feel like he really fills the whole 1x1 frame. So yeah, I love that. In terms of how it's all, yeah, I love how he fills the 1x1 frame. I love how it's symmetrical too. Sorry, I'm getting a little jumbled. Love how it's symmetrical too for the most part. It's slightly off symmetry, but it works because almost like his body's curled around this way, and then his head turns, and you get more of that one, less of that one. So I like how it's kind of like a close but not quite perfectly even symmetry. It works well in this image. The foreground you captured, absolutely phenomenal. I think you got literally the perfect amount of height in your image. Like, I wouldn't have wanted you any inches higher or any inches lower. I think it's a perfect fade into the bottom of the frame right here with that foreground. But if you would have gone lower, you would have covered up the face. If you would have gone higher, you wouldn't have got that fade. So I really, really like that. Good job there, Chris. It looks like you said you were on the ground. So awesome choice there. This one I also like. This one feels more portrait-esque to me than the last one because he's more at a side profile. Totally, it works too. Not to say that doesn't make a portrait, but really because this one's head on, like it really, really works as an engaging portrait image. So love this shot here. And then also lastly, love all the color. The color is phenomenal again on this side, that side, up there on that side. All looks great. Like everywhere, that color looks phenomenal, and love how you're able to capture all that color. Lighting here looks great once again. Man, yeah, it's a good image. Honestly, I don't remember how the judges judged this one. I'd have to go back and look, but I could personally see this one as being a finalist image. So you did a great job. I'm looking through, yeah, like focus. I think you're like, oh man, it's like barely, I mean, I'm being super picky, but I think it's barely soft on the eyes. It's so slight though. I don't even know if it is. It's like right in between, I feel like. But maybe you could argue something like that in terms of what could be improved. In terms of the background, this is unfortunate right here. This dead, this dead branch here or whatever this is, all taking up that part of the frame. I feel like that is a little distracting. Like if that would have been all greened and yellowed over, this image would have been, I don't know how it wouldn't have made the finalists, honestly. But I feel like that dead patch there, unfortunately, affects it and hurts it a little bit. Beyond that, yeah, it's hard for me to pick out something else that I don't like about this photo. I really like it. So yeah, I think it's a phenomenal image, Chris, and I think you did an amazing job, and you killed it with that one. So yeah, very cool. Irene, yeah, there might be, I mean, sometimes, like, I know, for example, when I've watched live streams, for some reason, I'll just get, like, 30 seconds behind. Maybe, I don't know if this video has ads running during it, but maybe there's an ad that ran and I don't know, it glitched out or something, put you a little bit behind. I'm not quite sure, but unfortunately sometimes that might be the case. You can try just like taking the scrubber and just like scroll as far to the front as you can. Hopefully it'll catch you up to being live with everyone else. But yeah, let's see. Oldest bowl in the Tetons. That's pretty cool. That's a cool story behind it. All right, Amital. Thanks for being here, Chris. Great images you've submitted today. Lots of them. Amital Kaplan, let me know if you're here in the chat. Bald eagle image here. What I like about this image is I do kind of like how you get the whole urban environment in the background. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I like that about this image. So typically I don't like the urban too much, but I feel like for some reason with the way that this light is and the color is in this image edited, I like kind of that barn in the background and all this stuff. So very, very cool. Sergi, sorry, I'm just looking at Sergi's comment really quick. Man, not too much longer actually. We're pretty close. I'd say maybe 20 minutes. I don't know. It's up to you if you want to stick around. I wouldn't blame you for leaving. Thanks for being here so far though. But yeah, I like this shot with the bald eagle. So back to this one. Yeah, I can see that little spot being removed too, Chris, like you said. Or even that one. So it's something I think could be improved. I don't know how much it shows up on YouTube, but I can definitely tell that there's some masking denoising going on around the bald eagle. It probably was shot in pretty low light, it looks like, but like there's that editing wise, you can see that like rim where it goes from being sharp to just blurred. And so that's either done in like masking in Photoshop, Lightroom, and then denoising around the mask, or sorry, inverting the mask, then denoising, or, you know, maybe it's done on an older Topaz or DxO, you know, denoiser when they weren't as accurate. So all those things are things I think could be, or I think that's a little technical that needs to be watched for when you're denoising. All right, one more about Amital. One thing I like about it is, first of all, I love the exposure difference between the darkness of the water and the rock immediately around the seals, and then the seals themselves, the harbor seals. Pretty cool shot. Yeah, pretty cool. So I like that. In terms of one thing that I think could be improved, I feel like there's not a lot of reason for all this rock up here, and it's kind of actually distracting because it matches that exposure right here. I would love to see actually a lot more water, like if you would have just pointed your camera a little bit more down, and if you couldn't get much closer, or if you still wanted that much space around them, getting more of that dark water, I feel like contrasts with the white of the harbor seals really well. The dark water looks phenomenal. So I would say pointing your camera down, getting all the space below them instead of, yeah, all the space like down here below them. Like let's say you extended it out, boom, down here, cut it off up there, something like that, right? Would look a lot better. So that'd be my thought there. Okay, Amital with another image of a harbor seal. So super cool here. I think the coolest part about this is the pose. It's a really cool and cute, adorable little pose of the seal looking straight back onto the camera, kind of turned over its back almost. So I love that about this image. I think if I'm being picky, one thing that could be improved about this image is taking off some of the right side of the frame. It feels unevenly weighted to the left because he's leaning on the left side. There's more space in this gap on this side as opposed to this side. So I would just pull in this side of the frame a little bit, maybe from the top right corner as to not take off from that bottom, as we're already a little bit lower on the bottom right there. So pulling from the top right, I think would look really good in this image. And nice having you in the chat, Sergi. Thank you so much for being here for so long. All right, we got one more by Amital, some yellow legs, and walking around on the rocks. One thing that I like about this image, I like how maybe the legs stand out against the color of the blue water. I think that with the yellow legs, that is one of the highlights of them. It's actually the unique and namesake of the birds, right? But a lot of times that doesn't get accented because there's nothing to really stand it off against. And so I do like how that kind of color contrasts with the blue around. In terms of something I think could be improved, I think definitely getting a little bit lower to the ground could have been really helpful here. as really it would have gotten those legs closer to the bluish of the water, and it would have gotten less less details and less rocks in the photo, which are kind of a distraction to a certain extent. You want some of them in there, but not too much of them. So that would be my thought. All right, Michelle, let me know if you're in the chat, Michelle. One thing that I like about this image is that, let's see, I like, I kind of like the pose of it coming out from around the bushes. I think that's kind of unique. I like how it gives kind of an elusive and a hidden type of feel to the image. So I think you did a great job with that, Michelle. In terms of something I think could be improved, I do think that there's quite a bit to this image. I like how he's peering out from around this bush right here. Maybe this one's okay, but then you got like a really far in the foreground twig, grass leaf there, blade there. You got some over here, and I feel like there's quite a bit going on in this image. So ultimately, just kind of removing some of that clutter would have been helpful in an image like this. It seems like you were pretty close to that guy though, so that's pretty cool. Another one by Michelle. Got a polar bear here. So something I like about this image is, I think this might have been our only polar bear image this year, but yeah, pretty cool. So something I like about this image, let's see. I do like that considering you got all of this, these layers in the background of marsh and like the grass and the water mixed in. I do like that you decided to go with such an extreme widescreen crop. I do think that looks good. I think that was a smart compositional choice. However, at the same time, along that same kind of vein, I don't really like the body being cut off here. Really, I mean, in this pose, I'm trying to think of where I would cut it off, if anywhere. Like maybe right at the neck, otherwise not at all. And I'm not even sure I like the neck too much. So yeah, I don't know if it really makes sense to chop the polar bear off where it is chopped at. So maybe that's what I would say for my tip for improvement. All right, and one more by Michelle. Got this wood duck here, really nice and engaging. I think that, so typically don't like shooting down on birds too much, but I think that for shooting down on a bird, this one works pretty well because you have the bird looking back up at the camera. So it almost gives like a down angle where the bird's looking up almost like googly eyed. It's what it kind of looks like to me. So in my opinion, this down angle works better than most. So I think you chose a very good subject positioning for a down angle. So good job with that. In terms of something I think could be improved, I do feel like it's a dark, moody image, but it does feel a little weird in the sense of this. I can tell this and that are like pretty bright and very almost overexposed, and so it doesn't feel like it fits in with the scene. So I feel like in a scenario like that, you get a little bit of like almost like that blowout type of look in the whites, and somehow controlling that a little bit more in your editing, I think would have been beneficial to really keeping this image looking fully like a moody a photograph. So I think that would have been helpful there. All right, Benjamin, up to you again. So, all right, this is again your cornrows, it looks like, which you might still be working out in those fields. So this image is very cool as well. I like this one. What I like more about this one as opposed to your ring neck one is I really love that color contrast. The deer, the redness, the orangeness of the deer versus the vivid greenness of the corn leaves is just awesome. So love that in this image. The color contrast stands out to me a lot more. So like that. I do think that, and I also like, this foreground down here of the corn stalk that must have fallen in front of it or something. That's pretty cool too. I like how you kind of get that extra amount of framing right there, that now it kind of looks like the whole image is framed and wrapped up nicely rather than kind of a harsh dividing line here. So cool shot right there. Good job in terms of that. Your technicals all look great. Man, very nice and sharp. Yeah, so cool. In terms of, what could be improved? Man, I mean, in an ideal world, I think it would have been nice to get this brown covered up in green. That would have looked fantastic. I mean, I know that I'm not sure if you really could have done that with any of the elements available at your disposal, but that would be really, really cool, because then you really have everything is green, and then you just have this guy isolated on a color standpoint. So color isolation would have been absolutely perfect. But it's still pretty good without that. So that's being pretty nitpicky. In terms of other things I think could be improved. That was a pretty great image. Yeah, I like how it feels very hidden. It feels like he's kind of, you've caught him like secretively in his kind of element. I think all that was good. So, man, I don't know if I really have another piece of feedback beyond that. I wouldn't have been surprised if this would have gotten finalists either. So, yeah, it's a good image. I like a lot about it, so good job. Did one by one because I thought full shot maybe was too wide for portrait category. Yeah, I agree the crop-in is definitely good here for the portrait category. It's not 1x1 though, at least not the one you submitted to me. This is like a 4x3 maybe? 5x4 at the widest, but I think it's a 4x3. So yeah, maybe you have a 1x1 somewhere else, but this one is definitely not. Great shot. Okay, we got another one by Benjamin, a high key image of pelican. So very, very cool here. First of all, on a technical level, you did a great job with the high key exposure. No fringing that I really notice. That's obvious, so good job on that. Everything is nice and sharp. Man, that is so sharp. You have some really good glass. So good job on that. Everything's in focus. Man, this is really good technically. Yeah, like literally everything is in focus on this pelican. So you did a great job on that, like down here all the way through all of it. So I love that. I think it's tempting to do, as shallow of a depth of field as possible always, but in a portrait image in a high key isolation like this, I think it looks really, really good when you don't, when you do get everything in focus. So phenomenal job. So good shot there. I think the perfect side angle works really well. I do like how you positioned the composition. I would say maybe you could go just a tad bit down on this. Okay. It doesn't work right in the live stream. It's because I'm chopping off the top and bottom, unfortunately. But let me just zoom out. I would chop off just a little bit down here. That way you have an even amount of head space to foot space under the beak. So that would be something tiny, but I think that would make it just a little bit more compositionally sound, and I would like that. You could even pull from the bottom left just a tad. That way you get that bottom out, but then you also eliminate a little bit of that left side and let them fill the frame completely. So that's something small that I think would help. Then beyond that, pretty good. I would say that while... Yeah, sorry, I'm just seeing your comment. It is cropped like that just because of YouTube and all of that stuff. Yeah, you didn't submit it wrong. Sorry, in this YouTube, the way I have it framed, it's going to chop a little bit of the top off, chop a little bit of the bottom off, unless I zoom out to show you guys, further. So all that to say, the last thing I'd say about it is it's a really solid, high-key portrait image. Technicals are perfect. I feel like the neck curl is relatively standard for a pelican, so maybe it lacks a little bit of that push because it's not like a super unique body positioning on a pelican. And there's also, because it's high key, it's lacking any sort of scenic kind of push to making it a finalist image. So that would be my guess in terms of why it doesn't make the finals. But it's still a really good image and one to be proud of. So awesome shot there, Benjamin. All right, and last one submitted by Benjamin today. We got a nice little finch here. Nice and close up and personal. So what I love about this one, first of all, I love that. Looks like you shot it through your window. So that's so cool. Yeah, so awesome image here. I've been debating doing a window setup for myself at my house. So yeah, liked getting to notice that. The shallow depth of field, I think, really works nicely here, and great job getting that perfectly in focus on that eye, but then everything else starts to slowly become butter behind it. So fantastic job on that. Colors are absolutely absolutely vivid. I think your editing is phenomenal. Exposure contrast, so all the tonalities, and then also the colors wise. Through the window with the RF 100. I love it. Yeah, that makes sense. That's awesome. I love the 100 millimeter range. So in terms of what could be improved, I think that I don't necessarily like the twig. I think that this image is so focused in every other way just on the bird that the twig is a little bit distracting. I don't think it'd be too... I don't like either of them in there, but I don't think it would be too bad if it was just one split, but I think the fact that it's two splits off of it just detracts a little bit of the value for me. Let me zoom out. I don't know if you guys could see that, but that's what I was talking about. And then also being very nitpicky, but you have a little bit of like a highlighted brown right here in the top left corner. I would take that out if I were you. Just barely pull in from that left side. I think that'd be nice. But actually, as I'm saying that, the problem is then you have this twig and you'll cut into that twig, and I don't like that either. So I don't know. I think really the solution is just getting like a tighter crop and getting those twigs out of there, something like that. That would be my take. But overall, still really cool image and good job. And thank you so much for being on here all day today. Hope you got some good farming done. Debated creative category. Yeah, I think you were right in the portrait category here. I don't think this is a creative category image, personally. I think that you would have needed to have something very unique and different about the image to submit it to the creative. That's really the draw of the creative. I feel like this image is pretty standard in a lot of ways, and so I think it fits better to the portrait category. And it's so nice and close up and frame filling. So, all right, back to Emmanuel. I don't think Emmanuel was here earlier, so 1 and 1 for him. Unless Emmanuel, let me know if you're in the chat. We got Black Bear here staring down the camera. What I like about this image is I do like the subject engagement. Looks really good. Head on. Focus is good. All the technicals are good. One thing that I think could be improved is this dead branch right here sticking out in front is very distracting. So I would definitely try to move out of the way, get that out of there, or wait for him to come a little bit further out of the way of all that. And just remembering those foreground elements. It's great to have foreground elements, but they need to have a really good framing, not hit the subject in the wrong points, so on and so forth. Another one by Emmanuel. Super cool capture here of this frog being eaten by the cattle egret. Love how cattle egrets go after frogs like that. I think the action is awesome in this image, and I really love that you sold that very well. And the side profile is great. Like just the whole body positioning of both the frog and the cattle egret is awesome here. So I love that in this image. In terms of what I think could be improved, I do think that it would look a lot nicer if this grass line was a little lower. So if you got a little bit lower and then everything, the head and the frog completely was in the black, that would be so much cooler in my opinion. It would really be, it would help to stand them off even a lot more. Because right now that grass line cutting through the legs is slightly distracting. And so getting lower, that way you get them all in the black would have been great. And even in that case, then you could have possibly gone for like a tighter crop and then just had like a complete low key action shot, which would have been cool. So some thoughts there. Emmanuel Marquez, we got one more image from you of a greater Roadrunner. So for this image, let's see. So for this image, yeah, what I like about this one is I like capturing that moment with the feather coming down out of the mouth. I think that makes this image unique, gives a little bit of extra pizzazz to the photo, something unique to look forward to about it. And also good job capturing this at ground level. It's really important to get eye level with this bird, especially in this environment, this habitat. It'd be easy to get cluttered otherwise. One thing that I think could be included about it, or improved about it, is the head turn is slightly away from the camera. So the body positioning, as I've said before, once again, is something that could be improved about this shot. So yeah, I'd say that's probably the biggest thing for me. Yeah, greater Roadrunners are awesome, Paul. Totally agree. I've gotten good shots of one before, but I'm always chasing shots of Roadrunners. We got Amelia Atkinson. Amelia, let me know if you're here in the chat. We're getting close, guys. Less than 10 images now, actually. Slightly less. All right, so Amelia's image here. Awesome shot. I would say the thing that I like about this image is that I like I like the rim lighting. The backlighting is pretty good. Almost, it's not a perfect backlight, but it's a good amount of backlight to kind of give accents to the shape of this animal rather than it kind of disappearing into the background. So I like that kind of backlight. The thing that I think could be improved is I don't like it being cut off on the butt here. So yeah, I don't like that, or being cut off right below the knees here. I would have much rather seen either like a much closer crop, maybe something like, man, I can't even, it's not letting me do it right now. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Maybe something as close as that. I don't know how that looks exactly with YouTube. Maybe it's more like that. I don't think that looked good. Oh goodness, now I'm screwing up my whole thing. So sorry, guys. I just messed up my whole thing. Okay, here we are. Something like that, or just getting wider so you get the full body. And yeah, chasing roadrunners does not work. All right, one more by Amelia. This one, I like the kind of double composition here, kind of the stack here. So I'll talk about subject for both these. I like the idea to stack them one on top of each other, kind of similar to that burrowing owl image we saw a little while ago. So good kind of perspective there. But I do think that, on the contrary, thing that could be improved is there's a little bit of subject blending. You have right here, it kind of blends into the subject right behind it. Here, the ear really blends into the nose, and you want to avoid that. Like, ideally, this nose is in between the gap of the ears. Ideally, this subject isn't meshed into the butt right there, and so on and so forth. So that's probably the biggest thing of improvement I could think of. And one more by Amelia. Got another elk here. And this one, my favorite part about this image is I like the foreground elements in it. I like the foreground grass. I think that it adds a little bit extra to this image that could otherwise just kind of be forgotten. I think that it could be a pretty standard portrait image, and this just adds a little bit of flair to it. So I like that, and how it kind of remains set back into the image from the grass foreground. And then in terms of something that could be improved, I'm not sure if this is like another elk back there. What it is, some type of animal. But it is a little distracting to me, and I don't know what it is, but my eye wants to figure out what it is. And so I think that it does distract me a little bit from the subject of this image. And with portrait images in particular, you really want that focus to stay on the subject. So good shots though, Amelia, and good job with all your submissions to this competition. And thank you, Benjamin, for making it this far. Hopefully you can get that fixed. So thanks for being here. Almost made it to the end. Image number 4. I think we got 4 images left. Oh man. All right. Good job, y'all. So thankful for all you guys sticking around. Otherwise, this would be so unbelievably boring. So got Mark's image right here of a short-eared owl. This Mark Knoll. He submitted to some of the other categories too. This is an awesome shot, Mark. Let me know if you're still in the chat, Mark. I know you're here for a while, but weren't here for a while. So let me know if you are in the chat. That way I can do it more in depth. Otherwise, my 1-in-1. What I do like about it is, man, the gradient is just stunning here. I love these purple gradients in the sky and owl images. Always loved them. I think they're great. And the way that those eyes stand out is just phenomenal as well in the shorty. So good job with the coloring. I love how those orange eyes stand out. I think it's a great decision to do it centered, and then the purple gradient is good too. In terms of what I think could be improved is, it is soft, and I would assume that's because it was probably shot at maybe such a high ISO, or it was out of focus slightly, but I think that high ISO is probably what did it, and then probably denoising. So just being careful on not having it be too soft. I think that's something that the judges probably definitely look at and see and are thinking about. So very cool though. All right, we got one more by Mark Knoll. This is of a warbler, and this is an awesome image as well. Come on, sorry. The program just froze up for a second. There we go. Yeah, awesome. This one's nice and sharp. good job on that. So what I like about this image, one thing I like is I love the colors in this image. I think it's just a beautiful color palette. You got the yellow of the warbler, got some amazing green all around it. You got the reds and the yellows of this tree. Like, man, you couldn't really ask for a better color blend in an image than like this one. So colors are absolutely phenomenal, and I don't think you could have gotten better colors. And you colored them beautifully in editing. So I think out of all the images I've seen of yours today, your coloring is on spot editing wise. So I think you're doing great with that. Continue to keep up the good work. In terms of what I think could be improved, to me, this doesn't really scream portrait image. So maybe even just category placement. That's something to think about with this one. Is to me, this is definitely more, it's leaning towards birdscape. It might even be birdscape. It's kind of almost an in-between, but I would say this definitely fits more into birdscape than into portrait, in my opinion. Portrait, you got to think about, you want that frame filling as much as possible, and you want really all the attention to be on the subject. And in this image, actually, a lot of the selling point is also the scenery around it complementing the subject. So that would be my piece of feedback there. All right. Image number 2 to the last one. By Hokkan Lo. This one made the finals. I think both of his images made the finals, so this one and the next one. So this one is very cool. I think the thing that I like most about this one, let me know if you're in the chat. I think I like most about this one is I like how this white subject stands out amidst this perfectly, really dark, black, moody scene. So I think that was a great choice to really lean into the mood here. And also to give a little bit of light direction coming from this top left corner with a little bit of extra exposure up there. So good job there. The thing I think could be improved about this image, I feel like it's hard. I think this is a really good standard portrait image. Like, it's hard to say something you don't like about it because it's all done pretty well, composed pretty well. Technicals are all pretty good. I'd say if anything, being really picky, there's a little bit of green off here to the side that stands out to me. I wish that would have been more in the same kind of uniformed kind of darkness black as all of the rest of this. Even though this is still dark, the green does start to pop out there and is like the only color in the image really. And that detracts me from the owl itself. So that's very nitpicky, but it's a reason why maybe it made the finalist, but didn't make, a placement. But good shot. Amazing shot. And our final image up for review today is another one by Hokkan Lo. This one made the finalists as well. And for this image, what I like most about this is I love the peering out the side of the trunk here. So I think that was a phenomenal little kind of moment that you captured right there. I think that's really, really cool about this image. In terms of one thing I think could be improved, in my opinion, I think this image is a little bit too dark. I love the moodiness, but there needs to be something that separates it out on the histogram. Like if the whole image is just crammed off to the left side of the histogram, it can just lack that pop. And I think that there's white on this barn owl face, which could have given some great pop, or even the tan feathers of it, and all of that could have popped more if you would have just spread that out on the histogram more. Just the subject, even like you could have even just subject selected and done some more of that. But while I like the mood all around it, I think we are lacking a little bit of pop. Like the other one has a lot more pop in my opinion, and I love it. It's still very moody, but it has the pop. This one lacks a little bit of that pop, and it can be darker than the other one. I wouldn't expect it to be as bright as this, but I think that it could just use a little bit more. So that's my opinion, and that's my take on it. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, we have officially made it. How are you guys feeling? Stick around for another 2-3 minutes. Get you guys' thoughts. Yeah, thank you guys so much for sticking around today. My voice feels like it's going to be so raspy tomorrow. What was that? We got 7 hours and 20 minutes. Man, I really thought we were going to get under that 4-hour mark, but that did not happen. So thank you guys all so much for sticking around. Yeah, genuinely really appreciate you guys sticking around. This is what makes it. This is what I look forward to in this event every year. The community is what what I love and what I do this for. So I'm so thankful for you guys sticking around and being a part of that and contributing, chatting back. Yeah. And thank you guys for being encouraging to one another. I think that is an awesome part of the competition, is the growth and then the encouragement towards one another. So love all of that. Let's see. And yeah, you're right, Bobby. I probably should do that. I don't know. I think, shoot, do I just have it? I thought I did actually have it set up. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's only on my main channel. Yeah, I thought I do have it set up, but maybe it's only on my main channel. So I will have to make sure to turn that on for next year's recap, because you're right. That's not a bad idea. So you can always message me if you're feeling so inclined as well through the contact form on my website, and you can send me some via PayPal or something, but obviously zero pressure. That's just saying it because you mentioned it. So yeah, glad that the feedback was valuable, and yeah, glad that you guys enjoyed it. So once again, if you guys want to subscribe to our newsletter below, do that. If you've joined later on or something, that way you can make sure to get updates on next year's competition. And then Discord, the Discord channel link, if it's not already working, just refresh the page. If you want to join it, that link should be working now. That way you can join the Discord, just kind of an extension of this type of community where you can give feedback to one another and talk with one another on your photos. And then lastly, my Puffin film did release this morning, so I haven't even been seeing how it's been doing, but I'm looking forward to seeing that. And the extended cut released this morning, and I would love to see what your guys' thoughts are on it. Go over and check it out. It's my probably my most proud work I've put together in terms of a documentary on one of my adventures. And yeah, would really love to have you guys check it out. And if you want to join me for the workshop, you'll receive $100 off when you watch that video too, and contact me through that. So is it too late to join the Discord? No, because I did reactivate that link in this recap video here. So go to link in the Discord in this description, and you should be able to join that Discord group, Bobby. It should be active for another like 6 days and something odd hours. So, but yeah, all right. Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you for your feedback earlier. Actually, I will stay on just for another like 2-3 minutes. If you guys wanted to chat into the chat right now, actually, it might be too complicated for this. Feel free. I'm just going to throw this out there. It's an open invitation. Feel free to submit to the contact form on our website if you have any suggestions that you'd like to see in our photo competition. Obviously, I get lots of suggestions, can't do them all, or some of them, they're just some informational pieces missing that makes sense why we don't do it that certain way. But feel free to submit any suggestions to the contact form on the website. I'm always looking for ways that we can, make this what you guys want it to be, because ultimately this is for you guys. But yeah, beyond that, I am super grateful for all your guys' support, all your guys' encouragement, and I am looking forward to seeing you guys in next year's 2025 Wilder competition. So thank you guys, and I have a feeling that a lot of you may be submitting to the behavior category next year. So take care. Appreciate you all, and see you around in next year's competition or in our upcoming newsletters or on my main channel comments. My Lightroom course is on Wilder. I actually deactivated, and thank you, Irene. Thank you for the well wishes on that. It's been the best thing in my life. Also been tiring. Best thing in my life, though. I absolutely love having twins. I love being a dad. Been wanting to be a dad for a while now. So thank you. Chris, my Lightroom course is on Wilder. It's currently deactivated because I just haven't reactivated the page, but I took it off. That way it wouldn't distract people from the competition. But I will send you a link to it. It'll be up again in about a week, probably. but I will personally send you an email with a link to it. That way you can get it if you would like. So it just doesn't show on the menu tab, even though it still exists as a page. So I'll get you a link to that Lightroom course that I offer. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Lloyd. Yeah, thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, all you guys who stuck around. Thank you, Wim. Thank you, Paul. All right. Well, take care, you guys. Appreciate you all. And we'll see you guys next year's competition.